and welcome to the Planning Commission hearing for October 21st. If you'll join me in the flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Mr. Villalobos, if you do the TV coverage announcement and the roll call.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Planning Commission hearings are televised live on County Santa Barbara Television TV, CSB-TV, Channel 20 at 9 a.m. in the South Coast, Lompoc, San Ynez Valley, Santa Maria, and Orchid areas. Rebroadcast of Planning Commission hearings are on Fridays at 5 p.m. on CSB-TV, Channel 20. Now for the roll call. Commissioner Cooney?
Here.
Commissioner Brown?
Here.
Commissioner Brooks?
Here.
Commissioner Valencia?
Here.
Commissioner Blau?
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Black, if you would give us the agenda status report and the projection report.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the Commission. This morning we have one consent item and 6 regular items on your agenda, and we're ready to move forward with all of those items. I think you've received quite a bit of material this morning, and I apologize for that. There's, I think, a staff correction memo on each of the items, and it's pretty simple to explain, so we'll walk the Commission through that as we get to each item. With respect to the projection report, we have a special hearing next Monday, October 26th, mainly to deal with the Santa Barbara Botanic Garden Vital Mission Plan project. We do have 2 government code consistency items on, and then we had one appeal set for hearing of the T-Mobile Clearwire project at the coroner's office in Santa Barbara. That item is proposed to be continued, so I just wanted the Commission to know that you don't need to get yourself prepared for that particular item. We are proposing to continue that to our hearing of December 2nd. On Montecito Planning Commission will be meeting on October 28th. They have actually quite a full day as well. November 4th, we have no items on that agenda, and we were trying not to place items on the agenda, and it does look as though we will be able to cancel that meeting, but I think we'll wait until next Monday to make that decision final. The November 11th hearing falls on a holiday, and so we will not be meeting on November 11th. So our next meeting will be scheduled for November 18th. That will be a Santa Maria meeting, and we have several items on that day, but some time available as well. And then the Commission is scheduled to meet on December 2nd, and we are planning on holding the holiday lunch that day as well for the Planning Commission. And then your last meeting of the year, assuming that we need it, at the moment there's nothing on, would be December 9th, and that would be in Santa Maria as well.
Okay, thank you. This is the time that we allow for...
Mr. Chair, I wonder if I could just ask one question. I'm not sure we're communicating.
Mr. Cooney.
Thank you. Ms. Mack, question with regard to the projection report. So if I understand, there will be no Santa Barbara hearing after Monday until December? You're not proposing any hearing for Santa Barbara matters during the month of November?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Cooney, at this point, that's correct. If we determine that we need to have a hearing, we'll let you know on Monday.
Okay.
So if there are items that are continued either from today's hearing or Monday's hearing, and a Santa Barbara hearing seems to be more appropriate for that, we can discuss potential dates for a hearing.
But it's not a matter of putting applicants off or delaying their projects. It's a matter of workload in terms of current projects.
Yes, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Cooney, that's correct. If we needed to have the November 4th hearing, although you won't be able to attend a hearing, we would have continued to put items on. We just simply don't have anything to put on at this point.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. At this time, we allow for public comment for anything that's not on today's agenda.
I see I have no slips, and I see no one approaching the audience or the podium, so if we go to planning
Hello?
commission information. Oh.
Hello?
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't.
Given me those connections, and I have given them to the Department of Fish and Game, that is the California Department of Fish and Game, and they didn't use them. They buried my well instead under tons of my artesian well water was buried under tons of concrete and steel. Now, I can work in the creek. They sent me a letter saying you get first choice on it after we're through using it. But they also said in that letter they took the water out of the creek and just put it back when they were through using it. That's not true. However, let's see. They didn't do an EIR, and they're scattered all over 5 different parcels. That is 5 different ownerships. And I think that this kind of thing should not occur if we do more EIRs. And that's my suggestion for today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Go to planning commissioner's informational reports. Not seeing any lights come on. Planning development divisional briefings.
Mr. Chair, although this isn't a divisional briefing, it does follow up from a request Commissioner Valencia made some time ago, and that was to receive organizational charts for the department so you know who's supervised by whom in the department. So I'm going to pass those out right now.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chair, I do think this reflects the current reporting relationships. The charts were updated in September, so they do reflect all of the various shifts in staff and manager assignments as well. Probably the pages you're going to be most interested in are 4 and 5, which is the North County and South County Development Review Divisions.
Thank you. I'm going to skip the minutes for the moment and go to our director's report, the Board of Supervisors hearings. Please.
Chairman Blau, members of the commission, good morning. It's a pleasure to be here. There have been a number of Board of Supervisors hearings since the last time you met, I believe 4, that I have to report on. Also, I'd like to say if there are any subjects that you would like to see as part of future directors' briefings, please let me know. And should you have any comments on anything, feel free to interrupt me during this presentation. On Tuesday, September 22nd, the board considered the El Encinal appeal of the Planning Commission's grant of an appeal denying the land use permit of the El Encinal Pole Barn. The board voted 5-0 to grant the appeal and approve the land use permit for the pole barn. It seems that one of the key issues was that the easement was a private, non-exclusive easement, and so that was one of the significant findings that was made that led to their action. Also, at that September 22nd hearing, they considered the Bedford appeal of the Planning Commission approval of the land use permit for meteorological towers related to the Lompoc Wind Energy Project. The board voted 4-1 to deny the appeal and grant the land use permit for the Met Towers. Moving forward to the Tuesday, October 6th Board of Supervisors hearing, there were 4 ag contracts in the 4th District. There was a report to the Board of Supervisors on the status of the California Coastal Commission's review of the Land Use and Development Code. And we received a large number of suggested modifications to what had been submitted over a year ago. And this was very much at the last minute, and the opportunity to engage the Coastal Commission staff in a constructive way just wasn't there prior to the next hearing. So I acted to actually withdraw and formally resubmit at the same time the Land Use and Development Code with the understanding that we could engage the Commission staff over the next few months in working sessions and then go to a probable January Coastal Commission meeting to hopefully have a much more mutually agreeable set of modifications. And those working sessions are beginning immediately. Also, the Resource Development Agency proposed a public parking lot meter ordinance for the Isla Vista Master Plan area. They had the first reading on that day, and the second reading took place on October 13th. And something which was presented by Parks, but is probably of interest to you, was a report on Goleta Beach. And that was basically a report on the Coastal Commission denial, a review of what's referred to as Goleta Beach 2.0 planning approach, and basically an ad hoc committee subcommittee was established by the board to meet, discuss, and report back to the board on the Goleta Beach 2.0 approach, which may very well be some version of a managed retreat for that park, and that was voted for 5-0. Also, the Santa Ynez Community Plan was at that hearing, and it was approved 3-1-1, interestingly enough, with Supervisor Centeno abstaining and Supervisor Gray voting against. A couple of the issues that may be of interest to you relative to your own actions on that project were the following. The board removed the design review overlay from the Rossi property that is already designated a historic landmark. They felt that that was excessive and that it didn't need to have the design overlay in addition. They revised the zoning to depict the Mills property as Ag 120. They replaced the word shall with the word should in 3 development standards related to setbacks and additional driveways along 246 and 154. They also, and this was basically related to your direction for staff to go back and do some additional work on that subject. They also added something new, which is a consideration of parking and access potential of existing roadways and right-of-ways, even if unimproved, prior to any abandonment. So that was added. And the action item that you put in relative to alcohol sales remained, and the policy on annexations also remained. Moving on to the Tuesday, October 13th Board of Supervisors hearing, There was another district for ag preserve. There was an EIR contract approved for Rincon Consultants to do an EIR on Key Site 3 here in Orcutt. The CEO presented a fiscal issues report, which is basically kicking off the budget cycle, the upcoming budget cycle, so there'll be more on that. They presented the report that initiates the discussions we'll be having on the budget. Excuse me. Also heard was the Crossroads Special Events Project in Santa Ynez. The consistency rezone was approved, but the conditional use permit was denied on a vote of 3-2. And one of the significant issues in that hearing was the nature of activities on agriculturally zoned land and the extent to which they are incidental to the agricultural use of that land. This was different than what your Planning Commission had recommended and what staff had prepared. Despite the fact that we felt that our findings in our CEQA document were solid, we realized that this was an important policy and land use development code interpretation by the board. There was also the High Meadows Homeowners Association appeal of the Planning Commission approval of the Old Mill Tract Road land use permit. This was interesting in that the motion was to deny the appeal and approve the project, but that motion failed 2-2 with Supervisor Farr abstaining. So because it is a 2-2 tie and no additional motions were offered, that effectively is a denial of the land use permit. That brings us to yesterday. And yesterday, the two items of interest, and Diane, if there's anything else I need to add, please do so. The two items of interest were an informational item regarding cellular projects, and this was something that Supervisor Carbajal had asked us to prepare based upon a lot of input from the public. It was a very good informational item. The public got to express their concerns, and the staff was able to make it clear what the nature of the rules are and what the limitations are of those rules. We now have a task to come back to the board to explore what changes, if anything, we might be able to make in our current code, up to potentially even something as drastic as a moratorium, to make sure that the code fully fills out the law as it currently stands. There have been a number of court cases that have happened since the last time we amended the code, so we will be doing that. And then the other item was the Santa Barbara Ranch, and Diane, would you mind?
Mr. Chair and members of the commission, probably you have read the newspaper articles. Essentially, we prepared a staff report for the board at their request from their hearing in June, which addressed a number of technical issues with respect to submittal of the project to the Coastal Commission, both the local coastal program amendment and the responses to deficiency notices on the notices of final action, and those mainly centered on what's appealable and what's not appealable. So that was sort of the more mundane part of the hearing yesterday. The more interesting part was the board's decisions with respect to the development agreements. So the Board of Supervisors back in October approved development agreements for the coastal project and for the inland project, separate development agreements. Those development agreements were contingent upon a couple of other agencies acting on the project, one of which is the Department of Conservation on the Ag Conservation Easement Williamson Act Exchange Agreement. That action by the Department of Conservation has not yet occurred, and so the development agreements are not effective for that reason. In addition, in the coastal zone, the development agreement would not be effective until the Coastal Commission acts to adopt the LCP amendments that we had proposed. Those are not even formally accepted for processing yet, so clearly that has not occurred. So we have 2 development agreements for Santa Barbara Ranch, neither of which are currently effective, and the board decided to adopt an ordinance rescinding those development agreements. They actually conducted their first hearing on that rescission ordinance yesterday, and they will be conducting their second hearing next Tuesday. Meanwhile, the Department of Conservation seems to be fairly engaged in the review of the Williamson Act Ag Conservation Exchange Agreements, so we'll see where that leads. I did draft a letter at the board's request to the Department of Conservation informing them of the board's action yesterday and their intention to act next week. So that's where we're at.
That concludes the director's report, and I'm available for any comments or questions that you might have.
Commissioner Valencia, I'm just getting my lights oriented here, Joe.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Valencia.
Yes, could you expand a little bit on the inland, on the easement problem, or who it's with, or who the players are?
On Santa Barbara Ranch?
Yes.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Valencia. So one of the features of the whole Santa Barbara Ranch project was the more than 3,000 acre agricultural easement that was to be obtained as a result of the project. And that easement required the participation of Dos Pueblos Ranch, and also required approval by the Department of Conservation, because some of the property that is proposed to be developed would actually be taken out of Williamson Act contract and then exchanged for other property and put into this permanent agricultural easement. So those are the actions that have been with the Department of Conservation. And to their defense, I think they just received the final easement language within the last 2 weeks. They've obviously had all of the information from the county since the board acted back at the end of last year, but they were awaiting easement documents from the applicant. Does that help?
Okay, Commissioner Brown, okay.
Thank you. A question on, and maybe this was discussed, the sale of the Schulte Ranch, the Dos Pueblos Ranch, how does that affect these easements?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Brown, it was discussed by a third party. It was discussed by the attorney that represents Dos Pueblos Ranch, and it was something that we looked at internally. And our read was, people buy and sell property all the time, and either they will buy and sell property contingent upon the conditions of the development agreements and the developments, or they won't. And it's really up to the parties. It was our understanding they were being marketed with those restrictions in place, but
Okay, all right, that's great.
it's really not for us to monitor.
No. And Mr. Chair, I just have another question for our director, and thank you for the very complete report. In preparation for today's meeting, I spoke with the county's hydrologist, Dennis Gibbs, and he gave me some information about the San Antonio groundwater basin. But in the course of our discussion, I asked him for an update on what the county's study was going on in Cuyama, because I know there was going to be the groundwater basin study there. And I thought that was very useful and informative, because in the course of our hearings, we've had projects in that area, and I just wonder if the commission might be interested in receiving a brief on what the study is, where it is, how long it's going to take. I think it might just be helpful.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Brown, specifically the Cuyama Basin study.
Correct.
We will be happy to report on that
Okay,
at
thank you.
the next available opportunity.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Great. Mr. Cooney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, on Santa Barbara Ranch, Ms. Black, the withdrawal of the development agreements if adopted in the form of a final ordinance, where does that leave the project?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Cooney, that's a very good question. Essentially, what rescission of the development agreements would do is it just simply leaves them with their approvals, but not with the additional security of the development agreements themselves. So it doesn't take back the approvals per se. It really just doesn't give them the time frame in which to perfect those approvals. That was provided under the development agreement.
All right, so one general statement might be that it's in the applicant's court to decide whether to proceed with the existing permits.
That's correct.
And the Coastal Commission hasn't yet ruled on those portions of the permits that are in the coastal zone?
No, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Cooney, in fact, the Coastal Commission has not accepted for processing either the local coastal program amendments necessary for those components within the coastal zone, nor the notices of final action for those permits that are appealable to the Commission. So they've not acted. They haven't even accepted them for processing yet.
Is it my understanding now, too, that the board made the decision that the inland project and the coastal project require coastal commission approval? Did I understand that correctly?
Mr. Chair, actually, I wouldn't say that. I think what the board directed yesterday was that we forward all of the appealable development to the Commission in one notice of final action. That isn't to say that all of the inland development is appealable to the Coastal Commission. We won't be forwarding the components of the inland project to the Coastal Commission except where they are located in the coastal zone and support the inland project. So there are some infrastructure improvements within the coastal zone that support the inland project, and those are appealable to the Coastal Commission.
Mr. Cooney, you have further questions?
I do, Mr. Chair, thank you very much. With respect to the discussion I was fortunate enough to hear all of regarding the cellular projects, and we've had dozens to consider before this commission over the past few years. I was particularly interested in Supervisor Carvajal's suggestion of a moratorium, but the action taken was really just to refer this to staff for its study and recommendations and a further report. And I gather from that one of the things staff, including county council, will opine on is the legality of a moratorium. Is that correct, Mr. Russell?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Cooney, that is correct. The direction was simply to look into it as opposed to any positive direction that we should suggest moving in that direction.
So for this commission and the projects that are on our radar and coming forward, we will continue to operate under the existing ordinance until unless we have a new one, and basically we'll be guided on a case-by-case basis.
Business as usual.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Valencia, would you hit your light button just for a second? Okay, it is working. It wasn't on earlier. That's why I didn't call on you. I'm just checking my lights here. Sorry. Okay. Yeah, we've been off too long, Grant. Thank you. Okay, we do have, I think, 2 sets of minutes to approve. The first one being for the hearing of September the 9th.
Mr. Chair, I'll move approval of the minutes of the commission's meeting of September 9.
Thank you.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Not seeing any. Mr. Villalobos, if you'll call the roll.
Commissioner Cooney?
Aye.
Commissioner Brown? Aye. Commissioner Brooks?
Aye.
Commissioner Valencia?
Aye.
Commissioner Blau?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. And now the minutes of September 16th.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
We have a first and a second. Any discussion?
I do have some comments, Mr. Chair.
Cooney.
First of all, Mr. Villalobos, I had the rare privilege of reading these minutes closely because of a long airplane flight. So if they seem petty, it has more to do with ongoing matters and just For the record, I'll mention a couple of things here. The first one I noticed is, and this is an interesting sidelight of our minutes, apparently some estimate is made of the number of people who attend our hearing. And there's always an entry after the heading "Number of Interested Persons." I'm not sure when the estimate is made, but I'm presuming you do it. And I was amused that in this case you said approximately 74 plus or minus. So you covered yourself pretty well with the number there. But, obviously, if it's an approximate number, you don't need the plus or minus, or you could go the other way. Under public comment, you indicated that Mr. Chitillo addressed the commission and showed appreciation for the commission's work. I really don't think he showed any appreciation. He did express appreciation, though, and I want to be sure we're accurate because Mr. Chitillo will make a point of it if we're not. And finally, in a little more with regard to substance, and this is something I would appreciate input from my fellow commissioners whose memories are probably at least as good as, if not better than mine. With respect to the Loop mixed-use project, that was item number 1 on that agenda, we were concerned with, I think, the term biannual for reporting, and so we ended up at the moment, I think, talking about twice a year. The problem with that is it gives the applicant a lot of leeway as to when those permit reports are submitted. Twice a year would be in compliance if they did one report in January and another one in February, for example. So I would suggest that we amend it. It appears several times in different parts of the action to semi-annual, which suggests every 6 months. And as I say, that I'll point out to Mr. Villalobos where those appear. I've got them marked here.
Mr. Chair, if I could just comment.
Ms. Black.
On Commissioner Cooney's suggestion, although I think he's right, and that's what the commission intended, it's not what you said. So we would be really changing the approval. I can tell you, when you say you want to report twice a year, we won't let somebody report in January and February. We will require it to be evenly spaced, but I don't think we can change the wording at this point.
Just as a suggestion, I think that when we said twice a year, our intention was every 6 months.
Yeah.
So we're defining twice a year as every 6 months. So does that help?
I think so. I would suggest that we put in parentheses, if we say twice a year, we put in parentheses semi-annual after that. It'll clarify it, and that's not inaccurate in terms of the
I
commission's
think our
action.
discussion is that we wanted to see it, when we said twice a year, we meant every 6 months. So I don't know if that helps you or not. Ms. Van Mullen?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I do think Ms. Black is correct. I don't think that you can change the wording, but if the majority of the commission believes that you're just merely clarifying the minutes to the action that you actually took, then that's appropriate.
Great. I think that's what we'll do.
And Mr. Chair, this probably isn't the best time to raise this issue, but I wanted to let the commission know that the Coastal Commission did receive an appeal of the Loop project at the very last moment. So we'll see how they deal with that particular appeal.
And what were the issues?
I have not seen
Okay.
the appeal itself yet.
Any further discussion or changes? Seeing no lights, Mr. Villalobos, if you'll call the roll.
Commissioner Cooney,
Aye.
Commissioner Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Brooks,
Aye.
Commissioner Valencia,
Aye.
Commissioner Blau.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. And we have one item on the consent calendar, which I'm going to pull from the consent calendar. Ms. Van Mullen has some, I believe, some corrections to make. So, Mr. Villalobos, if you'll read this item into the record, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The following is the request of Shelley Ingram, M&S Engineers, agent for Sacred Arrow Society Church, Inc., to consider the following. 09 AGP 16, application filed on July 24, 2009. 09 RZN 8, application filed on July 24, 2009, and to accept exemptions pursuant to sections 15317 and 15061B3 of the state guidelines for implementation of CEQA.
Thank you. Ms. Van Mullen.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, the change I have, it's fairly simple. It's to finding 2.1.2, and the language just needs to be revised to reflect the language in the Land Use and Development Code. And the second finding is that the request is consistent with the comprehensive plan, the requirements of state planning and zoning laws, and this development code. What it says right now is Article 3. So we want to make sure we're using the current zoning code. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of commissioners? Seeing no lights on, does anyone from the public wish to speak in this item? I have no speaker slips. Seeing none come forward, I'll now close it to the public hearing. And we need a motion to approve.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Valencia.
first of all, I did a site visit, and you can't see anything from the road, but with that, I recommend that we approve the motion that recommend that the Board of Supervisors adopt the required findings for 09 AGP 0-16, 09 RZN 0-8, specified in attachment A of this staff report, including the CEQA findings and the corrections at this time, and recommend that the Board of Supervisors approve the exemption pursuant to CEQA sections 15317 and 15061, parent B, parent 3, included as attachment B, and recommend that the supervisors adopt 09 RZN 0-8, rezoning assessors parcel numbers 99, 210, 04, 05, 99, 200, and 10 from 100 AG to AG2 100, and adopt the ordinance zoning map amendment for assessors parcel numbers 09, 210, 04, 05, and 099, 200, and 10, amending the inland zoning map for the Lompoc Valley rural areas, draft ordinance included as attachment C, 09 AGP 0-16, creating one non-prime preserve and entering into Williamston Act, and all changes recommended at this meeting.
Second.
Well, we have a second, and we have a comment from Ms. Van Mullen.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I would just recommend that we add one item to the motion, which is that the commission adopt attachment F, which is the Planning Commission resolution that gets forwarded to the board with your recommendation.
Great. Does the and the second holder agrees? Okay, they both agree. Okay, any further discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Villalobos, you'll call the roll.
Commissioner Cooney?
Aye.
Commissioner Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Brooks?
Aye.
Commissioner Valencia?
Aye.
Commissioner Blau?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. And item number 1 on the standard agenda is okay. We need a few minutes for setup? Okay, thank you. We'll take just a short little break here. Thank you. That's great. That was great.
I'm sorry, you're going to, Gary took a two-step drop?
He was a supervisor.
3? No, he's at 2, it says here.
No, he's a...
Oh, it's a 3? Okay, it's a mistake? Yeah. I thought, wow. Okay. I just read stuff, okay?
American Legion considered the appeal case number 09-APL-24, appeal filed on July 27, 2009, of the Director's decision to approve land use permit case number 09-LUP-276, and to accept the exemption pursuant to Section 15303C of the State Guidelines for Implementation of CEQA.
Thank you. And Ms. Black, I understand we have a staff report. However, in reading the information you sent us, it appears like maybe we don't need to hear this issue since we don't have an owner's consent to do the use.
Mr. Chair, perhaps you just want to hear from Joyce. She was going to outline the issues, and then I think we can drop it from your agenda.
Okay, great, thank you.
Because there are people here, I think it would be good to...
Great, thank you. Ms. Gerber, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman Blau, Commissioners. As you probably recall, this case is an appeal of the Director's approval of a land use permit to allow a change of use in an existing commercial building in Old Town Orchid from an office use to a retail use, specifically a medical marijuana dispensary. After the staff report was docketed, but prior to the hearing, the applicant revised their business plan, to include delivery of product, which eliminated the need for interior alterations that would have created the dispensary window. And also at that time, the building owner stated that despite a signed lease agreement, she did not want a medical marijuana dispensary in the building. So the case came before your commission on September 9th, where it was continued to allow staff time to determine several things, whether the revision to the project description changed the permit requirements, also researching the lease dispute, and if necessary, discussing security issues with the Sheriff's Department. Staff concluded, as discussed in your PC memo dated October 9th, that no land use permit is actually required in this case for the revised project because there are no longer proposed interior alterations and there were no changes in parking required, and the use is changing from retail to retail. Also, P&D does require owner consent, which can sometimes be satisfied with the lease agreement. But in this particular case, the agreement is unclear about whether a medical marijuana dispensary would be allowed, and so owner consent would be required in this particular case. So staff did not continue and talk to the Sheriff's Department about security, and as a result, we do recommend that this item is dropped.
Okay, do we need a motion to drop it from the item, from the agenda?
Mr. Chair, we would need a motion and an action from your commission to drop it, but since the item was agendized, we do need to invite public comment on the item, although you can indicate that, that you can, I guess, where we're going with it. I think the indication is clear, but public comment still needs to be provided.
Okay, so I understand it, the landowner is not consented to the occupancy, is that correct? At this point in time?
Chairman Blau, Commissioners, that is correct.
Okay, so I think what we're trying to tell the audience is it's not going to be there. So I'm not sure there's a need for anybody to give public comment. However, taking Mrs. Van Mullen's counsel, if any of the people that have submitted slips do wish to make public comment, you're welcome to come forward. But basically what we're telling you is it's not going to happen there. So does anybody need to come forward?
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Valencia.
a lot of these people left their jobs to come specifically to testify on this, and although we are dropping the item, it doesn't mean it's not coming back, so I'd like to see if we open the public hearing and give them an opportunity to speak.
I'm going to do that, but what I'm saying is, it's not going, I mean, it appears that there's not going to be a medical marijuana facility there. So if you want to comment, please come forward to the microphone. There's one. If you'll state your name, I'll pull your slip out so we have it for the record.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Edgardo Coronado. I'm a resident homeowner of the unincorporated area of Orchid, the great Santa Barbara County. Thank you for allowing me this time. First and foremost, I'm very glad that you've actually made the decision, and based on the litigation, the mitigations has been dropped. Nevertheless, as the Commissioner Valencia has stated, this issue will come back, perhaps in no better words, to haunt us. And I believe it's imperative that the County of Santa Barbara start making decisions about that. We homeowners, residents, veterans, and do forgive me for I have not been able to brief myself, but I just recently returned back home from my third deployment to Operation Iraqi Freedom. And there's no greater feeling than returning to great County of Santa Barbara. Now, there's a plethora of information out there, pros and cons, both in the medicinal perspective and how an individual may or may not be able to find pain relief. Fully understand that as a member of a family who suffers from various forms of cancer, my grandmother, my great-grandmother, and self, in the benign stages, which was removed many years ago. So I fully understand how someone can take the perspective of medicine. The great human element that we have in the United States of America pushes us into attempting to help people that are need medical relief in situations like this. However, as a member of the armed forces, been around the world in producing countries in great magnitude of things like marijuana, opium, and other items like this, I would suggest to the County of Santa Barbara start figuring out what it is they want to do. For us residents of the unincorporated area of Orchid, feel that too many times the Board of Supervisors and Planning and Development Commissions bypass our feelings. There's a fabric in the old town Orchid and Orchid. We're not a city, and because of that, many times our perspectives and our opinions are bypassed. So, but we are registered voters, we are homeowners, we are landlords, we're law-abiding citizens. This matter, as brought to us, could have affected and will still affect many children that are yet to be in our county. Ask counties like Humboldt County, and they will tell you. Cities like Arcata, et cetera, et cetera. There's too much plethora of information out there for me to focus back and forth. And I won't do such a thing and waste your precious time. So I thank you for that decision. I thank you for the information that's been brought forth. But we need to actually define on paper, not just talk about it. Talking is nice, but it needs to be put forth in what is your stand in this matter. For we the registered voter, will remember this. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dwayne Gortner. I'm a Vietnam veteran, served in 1969 over in the Mekong Delta. I've been a member of the American Legion for 37 years. I'm the commander of the Sons of the American Legion for the last 7 years. I'm the tour captain for the American Legion Riders. This is our uniform for the American Legion Riders. And I appreciate you coming to the agreement that you have, because there is an item which bothers me, and that is freedom assembly. But with the freedom assembly, you can have an issue which is guilt by association. With this facility, if it was to be established next door, and thanks to your abilities and what wisdom have decided not to, but any member who went into the post, any of the organizations which comes to our post, the kids, the children, the church across the street, the children and the elderly who lives in the trailer parks, as they walk by, people would know and see that this was a wellness dispensary, a marijuana dispensary, and by association, they would be saw and seen out at the grocery stores, the restaurants, the post office, anywhere they traveled, people would see them, recognize them. I'm not a petite man, and I'm not a user, but I believe that marijuana does have its medical purposes. But through this, strictly by association, there could be a stigmatism put on to the American Legion and the ladies and the men of the United States Armed Forces. They put their life on the line for our country, and same as I have and the other Legion members. And I feel that this would have been a great disregard of what we've done for our country through association. And I do believe, as the gentleman spoke before us, that the county needs to look forward. I believe that there is a purpose. I know there is a benefit to marijuana for cancer patients, for people with pain, eyesight problems. But I think that they need to look into perhaps having some kind of way of monitoring the prescriptions, by the way, through the state, the license, our driver's license, so that when something was to come up, someone that was pulled over, that they would know at the time that they was on prescription for marijuana, and then they could really truly investigate a incident, knowing that they could have been affected by it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Thank you.
Good morning, Chairman, Commissioners. My name's W. Smith. I was here last time. I gave you some input. I was hoping to see the Sheriff's Department here and hear what they were going to be giving you as far as their reply to your request for investigation. Since we don't have that, and we're talking about getting something standardized, let me give you a few pointers here, just for notes, for clarity. The situation here was a dispensary that it was going to deliver, that presents many, many problems. Problems were, who's it going to be affecting? The Sheriff's Department, Santa Maria PD, increased workload, okay? We're looking at the fact that there's a threat to the delivery person who's going to be carrying this. Are these people going to rob him, okay, with the commission of a weapon or whatever, take his product, or take the money? And if they've gone as far as to spot these people, who's doing the delivery and where they're going, they're also going to know who they're delivering to. Now you're looking at home break-ins, burglaries. So again, it's threat to life and limb. Where's it being stored? Who's working there? These gangs and these dealers are not dumb. So we need to make sure that who and who's going to be affected. How are they going to be affected? And start to think about the fact of, okay, now we're delivering. Who am I delivering to? Well, how about Orchid, Santa Maria, Lompoc, Solvang, Los Alamos, Buellton, Solvang, or San Ynez? Plus you can go across the county line and take it into St. Louis. Could be a big business. How are you going to regulate? How are you going to stop that? How are you going to protect the people that can be injured? Please put these things in the back of your mind and make note of them, because as said, this is going to be coming back. Be ready for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments? Maybe I should have just called them all up.
Good morning. My name is Mike Steens. I'm a member of the American Legion in Old Orchid. And I'd like to thank the owner of the business for not granting permission to have a marijuana pharmacy at her building. I'd also like to point out that Ventura County has no marijuana pharmacies in it, and San Luis Obispo County also does not allow any marijuana pharmacies in it. And most of the cities here in Santa Barbara County do not have marijuana pharmacies in them also. And there's good reasons why those counties and the cities here in the county, our county, do not allow that. And that's because it brings crime and other problems along with it. It may be a legal business to sell marijuana, but along with that comes other problems. And when this does come up again, I would like for the commissioners to keep that in mind, that it may be a legal business, but it also brings lots of problems to the county. And the citizens of Old Orchid do not want it in their town. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Seeing, Mr. Baird.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Gene Baird. I'm the commander of the American Legion in Orchid. I'm the one that filed the appeal for the dispensary. I would like to thank everybody for listening to our concerns as residents, members of Orchid. The appeal costs some money. I want to know that private parties, residents of Old Town Orchid for Preservation have helped support this. We have had donations from members and people in Orchid against the opening of this dispensary. Again, it is against the law in the state of California to sell marijuana. It was in the LA Times not very long ago. The district attorney down there, it's causing problems all over the state, not only crimes, but police problems and the effect of the communities that these dispensaries are in. As was stated in the last meeting, there are 5 schools within 2 miles of this dispensary where they want this dispensary. If it is legal to sell this in California, or if they want to sell it as a marijuana, as a medical facility, why don't they go to dispensaries like any other pharmacy and buy their marijuana? Apparently, the people that are needing it, if you want to call it that, are getting it somewhere now. There are 23, I think, dispensaries in Santa Barbara. That's an awful lot of sick people that really need marijuana. I so far haven't seen a lot of people here supporting this dispensary, except those that are financially going to gain from this dispensary. They're usually here. No one else. I am concerned. I live in Orchid. I have lived there for 40 years. My children were raised in Orchid. I walk them to May Grisham School and Orchid Junior High every day. There are a lot of people in Orchid. We have problems. We don't need more problems with the drug dispensary next door to anybody. If they want to go to a pharmacy and buy this like they do anywhere else, we have pharmacies, and that would be the place to get it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Bowman, Mr. Stewart, don't care to come forward? Or do? Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Fred Buman. My family has been in this area continuously since 1836. I'm part of the Foxen family. Personally, I am against the use of marijuana, even for medical reasons. If a person needs cannabis, then they should get it from a legal dispensary, a pharmacy, or from the doctor's office. I don't think there should be a store specially for marijuana anywhere in the country. So I don't know what can be done to prevent these stores from continuing or from opening new ones, but I wish that you ladies and gentlemen would consider the fact that it does create an awful lot of problems for the area where they are. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. That was our last speaker, so I will close it to public comment, bring it back to the commission. Comment, Mr. Cooney.
I was interested, Mr. Chair, in the reason why the county had jurisdiction over the original matter of the change of use. And if I understand Ms. Gerber's summary before, there were two bases. One, the interior improvements to the building, and two, the change in parking requirements if there was a change of use. Is that basically why there was a permit required in the first place, which could then be appealed?
Chairman Blau, Commissioner Cooney, the first is correct in that the interior alteration was part of what triggered the need for the permit. At the time we took the permit in, we were unclear as to the prior use, and we later discovered that it was retail. So it wasn't the change in parking requirement. There is actually no parking requirement for the Old Town Orchid pedestrian area, although that would normally be another trigger for a land use permit, that change of use.
I realize it's the exception that we received an appeal from this type of permit, but it just occurred to me that that the county is issuing permits for something that I wasn't really sure we had jurisdiction over. So it would probably be a long time before we get another interior alteration permit appeal, but at least I understand that's required.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Cooney, I think we'll be discussing, if the commission likes, this in more detail on the next item on your agenda.
Great. Any further comment from commissioners? Just one comment from me. I happen to agree with most of the speakers. I think where they should dispense this is at your local, Walgreens or whatever commercial pharmacy, because they do tracking and, prescriptions are monitored properly. So hopefully that's what they'll do in the future. Seeing no further lights, I'll ask for let's see, we have a motion to drop it already, right? So I think we just simply need to...
No, we don't have a motion, Mr. Chair.
I thought, okay, I'm sorry.
But I will make that motion.
To drop it from the agenda?
To drop
Great.
it from the agenda. And just slight comment, seems like we're spending more time concerned about cell sites where there isn't any proof of RF propagation affecting the thresholds of significance, and yet here we know the threshold of significance affecting the mindset of people. We're allowing that all over without any problem, like in Santa Barbara. It's just sad. And with that, Mr. Chair, I move that we drop this item.
Great. I'll go ahead and make the second. Any further discussion? Not seeing any lights. Come on, Mr. Villalobos, if you take the roll call.
Commissioner Cooney? Aye. Commissioner Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Brooks?
Aye.
Commissioner Valencia?
Aye.
Commissioner Blau?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Great, thank you. And we'll take a few minutes to set up for item number 2. The record, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The following is the hearing on the request of Shelley and Steve Lane to consider the appeal case number 09 APL 18, appeal filed on June 22, 2009 of the Director's decision to approve land use permit case number 09 LUP 154 and to accept the exemption pursuant to Section 15303C of the state guidelines for implementation of CEQA.
Thank you. Now I'll ask my fellow commissioners for ex partes and site visits. Commissioner Valencia.
Mr. Chair, I visited the site.
Commissioner Cooney,
I did as well.
Commissioner Brown,
And me too.
Commissioner Brooks.
I also visited the site.
Yeah, I did also, and I also had a short phone conversation more relative to procedure with the applicant's attorney. So, staff report, Ms. Gerber.
Thank you, Chairman Blau. Commissioners, this case is an appeal of the director's approval of a land use permit to allow a change of use in an existing commercial building from an office to a wine tasting room and gift shop. The proposed change of use would occur in this building at the northwest corner of Grand Avenue and Alamo Pintado Avenue in Los Olivos, and this slide just shows the exact location of the building. Can you all see the screen okay with the lights up? Okay. The parcel is zoned C2, retail commercial, and with the adoption of the St. Ynez Valley Community Plan, it adds the MU mixed-use zoning to this particular area. The building is surrounded, as you can see in this excerpt from the St. Ynez Valley Community Plan, by commercial uses, and residential zoning then surrounds the commercial core of the township. The subject parcel is marked, I don't know if you can see it, but it's right under the C2/MU. It's a little red bar right above the REC square, which is that little park at the corner. Planning and Development received the application for a land use permit to change the use of suites B and C of the building from a real estate office to a wine tasting room and gift shop in April of 2009. The proposed use would occur in a 1,511 square foot retail space shown here on the first floor at the left-hand side of the building. So you're looking at it kind of diagonally. And the retail space we're talking about is down the left-hand aisle of Alamo Pintado. The first floor right-hand side contains a wine tasting room, and the second floor is currently empty. And then, whoops, over here on the far, well, my pointer's not working, but on the far right-hand side, there we go. That's a little 900 square foot historic building that was moved to the site. At the same time, the bigger building was permitted, and it also contains a wine tasting room. The 4,651 square foot building received a land use permit in 1997, and a permit was also issued to relocate this 1,800 Ayers building to the northeast corner of the lot. Because the project is within a special problems area for wastewater disposal, the septic system was permitted separately through a conditional use permit and a mitigated negative declaration. The conditional use permit was later revised to allow the sale of food and/or beverages where no water would be used for preparation, and also to legalize a second wine tasting business. The CUP specified 11 parking spaces, which are located in the lot at the rear of the building. They're labeled parking. And again, because of its location in a special problems area, the proposed change of use, LUP, was reviewed by the Special Problems Subdivision Review Committee in May of 2009. The Building and Safety Division required that the public restrooms accessible from the building's exterior remain available to patrons during the tasting room hours of operation. And conditions were also placed on the project by the fire department. There were no changes to the septic system required by environmental health because the applicant was able to demonstrate that no increase in water use would be a result of the project. The land use permit was approved over the counter on June 10th, 2009, and appealed on June 22nd. The proposed use would not trigger any increased need for parking and does not require interior or exterior structural alterations. And the proposed project is exempt from environmental review under CEQA Guidelines Section 15303C, new construction or conversion of small structures. With regard to consistency with applicable comprehensive plan policies, Adequate services and resources such as water, sewer, and roads would continue to be available to serve the proposed use. And conditions were also added by fire and building and safety, and there are no changes proposed to the historic structure on the lot. I'm going to address the San Ynez Community Plan consistency on the next slide, so we're going to skip that bullet. And the project also meets the ordinance requirements for the C2 and MU zone districts, including those for parking, so it is consistent with the LUDC. As required in the C2 district, the proposed use would occur within a completely enclosed building, which is important to remember for later on. And the proposed project would not increase the floor area, change the structural footprint, or alter the building exterior in any way that would affect the structure's compliance with land use and development plan requirements. And the present use is consistent with all the others permitted in the C2 MU zone district. So with regard to the newly adopted San Ynez Valley Community Plan, as you're aware, there was a policy that is in that plan that says land use and zoning designations shall provide for reasonable use and development of property within given site constraints. That's policy LUG SYV-4. There's one action item for that policy, which reads as you see on the screen and directs the county to consider policies, standards, and requirements that address alcohol establishments. To date, no action has been taken on this item, and the specific land use that we're addressing today, this permit application continues to comply with the plan as a whole. So moving to the appeal portion, the appellants are primarily concerned with the negative effect of, quote, unregulated and increasing number of wine tasting rooms, end quote, on the community and the residents' quality of life. They do understand that, like the other approximately 22 tasting rooms in the commercial core of Los Alamos, this particular tasting room application does comply with all the applicable policies and regulations. However, their ultimate aim is to change the policy regarding wine tasting rooms in Los Olivos. They realize this is a lengthy process, and in the meantime, they have stated their intent in their application is to appeal each and every tasting room permit application. Their first two appeal issues address the effects on the community of public intoxication, including disturbance to the peace and the danger of drunk drivers. In response, planning and development doesn't regulate this particular issue, and this project does comply with the ordinance and policy requirements for this zone district. The third appeal issue is that the noise and fumes from the wine tasting tour buses are disruptive to the community. And again, the staff response is that this use is consistent with the current requirements and others in the district. The final and fourth appeal issue is the appellant's concern with the negative effect that too many tasting rooms in Los Olivos may have on children, both in terms of messages about alcohol consumption and in terms of the danger and discomfort to children who must walk by these establishments on their way home from school. In response, the use is required to occur entirely inside the building. The ordinance does not restrict this use in terms of distance from schools, and the project is again consistent with ordinance and policy requirements. So before I read the staff recommendations, I do want to point out that you received a memo this morning that makes two corrections to the staff report. One is changing the item A up on the screen of the staff recommendations, change the first word from adopt to make. And the second change is to the finding. That is finding 2.0, land use permit findings. There was an error in the section referenced in the LUDC. And also the finding itself was changed to reflect exact LUDC language. So with that, staff's recommendation is to make the required findings for approval, including CEQA findings, accept the notice of exemption, deny the appeal, and grant de novo approval to this land use permit 09 LUP 154. Thank you, and I'm done with this presentation. You can ask any questions you'd like at this time.
Thank you. Questions from commissioners? Commissioner Brown.
Thank you, Ms. Gerber. A question for you on the parking. There's also on-street parking, but the only parking that's considered is that which is in the rear. Is that correct?
Chairman Blau, Commissioner Brown, the parking requirement for this building is based on the number of gross square feet. And for retail use, we figure it at one space per 500 square feet. So when that building was constructed and during the environmental review process and the processing for the septic, they specified that the lot must contain at least 11 spaces, which it does. There is additional parking on the street, but the adequate parking is primarily provided by that rear lot.
Okay. The other consideration, which I don't think we've ever discussed in any hearing that I've been privy to, is that the attractions in this area, in Los Olivos, the wine tasting, bring buses. And so in the Land Use and Development Code, there's no consideration about parking for buses in any of the establishments there. This is just for automobiles.
Ms. Black.
Can you, yeah, it's the consideration about, because of this is a tourist area, one with a lot of interest, that when we base the parking requirements, it's on automobiles, it's not on any tour buses.
That's correct.
So you could have 100 tour buses a day there and coming to visit these establishments, yet there's no consideration for parking for the buses.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Brown, I think that's correct, and I think that's why one of the reasons that the Board of Supervisors included an action item in the San Ynez Community Plan to look at parking and circulation issues.
Thank you.
Mr. Cooney.
Just related to Commissioner Brown's comment, in researching recently the state regulations affecting air quality, I did notice there is new state law with regard to idling of diesel powered vehicles, including buses, that would limit to 5 minutes any idling. So this may be of use to the residents, and I'm certain the Sheriff's Department would enforce that, as well as the Highway Patrol, which frequents that area. So I think that is a concern for any neighborhood, and we'd want to be vigilant about the idling of buses, regardless of where they're parked.
All right, seeing no more further questions, we can now hear from the appellant, Mr. and Mrs. Lane, or their representative. Please come forward to the mic.
Chairman, Commissioners. My husband was unable to attend today because he had to work, so Winston Craven, a resident of Los Olivos, is here. Just get on this. First of all, I'd like to apologize to Mr. Wider and Mr. Gainey for the great inconvenience that this protest might have caused them. This was certainly not meant as a personal attack. It was the only avenue available to us to protest this extremely out-of-control situation. Understand that the current situation has been a greater inconvenience to the local residents. We have exhausted all other possibilities. Having started this process almost 5 years ago when Mr. Firestone was supervisor, we approached the VPAC without concern and no action was taken whatsoever. Since that time, we have circulated a petition and received over 200 signatures supporting the restriction of the tasting rooms. We have put together a survey that we distributed door to door and had sent in to Supervisor Farr's office, where the majority also agreed that there should be a restriction. And as the downtown residents of this rather small hamlet, we are feeling overrun with wine tasting rooms and would like some semblance of our town back. As Winston Craven will be pointing out shortly, on the main street of town, Grand Avenue, there's an overconcentration of alcohol-serving establishments. He has a map that I would like to put up on the screen, if that's possible. I don't think you have this in your packet because it was put together after that time. This is Grand. Okay. As you can see, it begins to look more like one continual bar mall rather than a balanced, diverse business district for the residents, including children, who live here. We have not the infrastructure to support neither the tasting rooms, overabundance, nor the overabundance of new buildings that have sprung up and are planned to spring up. Los Olivos is a special problems area. Everyone seems to forget that. I realize that the protest application was put through before the community plan was concluded, and I see that you've brought note to that, but it should be clear to many that there is a specific action item addressing this very problem of the adverse impacts of disproportionate concentrations of alcohol-serving businesses. Also, this project, in combination with all the other tasting rooms, does not minimize impacts to adjoining residences, and therefore is not consistent with the policy LUT-SYV3 of the San Ynez Valley Community Plan. If the county is aware of these issues, approving another land use change does not make sense until the matter is studied. What is so difficult for us to accept is the fact that alcohol is so carefully regulated in other situations. In fact, we have appealed the ABC previously many, many times and discovered that they have no control over the alcohol situation at all, unless it is a retail operation rather than a non-retail. And all of these O2 licenses are non-retail. The grounds for protest that the ABC provides for us do not apply to O2s. That doesn't make any sense. They're doing the same thing. It appears that a loophole has been discovered here, and the situation has gotten completely out of control. Our concept to place a limit on these establishments is not a new idea. In other parts of the country, towns have adopted ordinances requiring conditional use permits to meet the needs of both the given town residents and visitors. And here, I think I provided you with one from Healdsburg, and I don't know if you could add this into your pile there, but here's one from Agora Hills. And maybe you can put this up on the screen. It shows all the CUPs that were in place for all of the wine tastings. So this is not a new idea. Everyone else is doing this. I think we need to get on board to see the needs of the residents. That's okay. Okay, I also did notice the mention of Section 3524050 in the application was not included in the staff report. This section requires that all retail uses allowed by Table 214 shall occur within a completely enclosed building, as you just mentioned with this new project. As we all know, the wine tasting bidders do not comply with this section. Besides the now numerous outside venues, intoxicated individuals are seen on the streets often. we see them pouring bottles of wine and selling glasses of wine now. And we're confused about the licensing. Is that allowed? I speak to the ABC people, they say it's not allowed, but then they're doing it. Who's enforcing this? Otherwise, we do realize that the county is almost in compliance with the current laws granting this permit, but I'm wondering when the laws are going to change to serve the needs of the local residents and not just the special interest groups. Those who are claiming that there are not problems in downtown Los Olivos are motivated by financial gain. We locals want a balanced community and are just trying to protect our quality of life. The people who have these businesses are not living in the downtown area. They go home and they leave their mess with us. I don't know if you have this in the packet, which is an example of the petition. Is that in the packet? Do you all have a copy of that? And the survey? Okay, so you have that. And I have one more thing here. I've been working with the San Ynez Valley Coalition to promote drug-free youth. And they went around to all the businesses with a safe summer campaign, "We don't serve teens." And they asked the tasting rooms if they would place this in their windows. So obviously, people are aware of the effect that this has on children, and that is my biggest concern. The party atmosphere and how this mixed message. Now, I also spoke to the DA who came around the schools with the 15-minute program. I mean, I don't know if you're familiar with this program, but it is a radical program to wake up the youth as to the reality of driving and drinking. It's very dramatic. And my daughter was involved in that program, and this DA who started this program and goes around, she was a child when her parents were driving and her whole entire family was killed. So she's taken this on and become very active in this 15-minute program. So I just wanted to share that with you, that people are concerned about the effect on the youth. And let's see, I would like to ask one more thing, that I can respond to the speakers afterwards, so I can clarify and answer some questions that they might bring up. And I'd also suggest that when you speak to the Board of Supervisors, if you could please put this on the top of the list, because as this takes longer and longer, I think there was probably 10 or more tasting rooms that opened since we went to Mr. Firestone, 5 years ago. So the longer it takes to clarify, the more tasting rooms open and the less of a town we have left. So I now give the mic to Mr. Craven.
Actually, I think that's what's going to happen here is that as the appellant, you're going to speak first. I'm now going to ask the applicant to come up. We'll then take testimony from the public, then you'll have a chance to respond at the end, the rebuttal, okay?
Okay, but Mr. Craven can speak now, as my husband wasn't able to make it. Because he has to continue what I was talking about with the maps.
Okay,
He
I'll allow
won't be as
that.
long as I. And because I have letters too that residents, that's probably, you have some of them in your packet, but we've gotten more
We
resident.
have lots of letters.
Yeah, so you get the picture.
Got the picture.
People
Mr.
are
Reader,
concerned.
Mr. Weeder, go ahead. I'm sorry, excuse me. I'm sorry, Mr.
Winston Craven is my
Thank
name.
you. Okay.
I'm a resident of Los Olivos. I've been there for 23 years. I made this little map myself. You can't really see the colors, but the fact of the matter is that there's 28 businesses in Los Olivos within a block and a half that are all able to sell alcohol if you count the restaurants. And when I was walking downtown last night, there's another wine tasting room that's opened up in Parker's right here next to the...
You need to stay at the microphone, please. We'll give you a pointer if you need one. We record all this for the record, so that's why we need you at the microphone. Thank you.
What do I do?
Hit the little silver button.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
Yeah, right in there next to the post office, there's another little wine tasting room that's just opened up last night. But you can see along this side of the street, there's one there, Sarlus, there's 4 in that building, another one there, another one there. That's a business. That's a wine tasting, that's a wine tasting, that's a wine tasting, that's a wine tasting, that's a wine tasting. That's the building in question. Then you get down here, this is a restaurant that can sell wine. This is another restaurant that can sell wine. That's another wine tasting room. On the other side of the street, that's wine tasting. That's a business that can sell liquor. That's wine tasting, 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 that's wine tasting. That's wine tasting, and that's wine tasting, and that's selling wine. I mean, it's crazy. The place has become a party place. Basically, people don't just come here to taste wine anymore. They come here for the party. They drink in limousines while they're driving up to the place, and they get out and they drink some more, and then they get back in their limousines. You know, you can walk around and see in the patios people with open bottles of wine pouring for each other. I mean, it's not about wine tasting anymore. It really isn't. I mean, if you wanted to come up and taste a little bit of wine, that'd be one thing, but it's out of hand. And there seems to be no limit on it. I mean, you know, it's very disturbing to live in the town and to see how much it's changed in a very short period of time. There's like 25 individuals that own these businesses, and they're now allowed to take over and radically change the whole character of a town in which there's 1,000 individuals that live there. And a large number of these individuals are opposing these radical changes. These changes in the town businesses are really not about wine tasting. This has taken on a party atmosphere. People arrive in limousines, and a lot of them have already been drinking, and they drink some more in Los Olivos. I don't think anyone ever expected that wine tasting could get this out of control, but it has at these establishments, and they're closer to bars than wine tasting rooms, and something needs to be done about it. On a typical weekend afternoon, you can witness 15 to 20 people all jaywalking back and forth across the street, the main street of Los Olivos. The residents can hardly drive down the street or find a place to park. And these businesses, right, there's sidewalks all along here and here, but there are no sidewalks anyplace else. Right in that area right now, where people used to parallel park, they're now diagonal parking, which are pushing anybody that tries to walk through here out into the street where there's traffic running by, and the traffic is fast. And that's happened on this side of the street, and it goes down this way for several blocks. It's just, you know, it's not like it used to be at all, and it's getting worse all the time. It used to be just the weekends. It's now Fridays and Mondays it extends into. That's essentially what I want to say.
Thank you. Well, now, Commissioner Brooks.
Yes, thank you, Chair Blau. I don't know if this is the appropriate time to ask the question, but I'll put it out there, and I know it'll come up later as we hear from other speakers and the public, and, you know, we hear some rebuttal. You know, I'm looking at our land use code, and just looking at this particular mapping and I know that there's a letter and that will probably be referenced later in the hearing, and maybe staff can help me with this. You know, land use is supposed to promote the diversity of business serving a community. And how is that defined, or is there a definition to that? And perhaps staff or county council can help me on that. Is there something specific? If the code says that we're supposed to promote diversity of business, is there a mathematical ratio? How do we define that before we go into the rest of the conversation?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Brooks, we really don't define it. We do not look into a community and decide, well, there's already 4 bookstores, so we're not going to approve a 5th. We just simply can't do that. We apply the regulations of the zoning ordinance equally to each property, and if 5 restaurants or 5 bookstores or 5 wine tasting rooms want to locate on a particular block, all we can do is apply the regulations that are in the land use code.
Thank you. Well, now from the applicant or their agent.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, fellow commissioners. My name is Matt Allen. I'm an attorney with the good fortune to work and practice in Los Olivos. I'm here today on behalf of my client, Mr. Weeder, and his prospective tenants, Mr. Gainey and Mr. Parker. On June 10th, the planners approved my client's land use application, and since that time, for a wine tasting room. And as I've heard today and heard in the past, no one seems to dispute that the zoning for my client's building allows for this wine tasting room. It's C2 mixed use, and there doesn't seem to be any dispute that it's an allowed use and that the application is appropriate and has all the relevant requirements met within the application. Since the time of the appeal, this local group, represented by Ms. Lane, has asked for, from this specific body, and received a response, which was the addition of an action item to the San Ynez Valley Plan. And on June 29th, you all put in what's called guidance for future wine tasting rooms into the Valley Plan. That process is going forward, and I believe in February the planners are prepared to come back to the Planning Commission and the supervisors with a status report and a way to move forward on that issue and analyze the claims being made here today so that we have some facts to support what they're claiming. I live in the town. I have 3 children that go to the school. I'm not aware of the issues they're talking about. I've only lived there for 4 years, so maybe I haven't seen it. Maybe it all occurred a long time ago. What do we have here? We have what I consider this process being hijacked. They'd like you to change the zoning ordinance. They know that the appropriate way to do that is what they did. They went through the Valley Plan. They had an action item entered, and that's moving forward. There isn't a procedure in this process to change zoning ordinances, which is what most of the letters and most of the requests to you all have been. So from our perspective, this is being done with severe detriment to my client, who's had to wait for months and months and months to put a tenant in his building. It's being done with severe detriment to the county planning staff, who have had to prepare for this hearing. It's being done with detriment to you all, who will have to sit through this when the appellants know this isn't the proper procedure or the proper avenue for their claims and requests. With that, I'm going to allow Shelley Ingram to talk to you about the actual requirements of what we are here about, which is a land use plan.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I'm Shelley Ingram. I'm with M&S Engineers. I served as the agent for Mr. Weeder's project. And I would like to say that I agree with the staff presentation. The project does meet all the zoning requirements. And I would also like to mention that in the time since this appeal, that another tasting room, virtually an identical project and about 100 yards down the street, was approved and issued without any appeal at all. So I just want to make sure that you're aware of that. And if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Thank you.
I think Mr. Weeder would like to speak.
Good day, Commissioners. As Matt has indicated, I have filed for a land use plan amendment on April 17th, and it was approved on June 10th, and I've been waiting, and it's now almost November. And obviously that has an economic effect on me because I have a vacant space there and no tenant. The potential tenant is Gainey Wines, I think, which is one of the outstanding wineries in Santa Barbara. Mr. Gainey's here today, and also there'll be a area where olive oil that's made by relatives of his will be sold. The appellant has indicated that she would challenge each and every potential new wine tasting establishment. As indicated by Mr. Allen, she did not challenge the one that was recently approved on July 30th. And as far as I know, there were others that had been approved previously that were not challenged. I've been the only one that has the pleasure of being challenged. The appellant stated that there will be more appeals until the ordinance to protect wine tasting abuses is resolved. But she also stated that a sensible wine tasting is preferred. And I believe in that idea of the sensible wine tasting. And the wine tasting rooms that I have, and I'm sure the one that Mr. Gainey will put in, will obey whatever laws there are on, and procedures concerning drinking or tasting wine within the tasting room. In fact, many of the employees follow a program that the sheriff has set up on alcohol usage, and once they have completed that course, they receive permits, and they deal with that in the wine tasting room in respect to there's no tasting for underage, there's no tasting if somebody is inebriated. And the tasting rooms that I have designated driver programs and taxi service, and that's pretty much a requirement that I would want from all of my tenants. There is, I have to tell you, I don't see a similarity between the word alcohol and liquor and wine tasting in a wine tasting room. The reason there's a wine tasting room is that many of the vineyards and wineries have no facility to both make wine and have people come and buy at the winery. A lot of wine is made in Santa Maria at two major wine crush units here in the industrial part of town. I'm sure you know where they are, and there's one in Lompoc. So many of the wineries need places like Los Olivos, and they're in Santa Barbara, they're in Lompoc, and they're in Santa Maria, where they can have their merchandise, their wines, tried out by people in very small quantities. If you've been in a wine tasting room, 1 ounce, that's all, 1 ounce. You can try 6 different wines, varieties, 6 ounces, $12. When you're done, you can apply the $12 to purchase wine to take home. And I fervently believe that the similarity between wine and liquor is just totally there's no similarity, other than the fact that wine has about 12 to 14% alcohol, and liquor has anywhere from 50, 60% or higher. That's what a good part of Santa Barbara agriculture is about wine, and it gives these people an opportunity to display their wine. We have wine tasting events all over the county. Now is crush season. As far as the hours that the wine tasting rooms are open, they're open from 11 to 5. That is not when children are going to school. It may be when they're coming home. And the majority of the visitors who come, and a lot of them are tourists, come on the weekends. They come on Saturday and Sunday, and that's when they come and visit Los Olivos. As far as people being inebriated and doing certain things, our bathrooms are available to them if they need it, and I have parking on the site. I can't talk about the ordinances and the laws because I'm not that familiar. I know you've gotten reports on crime as reported by the sheriff, and I think you know the businesses there. There are restaurants there, there are hotels there. They serve wine. That's in the count that you received, I'm sure. And there are going to be more hotels there if the Maddie's Tavern is developed. But there's also other kinds of stores. There's art galleries, there's an art museum, there's 2 hotels, there's clothing stores, and it just goes on. And one individual, an agricultural farmer who also makes wine, is proposing to build what's called a Stagecoach Center there, which will have more retail, and it won't be wine, it will be all types of items. That's really the most that I have to say, other than wine is a major driver of the economy in Santa Barbara County. I had figured or had seen numbers with 100 wineries and $204 million worth of revenue. And it's necessary for many of these people to have a place to show their merchandise. That's really it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I do have several speaker slips here. Lowell Lash.
Chair Blow, I'd like to ask, could I ask a question?
Commissioner Brooks.
Could I have, is it Mr. Allen, could you just step up? Early in your presentation, you mentioned something with planners getting together about an ordinance. Could you repeat that again? Because I don't have that information, and
Oh, I think it was the Planning Commission that heard Ms. Lane and her other cohorts that acted, and on June 29th, you added to the San Ynez Valley Plan Attachment C, ER
Right.
Revision 1, the guidance for future wine tasting.
okay.
I think, excuse me if I may,
Commissioner Brooks, Commissioner Brown.
you mentioned something about February, some planners are bringing
Oh,
forth. I
that's
think-
just my understanding from Mr. Johnson.
Oh, okay, that's,
Who-
is that what you're referring to?
Yes, because I was
Okay.
unaware of that, and could you
it's
just
from-
clarify that for
I'd be
me?
happy to, and this is just simply from talking to Derek Johnson, who said that he is preparing to come back to either the Planning Commission or the board with the list of all the action items that were put into the Valley Plan and have a presentation as to what the next steps will be now that they have these action items in hand.
Okay, thank you, that
And I
clarifies it for
apologize.
me,
I was-
thank you.
I wasn't clear because it's still, I don't think, very clear for Mr. Johnson, and I don't know that it's been put on a schedule yet at this point.
Thank you. Lowell Lash?
Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Lowell Lash, and I'm a member of the Central Board of Architecture Review. I'm here today as a private citizen, resident of the San Ynez Valley for almost 25 years, and a business and property owner in Los Olivos. I fully support the decision of the Planning and Development and staff to issue the land use permit for the wider project. I'm tired of the false and deceptive depiction of our town as resembling New Orleans. This couldn't be further from the truth. There are always a few people who dislike some things, and there are a few people who dislike everything. But the majority of our community consists of positive people. There's ranchers, farmers, equestrians, orchards and vineyards, and hardworking families. Our town has over 130 businesses, of which approximately 22 are wine tasting. That's only 17%. These are family-run businesses, not big corporations. We need visitors to our town in order to support all of the businesses. A limit on wine tasting will hurt every other business in town, many of which in these difficult economic times are on the edge of failure. We need to see the broader picture here. In fact, the wider permit is one more tasting room. However, there are 2 other tasting rooms leaving Los Olivos. There's a new women's apparel shop opening in town and a new women's accessory shop opening in town. I'm asking you not make a decision based on a very vocal minority. Your commission approves items on a majority vote. Please vote with the majority of how Los Olivos really feels. My point is, let free enterprise and economies work without further restrictions and further hardships on businesses and property owners. I support the Wilder land use permit. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jim Fialek? Fialek?
You know what? Either way.
Okay. I make
No,
this
no, no.
I make this announcement often.
Jim-
My last name gets mispronounced all the time, so when I do it to somebody else, I'm not
Jim-
embarrassed by it.
You're using my time. Mr. Chair.
Doesn't start till I get finished. Go ahead.
What's your middle name?
Dean.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, my name is Jim Fialek. I am here today as an individual, and my good friend Bob Field and I share a lot. Neither of us are residents of Los Olivos. However, we are residents of the San Ynez Valley. I've lived in Santa Barbara County 40 years. I have worked and lived in the San Ynez Valley for over 30 years. My child went to Los Olivos school, went to preschool. I worked in Los Olivos for over 15 years. I knew Mike the postman. He brought me my mail. For those of you who know anything about Los Olivos, that's quite something if you knew that Mike would come out and bring the mail to me. However, something that hasn't been brought up are the 2 town meetings that we had at the Grange, of which I am on the executive committee, San Ynez Valley Grange number 644, located in Los Olivos. I'm on the executive committee of Los Olivos. I have an intimate association with the town of Los Olivos. I am also the MC for the Christmas tree, i.e. the flagpole lighting ceremony in town. The which? No, actually, no, because I'm too busy putting the little princess and princes lighting the trees. No cookies. So, and you know, Joe, with my weight, so the 2 town hall meetings that were located in the Grange, quite different. One in August of 2008, where there was quite an angry sense about the town of Los Olivos. The you see in the letters written to you about the complaint. Sandra Brown of the Sheriff's Department, Doreen Farr, who was not yet supervisor, was there. She said, "Look, your complaints, these are anecdotal. You need to call these in. We have no reports of these." Marty Maples, lieutenant of the commander of the Buellton CHP, was there. You need to complaint, and we need to keep a record of these. There was a foot patrol in Los Olivos, started after that with the Sheriff's Department and the CHP. That yielded no complaints, no observations on their part. Since then, I don't know how many phone calls have been, but there's no trail of complaints that would even come close to matching the letters that see in there of the complaints that you see. I am in Los Olivos quite often. To also quote my friend, Mr. Field, I see a very tough precedent here. Also, they're looking for you to change an ordinance. I am not sure that is the job of the Planning Commission to change the ordinance. I think you are looking solely at this, at the change for this use, the use of this site, and not to change the ordinance for the town. The precedent here for you to decide what types of businesses are allowed in a given area is very dangerous. If we have a group of people who decides they don't like one sort of business, I think it's very dangerous. Judith Hale, I see that. Judith Hale, 2 years ago said, "This is great. We used to all be art galleries. I don't recognize any of you at this meeting. You don't shop in my gallery. Do you shop in Aspen, Sun Valley? Where are you? You're not buying your art here. All of you who want the local business, you're not buying here, but the people who are coming here, the tourists are. So where is the trade-off there?" I think Mr. Lesh just put it there purposely. I mean, not purposely, but the priority there was very well put, in that the people who are spending the money are providing for the town. It's one thing for you to decide what types of business can go into a certain spot and who gets that, but it's not up to us to decide what types of businesses are allowed in any given community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Hertel.
Good morning. My name is Mark Hertel. I'm a lifelong resident of Los Olivos. I'm also president of Los Olivos Business Organization. And I'm a resident of Los Olivos before anything else. I love Los Olivos more than anywhere in the country. Just ask my wife, who I brought in from San Jose. She's learning to love it just as much as I do. So Los Olivos Business Organization, just a little information. We were founded in 1978. We're a group of residents and business owners that help promote the town, maintain the town, and sponsor local events in Los Olivos. We take care of the flagpole, we pay for the porta potties, street sweeping, and so on and so on. So Los Olivos is home to 130 businesses. We have a diverse mix. We have 5 restaurants, a hotel, 22 wine tasting, 5 galleries, pet shop or pet grooming, lawyers, on and on and on. A lot of businesses. I can literally get almost everything I need personally in Los Olivos. Our board became aware of the opposition and appeals to the land use permit in the wine tasting establishments in Los Olivos. We were concerned when we read their statement that it compared Los Olivos to New Orleans, and they said that they were going to appeal every new tasting room until the county has basically a moratorium to prevent any new wine tasting. So our board was very concerned. We invited the appellant, Shelley and Winston, and to a meeting, and we were surprised when Gail Marshall showed up, member of the Valley Alliance, to be part of that meeting as well. I later found out she was trying to get a moratorium in 2000 on wine tasting in Los Olivos in the Valley. So their concerns were that there's not enough diversity in business, their parking shortage, public intoxication, too many people in town, it's not a family town, and that the weekends were the problem, but they're getting longer. The survey they mentioned, none of our board members were given that survey to take as residents. I've asked many of my friends that live in town, none of them took the survey either. So I don't know what the sample was on the survey, but I don't think it was an even representation of Los Olivos. We do agree, past 5 years, our little town has been discovered. There's a movie, and there are a lot more people in town on the weekends. And I think a lot of probably the public concern for people that have lived there more than 5 years is that there are more people in town, and it has the impression of it's a much busier town. But for those businesses that live in or that reside in Los Olivos, those are the people that are keeping them open. Those are the people that are keeping the buildings occupied. And there is a vacancy rate of about 30% in Los Olivos right now in the commercial. So we did some research. We talked to the CHP and the sheriff. CHP said very few of the DUIs are actually from wine tasting. Most of them are restaurants, other large entities in the valley. The sheriff, I spoke with him twice. He said there's very few problems in Los Olivos before wine tasting. There's very few problems now. There's no issues that require special concern on the sheriff. And that was the result of a foot patrol, a 3-week foot patrol that they did because of this issue. We also talked about wine tasting establishments. They don't want intoxicated visitors. A lot of them turn away parties of 6 or more because they do not want those people in their wine tasting. They don't buy wine, and so they're not good for business. We met with Doreen Farr, a group of building owners. We met with Doreen Farr. She said that there's basically a perception in Los Olivos that's a problem. There's a perception problem, and that the county was looking into dealing with alcohol consumption in Los Olivos and Isla Vista. We looked at parking. There's abundant parking in Los Olivos. In fact, we opened up extra parking on an unimproved alley, so I have no problem ever finding parking in Los Olivos. Wine industry, our position, it's been an important part of our economy for over 30 years. The other businesses rely on those wine tasting shops to bring people in to support the restaurants, the galleries, and so on. We feel that a relatively few isolated incidents over the past 5 years, these people have become urban legends. A few people, the stories keep getting told over and over and over. That's where the problem is, and it has calmed down after the time has gone past since that movie. So we think it's returned back to more normalcy. We feel that additional government regulation would infringe on private property rights. There'd be a lot of unintended consequences of a zoning moratorium. If one building owner can rent to a wine tasting, the guy next door can't. We think there's a lot of unintended consequences there. And we feel that the free market is already starting to regulate this. A couple of businesses are probably going out of business, and it's only going to improve the quality. Gainey, who's trying to go in, they've been in our valley for over 30 years. They're the utmost quality, so we think that this will keep improving the quality. As far as a family town, I have a 16-month-old daughter. We have, among our friends, we have about 10 children under age of 4. Most of them are babies. We spend all our time on the weekends in Los Olivos. It is a family town. It is not like New Orleans. We had a town hall meeting, which I brought tapes for you guys if anybody would like to see the town hall meeting. We had 150 residents. Out of about 10 to 15 speakers, only one older gentleman spoke against the tasting rooms. Everybody else had issues like speeding by commuters on the morning, driving to work, leaf blowers too early in the morning, and people wanted stop signs on 154 to slow traffic and make it safer for people crossing the road. Members of the opposition group I saw leaving that meeting before public comment, so they didn't get a chance to actually hear what people had to say. So luckily for Los Olivos, I think the perception here that Doreen was talking about is not the reality. The perception is being driven to support an agenda to get a moratorium, and that's my opinion. I ask that you deny this appeal, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. That's my last speaker slip I have. So now it's appropriate for the appellant to provide a rebuttal.
If I took good enough notes here. Okay, all of these people that have gotten up to speak have financial interest. That is what they're concerned about. They're not residents in the 2-4 block zone of downtown Los Olivos. I don't believe any of them live downtown. They go home to their ranch outside of the town, and they don't have to deal with what is left. And they don't see what's left. There's no benefit for the local people to make up these stories about people throwing up in their bushes or limos parked in front of their house or circling around the street. Why would we do that? We don't want all the wine tastings to go away. My family and I first moved to Los Olivos almost 20 years ago, and there was just a few little wine tastings. We enjoyed them, we love them, we respect them. But there's just too many of them. You don't need to have that many. You're still going to get the same amount of tourists coming through. They're not going to stop coming because there's 5 or 10 tasting rooms rather than 25, that has no impact. We have accepted the fact that there is going to be more traffic and more people coming through the town. That's progress, that's life. But what all these people are forgetting, they're talking about free enterprise and us ruining the town. We're talking about alcohol. This is not something that I created, and the 30-some-odd people who signed that petition and the over 200 people who signed the other petition. This is alcohol that is regulated, and this is a loophole that needs to be addressed. And the legislation, I want to read this to you. The wine phenomenon has preceded any legislation regulating it and has therefore taken off like wildfire, impacting multitudes of small towns everywhere. This is at the expense of the residents. And it's not about how many DUIs have been given out, because the police are not always there at the right time. And people just don't call in all the time. They just don't do it, just like they're not coming to these meetings. They're sending me to represent them. And we've told them to call, so more people are calling, and it is a little bit better now than it was after Sideways. But if they're talking about free enterprise, what about adult bookstores? How would they feel about those sort of businesses going in? And the reason why there's so many vacancies is because they built too many buildings. It's a small town, 1,000 residents. Why do you need so many more buildings? What was their plan? I think they had a plan. I think they thought of turning this into a wine town. But we live there, and we don't want it to be that. We want it to be a reasonable place. And as far as the parking, it's interesting that they think that there's no parking problem because they've handed out the Polo Group or the Lobo, I'm not sure, I think they're one and the same, have handed out these signs to the locals, parking for residents only. So apparently they do agree that there is a parking problem. There isn't parking for, now that they're directing the people to this other lot behind the main street, maybe some of the people are parking there, but they're parking in front of the residents' homes, and that is a nuisance. And one other thing that I don't think Mr. Weeder is aware of is that they are pouring more than 1 ounce of wine. They are pouring glasses of wine, they are selling glasses, they're selling bottles of wine. We've seen it, we have pictures of it if you'd like to see those. And 1 ounce of wine, even if they were selling 1 ounce of wine, if you multiply that times 10 tastes, you're going into 2 glasses of wine. And I don't drive very well when I've had 2 glasses of wine, and I'm sure they're having a lot more than that if they're going to more than 1 wine tasting. The locals need to come downtown to get their mail because we don't have it delivered to our homes. And sometimes, very often, even the lot behind the post office is filled with tourist drivers. And one thing that Mr. Fialik didn't mention, again, I'm showing another interest besides the residents, is that he is involved, maybe even the president of the Vintners Association. And people who don't live within the town have a whole different perception of what goes on there. And many of the people who do live within the town have gone to the ABC and protested. And let's see, one other thing I wanted to say. The polo meeting was very interesting because they did meet with a few of us. And Gail Marshall was there because I wanted someone who knew the laws and knew what was going on, because some people tend to stretch things, so things can be seen the way they want them to be seen. They took the information that we gave them at that meeting and they made their slide presentation for their polo meeting, minimizing everything that we had to say. 200 people signed a petition, 30 people signing this, and made it sound like there's no problem at all. And I think that every person who was there who did have anything against them to say was intimidated and just either sat there quietly or left because they realized we have no problems here, it's all our imagination, we just live here. So I think you have the picture, and I appreciate all your time. And Joyce, thank you very much for all you put into it, and I guess you'll decide what happens here, but I hope that we can at least move into a reasonable direction with this. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Allen, it's your opportunity to rebut as well, if you care to. There's no requirement to, but...
Yeah. Mr. Reader would like to
Thank you.
make a comment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, a comment was made that the wine tasting rooms pour more than 1 ounce. People go out with glasses on the street and so forth. I have 4 wine tasting rooms. If any of them break the law, I'll cut their tenancy, because they have to follow the law, and that's what it's about. If she finds other places, she should do what I would do. She should come and talk to the tenant, and if the tenant's not responsible, talk to the landlord. If she would come to me as an individual resident of Los Olivos and tell me that one of my wine tasting rooms is breaking the law, I would do whatever I had to do to correct that situation. But I don't control all the wine tasting rooms. I just have those in my building. Thank you.
Thank you. Bring it back to the commission. Well, I think I'll close for public testimony and bring it back to the commission for questions and then deliberation. Commissioner Brooks, your questions.
Yes, thank you. This is a 3rd District item. And I feel like I'm in a continuation of the Santa Ynez Community Plan, because we tried, we listened to both sides on that particular issue. I don't know how long it went through between calls and letters. I'm trying to, today, looking at the land use issues, that'll be one thing. I was very interested to hear, the comment that Mr. Allen made about, the planners looking at it with the action items. And I've been in touch with Supervisor Farr, and I know she's very eager to get all the stakeholders together, to work on this, because it ultimately will come down to a board-initiated action. I'm sure today's testimony, again on both sides, will be relevant to anything that goes on with that. I had asked County Council, maybe before we, go into, the specifics about the land use, which I think are pretty direct, and we see the word consistent throughout. Is there any aspect of this that we are missing, or do you have any suggestions on some of the issues that are like beyond our purview here today? How this could be approached or not be approached? I'd like that advice, from County Council. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Brooks, the item that's before you is a land use permit. So your hearing today is to discuss whether or not this project complies with, and whether you can make the findings for a land use permit for this project. Under the current land use and development code, wine tasting room is processed as general retail. So the land use permit and the findings are processed just as any other general retail project would be processed.
Commissioner Cooney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Van Malm, while you're up and ready to talk about this, as you well know, the cornerstone of our deliberation on land use matters is the Environmental Quality Act, and in every case we analyze the environmental impacts of projects, and in this case, as in many, there's a determination that there's an exemption that applies. And in looking closely at the analysis that Ms. Gerber put together for us with regard to the exemption, and I think this points out the benefit of analyzing the exceptions to the exemption, because Ms. Gerber in her exemption determination went through the various exceptions, and the one that I have a little trouble with, and maybe we should have some discussion about, is the cumulative impact, because it does seem to me that we have an unusual situation where with the proliferation of alcohol serving businesses in this concentrated area, there is some cumulative impact that we need to analyze. Even if we determine that there's a cumulative impact, it's only for the benefit of this commission and the board in determining whether or not to issue the permit. But I disagree with the conclusion that Ms. Gerber reached, which is that CEQA doesn't apply here to to the cumulative impacts because CEQA only addresses such things as biological resources, air quality, it goes on and on. But it seems to me the conclusion could be reached that CEQA impacts are being felt in terms of traffic and safety. We've had testimony today that that there are real issues there. So I at least feel in this matter and in others to come before us, assuming there are other appeals, we do need to take a close look at the cumulative impacts on the environment, that is, this specific small area of Los Olivos, and have that information before us. I'm not saying that the conclusion would be we shouldn't issue the permits, but at least we'd have that information rather than stopping at the front door. So back to my question to you, have you had a chance to look at this exemption determination, and have you reached your conclusion that it's appropriate here?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Cooney, I did review this staff report, as I always do, and I did review this notice of exemption. But as with every CEQA determination, whether it's a notice of exemption or an environmental document, it's up to your commission to determine whether or not substantial evidence supports staff's recommendation. So if you believe that there's substantial evidence to support a fair argument that an exception would apply to this exemption, then it's within the commission's discretion to make that determination and then go forward.
Thank you.
Commissioner Valencia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, could you grant me opportunity to allow the Christmas tree chairman to speak for 1 minute? He was dying to tell us something in rebuttal. No, you have to be up here on the, wait till you get to the mic and just, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Valencia. I wanted to say, in response to Shelley's comment, that what I failed to tell you was not a failure to tell you, is that when I said my name is Jim Filik, I'm speaking as an individual, is that I do not speak for the Santa Barbara County Vintners Association. We have 120 members that all have separate opinions, and I am not here speaking for them, and I want to make that perfectly clear. I did not say that ahead of time so that you would think he's here for the Vintners Association and really speaking for them. I am not speaking for them. I'm speaking for myself. So do not infer from her comment that I am here for them, because I am not.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
Good clarification. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I just have one question. I'm concerned that it took 5 months from the time you made your approval as a staff before it comes to this commission. That does, I think, give people the opportunity to kind of abuse the system when the appeals maybe are without merit. Could you just comment on why it took 5 months to get here? Is that the best we can do, or is there some better procedure process we can get to?
Mr. Chair, no, it's not the best we can do, but it was the best we could do in this particular situation. As you might recall, around June 10th was the time when the department was making some pretty serious staffing decisions and presenting our budget to the Board of Supervisors, and I think that this appeal got caught up in those decisions. There was a time when Joyce was not going to be working in the North County, and so I think a number of her cases had actually been scheduled to be reassigned, and assignments were made back to her. So
okay.
It's not the best we could do.
Just a comment. Maybe we need to, I mean, I know we're constantly working on improving the processing, and I think this is one that needs to be somehow shortened up. 5 months is a long time. Okay, I'm not seeing any other lights on for questions. Commissioner Brown, I should know better.
Questions or comments?
I'm ready to go to deliberations and comments, I think, at this point, if you want to.
Well, then I'll let Commissioner Brooks, if she wants to introduce it, if we're going for comments, or I can launch right in.
I think we'll start with some comments. I'd like to hear, I have a few of my own, and I'd certainly like to hear from my fellow commissioners on this. I'm when I go to the staff report, and, again, the word consistent comes, out over and over again. But there's this whole other, human element to it, and this is why I did speak to Supervisor Farr several times, about this issue, and we spoke, about it during the Santa Ynez Community Plan process. I do have concerns about, I was kind of comparing Los Olivos, and certainly Vandenberg Village is not Los Olivos, it's a whole other thing, but I started counting how many alcohol establishments do we have in Vandenberg Village with 6,000 people, and we have 4. And we have a church, we have 4 churches too, so it kind of balances out. And then I'm thinking, okay, we have 1,000 people, and we're at a point now where we have 2021. But as I say, it's difficult for me. I do appreciate Commissioner Cooney, looking at the wording in the cumulative effects, because when we start talking about the buses and all the people that are coming in, for the wine tasting, that does add another element for it. Again, it's, as far as community plan, land use development code, I see that there is consistency there, so I would like to hear from my fellow commissioners at this point, and then I'll be ready to make a motion, unless I get some great brainstorm there.
Mr. Chair, I go to that area about, sometimes on the average of 4 to 5 times a month, so I go during the week, sometimes I go to eat lunch out there, I go with my friends, and sometimes on weekends my wife wants to go. There's a nursery she likes to go to there, and so we see that. And there is traffic, but we always find a parking spot, and my wife and I are slightly handicapped and we have difficulty walking. We always find a parking space within 5 or 6 spots. If we don't find the first time, we go around the block, kind of take a little tour, come back. It's usually a spot. We've never had difficulty. We've never, in all the years that I've been going there, and I've been going there over 20 years, or maybe 30 years, I've never parked in front of somebody's house. There's always been parking down there. True, many times, it's all the parking in front of the eating establishments is all taken, so you might have to park 10 paces over, but it's fine. In all this time, I have never seen any speeding. One, I see people courteous because people do jaywalk, like I do it myself, because it's a little country atmosphere type thing, and people are very courteous, and they stop for you and they wave you on. That's all right, they wave you on. And all this time, I've never seen people walking the streets with a glass of wine. I'm not saying it doesn't happen, maybe happens, but I've never seen that. We've been into all the galleries there, we've seen the change in artists and all. So I've been through like some of the people mentioned, I've been through the area over and over and over years, and I've never have seen a problem. As a matter of fact, when one of my grandkids graduated from college, we had the party there at one of the restaurants, and it was very nice, very reasonable. You think that these college kids would make a lot of noise? No, everybody behaved themselves. I was surprised. It's just, I don't see a problem, and I don't see us trying to make rules for a place that doesn't have any problems, or trying to be alarmed of something that there's nothing to be alarmed about. If you have a population of 1,000 and you have 130 businesses, there's something wrong with this picture. The 1,000 people are not going to be able to support those 130 businesses. Obviously, that community has tourists to come in and support it. That's what it depends on. And they're not just going to come in on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. They're going to come in every day and support it, because the art, the wine, the other things are on sale every day. And when you come in and move into a community like that, 1 block away from the main retail area, and expect somebody not to park in front of your house, you're asking for a lot. I wish they wouldn't park in front of your house, but you are asking for a lot. And I just don't see a major problem there. They're in wine country. Somebody said they should change it to thing from from Los Olivos to Las Uvas, because that means grapes. Well, it is grape country. You drive all through the countryside there, and you see all the beautiful vineyards, you know. That's going to be the history of that place, and there are a lot of projects that are coming up, like the Sarlos project, Maddie's Tavern, and so on. Some of it is going to clean up the area a little bit and provide better roads. Some of the back roads, one road off of the main street remains unpaved. There's unpaved areas, and it's unsafe to walk on there. It's going to make it a little better. So I don't see any major problems. I'm in support of the project.
Mr. Brown.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I do understand the appellant's and the community's concern about the impact of all these tasting rooms. I think it's unfortunate that our Land Use and Development Code is a one-size-fits-all document that applies to every single community within the county. There's no customizations. I see what they provided from Agoura Hills, that there is. It does appear that it tries to be more specific, and perhaps when the board takes a look at the document that's going to be coming, or the information that Mr. Mills indicated will be coming sometime in the new year, the board will make some decision about pursuing a study, perhaps, that will come to some conclusion similar to what Agoura Hills has done. However, until then, I support staff's recommendation, and although I'm a tourist up there as well, and I refuse to go on weekends. I simply don't go. I will go during the week where I can find parking, but on weekends you don't find parking, at least a few times that I've been, and it is rather crazy. And I don't go wine tasting there either. I'll go to individual wineries because I think it's a better ambience. I'm there to wine taste, not to go drinking, and that doesn't mean that people who go there aren't there to wine taste, but I'm a little surprised that Mr. Gainey and Mr. Parker are having tasting rooms there, because they have lovely wineries. They have beautiful wineries. They have the experience of going to those wineries is fabulous. So I guess it's kind of interesting to me that they feel that they need to have a tasting room in Los Olivos. I do think that that with so many tasting rooms that it's going to be self-selecting, that there will be, you can only go to so many tasting rooms. Having been on that circuit, 2 is probably the maximum. You can't go to 22, so that there will be some, and over a period of time, that will just simply go out of business, and hopefully some other businesses will come in to replace them, and then the community will self-regulate. We haven't seen that. It looks like it's very lopsided at the moment. And I think that's unfortunate, because it does change the character of the community for those who live there. I get that. And certainly parking in front of your house, this is a public street, and we have to accept that the public can park there, although I do understand that I don't like when people park in front of my house, but that's the way it is, and I have to accept that. So I do hear the community's concerns. I'm hopeful that when the board takes a look at all the action items in the community plan, that they will select the one that the Planning Commission recommended as an addition to that plan, which entailed wine tasting rooms, that they will select that and go forward with that in a study. And I don't think that it was even the Planning Commission's attempt to limit the tasting rooms. I think it was to look at the overall effect that they may have, and is there something better that they can do to help minimize the impacts of the tasting rooms. But anyway, that's a study yet to be determined and to be made. So with that, I'm in support of the staff's recommendation to deny the appeal.
Commissioner Cooney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I think we're at this particular point because there has been a buildup of the frustration on the part of the residents. We've heard very enlightening testimony today on all aspects of this issue, and I think, if we look closely at the action item we recommended and the Board of Supervisors adopted, that process is going to be similar on a larger scale to what we've heard today. They will hear, we perhaps will hear before them, all sides of the issue, and we'll be back at this point. So we have a choice today. We can either launch forward and indicate that we're not going to wait for comprehensive planning to make its recommendations and for the board to prioritize those from a financial standpoint. Or we can, and to do that, I think we would have to find, at least a majority of us would have to find that there's a fair argument that there is enough environmental impact here that a full study should be done. I have a problem with that because the burden in that case would fall heavily on one single applicant. Mr. Weider has already suffered significant delay, but his personal loss would be greatly magnified if he were forced to underwrite a full environmental impact report of the cumulative effects of his proposed use along with the existing wine tasting room. So I decline to put that burden on this applicant. I think we have to wait for the process. But I would comment, Commissioner Brooks, that I think Supervisor Farr's comments to you are really the appropriate ones, which is that the community needs to do as much as they can to come to a mutually acceptable conclusion. And I believe the direction to go is to regulate tightly the way these businesses conduct themselves. And Mr. Weider seems to be on board with that and may be an advocate for tight regulation of all the tasting rooms. I doubt if in this county we'll ever say to an applicant, you can't open a wine tasting room because there are too many. But what we can say is if you choose to do that, here are the rules you're going to have to follow, and we intend on enforcing those. So in this instance, I am going to vote in favor of the applicant, and I would vote to deny the appeal.
And for myself, I agree with my fellow commissioners that have spoken so far. When I first took a look at this package, it struck me that it was just the wrong procedure. I mean, I understand the problem. I think we recognized the problem when we did the community plan, and that's why there was an action item put in there to come back to us to talk about this specific issue. I'm a little concerned when I hear that there is wine being taken out of a tasting room and drunk outside. I think that's actually a violation of the ABC permit that you got, and if they were to see that and that were to happen, they would fine them and shut that particular tasting down. So maybe there needs to be a better enforcement of that, but of course, that's not for us, that's for the ABC, or maybe it is for us. Maybe that's something we incorporate when the action comes back before us, that it becomes part of the ordinance, and a violation could actually cause your CUP to be, or LUP to be revoked. So I understand there's this problem. I think we recognized it before. There was a plan to try and fix it, and it sounds like it's going to be before us maybe as soon as February. So I think that's the proper thing to do. So again, we'll support the staff's recommendation, and we'll vote to deny the appeal. Commissioner Brooks, are you ready to make your motion?
Yes, just prior to that, I think I appreciate your comments on the issue, and this idea of coming back to the process is going to be so important, and I believe that maybe today it's a step closer. I would hope, and I'm sure Supervisor Farr's office will, again, she's trying to get stakeholders together. We need to have a very balanced way. I'm glad that, the community had the public hearings, but I think, sitting down at a smaller table, might accomplish that. One of the suggestions was to make sure that the data is given. If there is any, if there's tighter regulation that needs to be done, if there's violations, these need to be reported. And I know in IV, they have looked and studied the issue of alcohol regulation and alcohol sales, and they have 2 years of data, and they are moving forward, with some a policy there, and that's probably what maybe, Los Olivos, if you have the, more specific data, that'll work, and getting the stakeholders together to make sure, what is the problem? Is it just, lack of enforcement, too many? That will be done, in a process, and again, as it comes back to us at a later date when we go to the, look at the action item, we'll have more information. Okay, with that being said, I'm ready to make the motion that we make the required findings for the approval of case 09 LUP 154, included in the attachment A of the staff report, which include the CEQA findings, that we accept the notice of exemption that was included in attachment B, and that we deny the appeal, thereby upholding the Planning and Department's approval and granting de novo the approval of the land use permit as included in attachment C.
I'll second that.
And so before we move on, does staff have any comment on the motion for any potential corrections?
Mr. Chair, just a clarification that the revised finding provided in the October 21st staff memo should be incorporated into the motion.
Does the motion holder agree?
I do.
Second holder?
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussions? Not seeing any. Call for the roll.
Commissioner Cooney?
Aye.
Commissioner Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Brooks?
Aye.
Commissioner Valencia?
Aye.
Commissioner Brown?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Thank you all. 3, is it going to be short, do you think, or should we? Okay, great. Let's go ahead and read item number 3 into the record, please. All right, time it gets ready and she'll get set up. Go ahead.
Mr. Chair. The following is the hearing on the request of Roger Hawkins, landlord owner, to consider case number 08 TPM 13 application filed on October 16, 2008, and to approve the negative declaration 09 NGD 13 pursuant to the state guidelines for CEQA.
Thank you, and I'll ask my fellow commissioners for ex parte and site visits. Commissioner Brown.
I made a site visit this morning.
Site visit, sir.
Commissioner Cooney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No communications. I did make a site visit, and we have in the past had other projects in this neighborhood, so I'm getting more familiar with it.
Thank you. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes, I did make a site visit this morning. Thank you.
And I did quite some time ago. I drove through that area. So, Ms. Carmichael, are you going to present this report for us this morning?
Yes.
Good morning. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the Commission. My name is Dana Carmichael, and this is the hearing for the Hawkins tentative parcel map. The project site is located west of Highway 101 and south of Clark Avenue in the Orchid planning area. The subject parcel is located within Key Site F as designated under the Orchid Community Plan. And in this aerial photo looking north, the project site is depicted in red, and Key Site F is outlined in black, and it encompasses approximately 160 acres. And Key Site 3 is located east of the Key Site F boundary, and it's outlined in blue. The project site is 10.30 acres in size, and it's currently zoned RR5 with a 5-acre minimum parcel size. This graphic shows the location of the existing development. The topography of the site ranges from relatively flat to slopes exceeding 30%. Plant communities on site include annual grassland, oak woodland, and moderately degraded riparian woodland. And there are no blue line creeks located on the subject parcel. Orchid Creek is located north, but it's off-site. Parcels located to the immediate north are zoned 1E1, to the east and south RR5, and to the west RR5 and PRD. The project parcel is located in the Orchid urban area, which is characterized by single-family residential development. The proposed project is a request to subdivide the 10.30 acre parcel into two parcels of 5.30 acres and 5 acres. Access to parcel 1 would continue to be provided by a private driveway accessed from Stillwell Road, and access to parcel 2 would be provided by a new driveway accessed from Chancellor Street. Sanitary services on parcel 1 would continue to be provided by an existing septic system, and then any future development on parcel 2 would be served by a new septic system. And water services would continue to be provided by an existing well on parcel 1, which serves the existing single-family dwelling, and the Golden State Water Company on parcel 2. Parcel 1 would contain the existing 3,183 square foot single-family dwelling and an 800 square foot barn, and there are temporary livestock pens which would be located on parcel 2. Okay, the tentative parcel map contains open space area designated by the Orchid Community Plan, as well as proposed development exclusionary areas. And the development exclusionary areas are shown as outlined in blue on this slide. And, oops. And these are areas of the parcel which contain slopes exceeding 20%. It's 20 to 30% in that area. Remaining areas of the parcel include oak and riparian woodland vegetation, which is shown in green and orange, as well as mapped significant vegetation, which is shown in purple. There's a purple line at the bottom left. Yes. Okay, so we've got significant vegetation, which is in purple, and the red line there is actually Orchid Community Plan open space boundary is in red. So there's purple mapped significant vegetation which correlates with that. The blue line here, which goes all the way around, is the building exclusionary or development exclusionary areas. And then the other areas here in green and in orange are oak woodland vegetation in green, and then riparian and oak woodland in orange. Hopefully that's clear. So to protect the oak and riparian woodland which is occurring on-site and located outside of the development exclusionary areas, a biological resources protection mitigation measure was added to the project, which requires the implementation of a tree protection and replacement plan. In addition, no ground disturbance, including grading for building, access ways, easements, subsurface grading, sewage disposal, or well placement can occur within 6 feet outside the driftline of any native tree. Any future development will be located outside of the open space and development exclusionary areas and may not be located within 6 feet of the driftline of any native tree. The project is located within the range, but outside of the migratory range, of a known pond of the California tiger salamander, a federally endangered species. An initial site assessment completed for the proposed project by Vince Simonson concluded a low likelihood of impacts resulting from the project. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service commented on the draft mitigated negative declaration, requesting that future development on proposed parcel 2 receive additional surveys. Staff has not proposed a project-specific condition requiring additional future surveys in recognition of existing administrative practice, which requires an initial field assessment for tiger salamanders to be completed prior to the approval of a land use permit for parcels that are located within tiger salamander range. This is a view of the project site from Stillwell Road. And a mitigated negative declaration was circulated for public review from August 27th to September 16th of 2009. Potentially significant but mitigable impacts were identified in the 8 categories that are listed. The mitigation measures required to reduce impacts to less than significant levels are included in the staff report under Attachment B, Conditions of Approval. The proposed project would be consistent with the comprehensive plan with the inclusion of project-specific conditions and standard conditions of approval included in Attachment B of the staff report. So in conclusion, staff recommends that the Planning Commission make the required findings specified in Attachment A and as revised in the memo to your commission dated October 21st, 2009, including CEQA findings, approve the mitigated negative declaration and adopt the mitigated monitoring program included in the conditions of approval, and approve the project subject to the conditions included in Attachment B. In addition, please note that we are recommending that finding 1.2 in Attachment A of the staff report be revised to refer to the substantial evidence being based on the whole record. That whole record was left out. So thank you. That concludes my presentation.
Questions of staff? Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Carmichael. I had called her when I saw the map because I had some concerns about the areas left out of the development exclusion, and I would like you just to go over some of this information. This is a slide that's about midway through. It's this one? Yes. That I have questions on? Okay. You had indicated that I believe it's the oak woodland, riparian oak woodland sort of in the middle, that's sort of that buff colored. There's my pointer here. Pointer. This area. Even though part of it is in the exclusion area, that there's some other conditions, there's another condition that applies to it in addition to the tree protection? Or did I misunderstand you?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Brown, the standard tree protection measure condition that's included in the staff report would apply to these areas because the area is comprised of oak woodland as well as riparian woodland in the same area. So basically, since there are oak trees within the riparian area, the whole area would be protected.
But is it not for the oak trees? It's almost specific to each oak. It doesn't really apply to, I'm not sure what's in a riparian and oak woodland, because the vegetation is different than if it's just an oak woodland, because that's probably just comprised of oak trees, and I see we have the county's biologist sitting over there, Miss Mooney, and so maybe she can help me through that. But that's my first question. So how you would protect a riparian and oak woodland, which the vegetation might be different than just oak trees. That's the first question. And the second question is, this area, if there's this lot split, that's the property line, how would somebody access this if in your exclusion, or if in your conditions you can't traverse this exclusion area? Because I think that's what you had indicated, that you can't do that. So how are you going to get here?
Chairman Blau and Commissioner Brown, in that exclusionary area, that is excluding, I believe, and I may ask Ms. Black to help me with this question.
Well, this is not an exclusion area, right?
No, that is not. So
right.
a road could potentially be, a road could potentially go through there.
Right, but you had indicated that no roads could be built through the exclusion area.
No roads can be built near any significant environmental resources, including oak trees. So within 6 feet outside of the drift line of any native oak, there can not be any ground disturbance, which would be a road. Now, the exclusionary area is mainly addressing structural development. So there could be a potential that an access road could go through to access that area in the back.
And that would be the only sort of development that would be allowed through this exclusionary?
That's correct.
Ms. Black looks like she's ready to provide additional information.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Brown, condition number 8 in attachment B, it's actually on B6, I think addresses the exclusion area, and condition number 3 on B2 addresses the tree protection. And I have a couple of comments about these conditions. I think they both might need a little bit of adjustment because the development exclusion area does not indicate what is excluded and what is allowed within it. Typically, we have development envelopes or development exclusion areas, and we're specific about what can or cannot occur in a particular area. It's my understanding that development exclusion areas to address development on slopes. We tend to include roads in that, in the policy considerations for development on slopes. But if there's no other way to access the property on an existing lot, we would allow people to develop a road. So I think in a situation where you're creating a map and you're designating exclusion areas, we should be specific about what we are and aren't going to allow and why those exclusion areas exist. So that's not provided in the condition. With respect to the biological resources conditions and the oak tree protection condition, I think you're right. I think that this condition only applies to oak trees, and so if we intend for it to apply to the riparian woodland, it should say that.
And are there additional conditions that apply to the riparian in addition to the oak?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Brown, I think we could incorporate the riparian woodland into the tree protection condition if we had a few minutes to look at that. If the intention, I mean, there's two different options. You either designate exclusion areas and you indicate what should be excluded from them and include the oak woodland and the riparian and oak woodland into the exclusion area, or you fine-tune the oak tree protection requirements and make that inclusive of protection of the riparian woodland.
I guess if the commission doesn't mind, I'd like to hear from Ms. Mooney on just, I looked at this and I didn't see the riparian, but maybe because it's down a slope and I didn't get out of my car and drove by it. Perhaps if Ms. Mooney be willing to discuss what the riparian woodland is vis-a-vis just an oak woodland and how some sort of protection might be for that specific area as well.
Good morning, Commissioner Chairman Blau, Commissioner Brown. I'm Melissa Mooney with the Planning and Development Department. I actually brought a zip drive with me that has some photographs of the drainage area, if that would be helpful. There's a file on there called the Hawkins Tentative Parcel Map. My involvement in this project has been to conduct a site visit. I worked with Dana to identify some of the biological resource issues on the site. I reviewed the tiger salamander report and agreed with the conclusions in that report also. While we're getting the photographs ready, the riparian woodland on site would probably be best characterized as a live oak riparian woodland. It's primarily coast live oak, dominated by coast live oak in the canopy. There are probably 3 or 4 arroyo willows also in the drainage, and that's why technically it's called, I go with the riparian designation because of the presence of the willows. But there's been a lot of, shall I say, animal usage of the property, and it's quite heavy in some places. This is a photograph of the drainage taken looking north from, there's a driveway entering onto the project site. This is from the driveway looking north, up the drainage. You can, Dana, I think if you could move through the rest of the photographs. Here's further south in the drainage, some of the oak trees. There's coyote brush also occurring in the drainage. You can see some of the disturbance. It's not fenced off from any animals, so there's been quite a bit of disturbance from the animals in the drainage area. Again, very little understory. This is it's sort of a dark slide, but heavy canopy from coast live oaks and very little understory in the drainage itself. No water was evident during the time of my site visit. This is a very, the drainage itself appears to just originate from seepage or something. It doesn't have a large watershed associated with it. And this is from the north. This is looking, I get my directions mixed up all the time. On the sort of moving through this photograph, you can see the oak canopy, and then towards me from that oak canopy. That oak canopy is primarily the drainage that you're looking at. There's a lot of coyote brush there in the foreground, which actually corresponds with that area that you were looking at. And then we get up into the coastal sage scrub. So this is essentially looking a bigger overview of the drainage area that is on site.
So would you, in order to sort of, I guess, look at this in a slightly different way, or as Ms. Black had indicated, to define what is excluded in the exclusion areas, biologically, it would appear that it would be okay to have a road go through the exclusion area, so that that portion on the eastern side, I guess, must be on the eastern side of the property, would be okay to build on. Well,
It is the western side of it.
Yeah, I get turned around.
The western side of the
I was
parcel.
doing this to the map. Am I east, west, north? Yeah. Well, on the right-hand side of this map.
It could be done, Commissioner Brown, it could be done in a way that impacts could be avoided. Certainly, the preference would be to develop in the lower portion of the site, but it probably could be done.
I'm just wondering if this wouldn't be something that staff needs to kind of massage somewhat more to be clearer, if that's...
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Brown, can we put this slide back up? I think that's a good suggestion, and we could certainly...
Come back after lunch.
But I want to make sure we have some understanding of what the commission would like before we go for lunch. So now I need a pointer. Thank you. So I just want to make sure that what I said before was clear and that Dana agrees, so that we're all kind of coming from the same place. So the exclusion area that's shown in blue is mainly addressing slopes. And this blue over here. The biological resources that are going to be protected through a plan, we will later name, will address the vegetation in this drainage and this vegetation up here. This is covered in an open space easement or some sort of an easement. So I think the question is, do we want to provide access to this area? And my answer would be, well, we could provide that, but it depends on whether or not the commission thinks it's appropriate to develop a road on slopes of over 20%. Now, since there are other areas available for development, the commission may say no. So that's really, I think, what we need to think about.
Commissioner Valencia has a
before we
comment,
go to
I
lunch.
think.
Mr. Chair, aren't those the questions that when land use permit would come in that would be gone in great depth? I mean, this is just a lot split.
Mr. Chair,
I
Commissioner-
mean, you're identifying the areas which are sensitive, and U.S. Fish and Wildlife would come in and still give comment and so on, but then they would come in for a land use permit and or development plan, whatever, and you'd go into great detail about all those things. And when I looked at this and I saw all the tests that it's gone through, 37 tests in the comprehensive plan, and it passed them all. I just went through, checked them again, and checked what are we doing here? Well, we're just splitting one lot into two parts, and one of them will be developed, and the other one will come back.
But aren't we adding exclusion areas as well?
Well, yeah, but the roads, you were talking about the roads, I just
Mr. Chair, I can tell you and the commission as a whole that this is going to be an issue later on if the commission doesn't address it right now. So if you include this as a potential building area, then I think you are implying that a road through this area is permittable. And that's simply all I'm asking for the commission to think about. Otherwise, we might want to just not include that as potential development area.
We're getting into the discussion way before, I think the applicant should have had a chance.
Sure.
According to our rules, we discuss, is there a problem with the document that was presented and things were presented, but we're getting into the body of the project and the applicant hasn't even had a chance to speak to us.
It seems to me I think what the staff is suggesting, the area in the blue is a no structure area.
Yes, but they're doing that way before, the applicant should get a chance to speak first and before we get into all of that.
Well, I kind of tend to agree. It's like, I can understand the no build in the biologically sensitive areas, but on the issues of slope, I'm going to agree with Commissioner Valencia that it's not appropriate. We don't have the drawings, enough information to make a determination that that's doable yet, do we?
Mr. Chair, with all due respect, you have to make that determination in order to approve this lot split, that there are developable areas on this site. Otherwise, we wouldn't be recommending that the commission approve a lot split.
And I understand that, but I think what we're saying is that we don't have to exclude areas other than the biologically sensitive ones. The rest of it could be built on based on the design that we see later.
No, Mr. Chair, actually, we would not approve development on over 20% slopes. We would not approve it.
But we can have that as the condition, and we don't have to worry about outlining on the map.
That's certainly at the discretion of the commission.
To me, that makes more sense. It's kind of like, I hate to put conditions in there that may not be appropriate. I don't think we've got I'm just guessing here, but do we have an accurate topo on this property, or is this one that's, well...
It was submitted by a surveyor, Mr. Chair,
okay,
so I would hope so.
We do have a topo, okay. I think you could just say we don't do it on slopes over 20%, and then we're not, it just makes it simpler to do. Would you agree?
Well, I guess the question that I have is that in order to get to this little parcel on the right of this area, I don't have a, right, that you have to traverse slopes of 20% to get there. Normally, the county would say no. We're not going to allow you to do that because that's in the regulations. So...
Was the regulation, just was question, is regulation no buildings on slopes of 20% or no...
Development.
Does development mean a roadway, a driveway?
Right.
Okay.
So, I just wonder if there's this sort of global understanding that then this little area on the right of that map you can't get there from here.
While that question is being looked up, I think we'll go ahead and provide an opportunity to hear from the applicant. Mr. Hawkins, are you going to speak this morning, or is someone? Yeah.
I'm a little hard of hearing.
Did you wish to address the commission?
Yes.
If you'll come to the microphone, we'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Actually, I didn't. Here we go. I didn't come prepared to address the commission because with my partner here who has handled the permit quite well, I really didn't think that I would have anything to address. I will say that we agreed to or not agreed, but we accepted the fact that the 20% slope for development was appropriate, and so therefore there's a lot of the part of the property, 20% the slope, is a lot of the property which is not suitable, and we agree with that without going through special conditions or permits in future development, which has to be approved. I would like to suggest that Sure I do. When we originally developed this property, and we apologize for the use of animals, but of course, we've had a tremendous number of animals out there for, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, I was just checking to see what's going on. When we originally occupied the property, we physically actually had a road that went up through there, right up through there. And that road was less than, the road going this way was actually less than 20%. So I accepted this area as being non-developable, but not based on a road. You understand? Now, I realize that the county may have different rules on it. Actually, the road, the climb of the road that feeds my property and all the other property up here, which is an easement, starts here and goes to almost twice as high to there. There is a road that goes to our property which exceeds that. We had a road that went onto this property before this one was developed. We had a road or a driveway. Poor people, we didn't develop it very well, which in turn did go all the way up that way. So it was never our intent when we accepted the exclusion or whatever you legally use to say that this is not suitable for a driveway. Personally, we hope that nobody develops there because it affects our house. We are always, but I don't believe the road is a problem. A driveway is a problem. In fact, the driveway would be of less of a problem to erosion or whatever you have than the road that we have, which we're developing. Other than that, I can answer any other question.
Well, Mr. Chair, I do have a question, Mr. Hawkins, and thank you for that information. You know, if I may say, if you don't want somebody to build a house in that area, why don't you just exclude the whole area and establish a building envelope to the left?
I have a tendency to feel if there's just my personal desires, because it's going to observe my view, which is really what we have, it's not a good reason to restrict other people. It's just my feeling. Same way, there was something else that went on the property. They wanted to make it a private property, big gates and stuff like that, and I said, no, I think it's morally improper to physically put restrictions on somebody just walking up an easement. So that's the reason we've done it. Do I want it? Would I like it? The answer is no. But do I feel once that property is bought, if it has a building possibility and the county will agree to the access, I don't really have a right. I think those people have a right to do whatever is appropriate for the good of the community, not for the good of Roger Hawkins and Bonnie Hawkins.
So if the county says you can't do a road on 20% slopes, which is through that little area, they won't be able to build a driveway. They'll have to just do it, you know.
They would have to discuss it with the county to find out if there was some way that it could be done.
Okay.
I don't say that it could be done. I'm saying that it is subject to the new owner, whoever they are.
Okay. And I just have one more question concerning the proposed addition of any other biological resource measure for the oak and riparian woodland. Would you have any problem with that? I'm not sure what the measure would be because we haven't crafted it, but would you have any problems with that, depending upon what it says?
I have reviewed the document as it presently exists,
Right.
and I understand what they're saying. I'm not quite sure I understand your direction or question. I'm not sure what the implication of that would be.
Well, we aren't either because we don't have anything in front of us, but I'm just wondering if we bring something back and perhaps Ms. Black could explain.
If I may, we have allowed, even though we don't meet, because of the animal situation, we probably don't meet some of the feelings, I don't like to have it made, but we have allowed native oaks to go, small native oaks all over. And even though Dana says they're not, these are all big oak trees and right in through here. There is nothing in this area that way. This is strictly grade, and I'm not sure that if you really did a slower job, we could find less than 20% right narrow up and through there.
Well, I think that it's the middle tan area where it's the oak, the riparian woodland.
This one?
Right.
That is the drainage
Drainage,
area, and
right.
it has a little bit of everything, oaks and everything.
And
The
willows,
prominent
right.
oaks are right here, right here, right here,
Right.
and right here. They're the beautiful oaks that
They're
nobody,
gorgeous oaks.
nobody better touch.
They better not, right?
No, I understand. And there are some others, little ones, growing, because
well, we appreciate
even though
that. That's
people
great.
don't feel the animals don't do anything, the horses haven't bothered them, and so we let the acorns take place.
Great, it's great.
So,
Okay, well, I
did
think,
I answer your question, or did I get superfluous?
well, I think what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and break for lunch and let staff maybe revise that condition for the riparian drainage Oakway. And if you'll just read that one change, make sure you're okay with it. I think you're going to be, but we'll just go ahead and break for a lunch break and come back and give the staff time to change that one condition a little bit, make sure you're okay with it, and then we can
Sure
conclude
thing.
the meeting.
I will gladly review it.
Okay, great. Okay, before we break for lunch, though, I will ask if there's anybody else that wishes to make public comment. I don't see we have any slips. So I think what we'll do is we will just trail this, break for lunch, and we'll come back at 1:15 and continue this. Thank you.
Let me find the slides here. Okay, I have a revision to condition number 8, and it's revised as follows. I'll just go ahead and read it in. Development exclusionary areas to protect slopes exceeding 20%, coastal scrub vegetation, and oak and riparian woodland, as shown on the tentative parcel map, shall be shown on the final parcel map. No structural development or ground disturbance shall be allowed in this area with the exception of a driveway and utilities. Driveways shall be constructed on slopes of less than 20%. And then plan requirements and timing. Prior to final map recordation, the final parcel map shall depict the development exclusionary areas as shown on the tentative parcel map. And for monitoring, planning and development shall review the final parcel map for compliance with this condition prior to issuing final map clearance.
Ms. Black.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to explain, since the applicant isn't here at the moment, the reason we allowed or provided language that allowed a driveway on less than 20% slopes is that the applicant explained that the exclusion area is probably a bit broader than it needed to be in terms of designating slopes of 20 to 30%. So the intent was to show that if they could find a location to put a driveway in to reach that, what appears to be somewhat inaccessible building area, then they could do that.
Okay, great.
Mr. Chair, I just have a question.
Mr. Brown.
So in order to build a driveway, if there were an area that slopes less than 20%, but it went in that middle area on the map, that's that tan-colored one, that tan-colored area where it's, I guess that's the oak, the middle portion. You had it. That middle portion, which I guess is the riparian oak woodland, if it couldn't therefore go within, it'd have to go outside of the drip line of the critical root zone.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Brown, that's a really good point. It's something I think we meant to address in the hastily drafted condition to allow that driveway. So our intention was that any driveway could go in the exclusion area designated just for slopes, and this is the new exclusion area proposed. You might want to outline it, Dana?
Thank you. So we have a new exclusionary area proposed on here. It's shown in black. So the line will basically extend up to here and connect, and so all of this will be exclusionary area. And then over on this side, the line will come around and connect up here, so all of this will be included.
Okay.
So the intention of the condition, and maybe we can think of a few more words to insert to make this clear, is that any driveway would have to be on slopes of less than 20% and outside of the vegetation areas.
Okay. Of the protected budget,
In the exclusion area.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I believe that is all the questions for commissioners. Commissioner Blanchard, this is a 4th district item.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, I'm ready to move forward on this item. As I indicated, it's, except for this minor change, I noticed that the fees, just to have this simple lot split, are in excess of $10,000, and it had a comprehensive test of 37 items, which it seemed to pass all those tests, and prior to a land use approval, whenever it comes through, Fish and Wildlife will have to conduct an assessment of the site. So with all that, it seems like everything is in order for me, and with that, I'm ready to make a motion, unless somebody else has some additional comments.
Well, I'd like to suggest you go ahead and make the motion, and then for some comments, we'll take them at that point.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. And with that, I move that we adopt the required findings for the project specified in attachment A of the staff report, including the CEQA findings, and we approve the negative declaration 09 NGD 0-13 included as attachment C of the staff report, and adopt the mitigation monitoring program contained conditions of approval, and approve the project subject to conditions included as attachment B, and the changes submitted by Ms. Carmichael and Ms. Mooney at this time.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. Commissioner Cooney has a comment or question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Before the lunch break, I indicated to Ms. Carmichael that I wanted to shore up the condition with respect to parcel 2 that Commissioner Valencia just made mention of with regard to the Fish and Wildlife Service, and have a condition that indicates that if there is this land use permit sought on parcel 2, that Fish and Wildlife would be notified. So maybe she could indicate, oh, there she has it, right.
I think there's something to that effect on page 3 at the bottom of issue summary.
Yeah, it was excluded from the conditions, and I just wanted to have
okay, just it was in the statement, but it's, okay, thank you, no problem.
So I assume that the motion and the second includes this additional condition of approval that we see upon the screen, and both indicate saying yes. Ms. Van Mullen, you have a comment.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to make sure that the first item of the motion, making the required findings, actually includes the additional findings that were provided today in the October 21st, 2009 memorandum from staff. These are the Chapter 21 findings, which go with the other findings that were provided in the attachment.
The maker of motion and the second have indicated they agree with that. So, that being said, I see no more lights on. Commissioner Brooks.
I just want to make a quick comment that I do appreciate the information that Ms. Carmichael provided me on a drift fence study. This is my first project with California tiger salamanders, and I was reading in the final ND on page 12, and it was, what is this drift fence? And thank you for that explanation, and I think that, my questions about that, some of my concerns, were answered, in our conversation yesterday. So thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further lights on, I think we're ready for the question.
Commissioner Cooney?
Aye.
Commissioner Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Brooks?
Aye.
Commissioner Valencia?
Aye.
Commissioner Blau?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hawkins.
Thank you, staff.
Okay, do we need a little time for item 4? Amy Weber? Okay, or I say, Ms. Rodriguez, do you want to read this item into the record?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The following is the hearing on the request of Jennifer Welch, agent for T. Lawrence and Ann Jett, owners, to consider the following. 08 DVP 33 application filed on November 17, 2008. 08 CUP 77 application filed on November 17, 2008. 09 CUP 12 application filed on February 23, 2009, and to accept the exemption pursuant to Section 15301 of the State Guidelines for Implementation of CEQA.
Thank you. And Ms. Weber, are you doing the staff report for us this morning? Great. This afternoon, I should say. This morning, yeah.
Good day, Chairman Blau and Commissioners. The case before you is a three-part request for the validation and approval of a development plan consisting for existing structures, a conditional use permit for a farm employee dwelling, and a conditional use permit for a detached residential second unit. The project site is designated as an inter-rural agricultural area and has remained so with the recently adopted Santa Ynez Valley Community Plan. The lot is approximately 56 acres and zoned Ag 120. It is located on Mora Avenue, 2 miles east of Highway 154 in Santa Ynez. The parcel does not front Highway 154 or other areas which would be subject to the recently adopted Santa Ynez Valley Community Plan design overlay standards. It is situated 3 miles north of the township of Santa Ynez. Here's an aerial view of the location of the structures on site. The development plan would allow for 28,631 square feet of existing development consisting of residential and agricultural structures. The infrastructure requesting to be validated is needed to support the property owner's intended personal use for raising horses. The conditional use portion of the project would convert the residents into uses allowed in the Ag 1 zones. The 08 conditional use permit would allow for an existing residence to be converted into a farm employee dwelling. The 09 conditional use permit would allow for the oldest residence to be used as a detached residential second unit. Review of the county's aerial database indicates that the majority of the accessory structures on site were constructed between 1956 and 1960. Each of these structures, as well as the oldest residence, are considered legal nonconforming. The covered round pen and horse arena were constructed after the adoption of land use regulations and would be validated as part of the development plan. The recently issued land use permit for the new residence was processed prior to today's Planning Commission decision of the development plan and conditional use permits. Typically, this would be an unusual processing order for the department. However, staff carefully researched and reviewed the land use permit project. We also took into consideration the applicant's desire to retain all existing structures on site. We concluded that approving the land use permit prior to the development plan and conditional use permits approval was appropriate. The applicants are aware that if today's project were denied, they would need to demolish several of the existing structures. They would need to demolish several of the existing structures. Here are some of the structures they originally proposed to be torn down. They're very teeny on the site plan, but you can see them there. Pictures of them. The project adheres to CEQA exemption 15301, existing facilities, and is consistent with all county-adopted applicable land use policies and codes. In conclusion, staff recommends that the Planning Commission make the required findings specified in Attachment A of the staff report, accept the CEQA exemptions specified in Attachment B, and approve the project subject to the recommended conditions of approval specified in Attachment C. Also, changes have been made to the regionally submitted staff report. I believe they have been distributed in the revisions memo. We are here to answer any questions you might have about the memo or the project. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Before I go to questions, I'll ask my fellow commissioners for site visits, ex parte communications. Commissioner Valencia.
Mr. Chair, I visited the site.
Commissioner Brooks.
Yes, this is in the 3rd District, and I visited the site on Monday. Thank you.
Commissioner Cooney.
I visited this morning, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
With that, we'll go to questions of staff from commissioners. Commissioner Brooks.
Yes, thank you. Perhaps staff can address, I was looking through the staff report and I noticed, what we're looking at here with this development plan, that originally that the applicant was going to go under the 20,000 square foot development. And at some point, he changed his mind and decided not to. Is it appropriate for me to ask, why?
Unfortunately, Chairman Blau, Commissioner Brooks, unfortunately, Mr. Jett is not here today. I think he received the letter. He really, him and his wife, after talking to me, just said they really liked all those structures, and he wished he could keep all of them. And he just really wanted his retirement home to be built and move forward with the process. And, 3/4 of the way through the project, we were still under the impression that these structures were going to be demolished. And then he just asked us if he could retain all structures on site and if there was a way to do that.
Okay, another question I had, I noticed with the BAR review that the home at that time, in the minutes, it was reflected about 8,000 square feet. And now what we're looking at, they have added another approximately 2,000 square feet to the new residence. Has that been considered in BAR?
Yes, the house that's being built today is approved as such. And I think 8,000 square feet was the actual residence and then the 2,000 square foot garage. Or approximately. So it totals out to be about around 10,000 square feet.
Okay, so when I'm thinking about this, I'm imagining that, well, to get under the 20,000 square feet, that the 8,000 square feet would have, maybe they were trying to get to that point, but then when they decided to go to the development plan, was that added at that time? No.
No. The house that's proposed today is what was looked at the LUP with the demolished proposed structures. So they didn't add anything off after we decided to accept the development plan application.
Commissioner Cooney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My concern with the order of things, even though it looks like you've analyzed the project as if it had been done in the correct order, that is, first the development plan and then the land use permit pursuant to that development plan, is that it appears, and correct me if I'm wrong about this, that you're using as baseline for environmental review the existing permits that were issued at the time that you considered the development plan. And so really part of the cart is in front of the horse in that respect, in that we're not analyzing the new large, single-family residence from a CEQA standpoint. Do you agree with that?
Chairman Blau, Commissioner Cooney, that is correct. Again, we did extensive research on the land use permit portion of the project for the residential new unit, and Mr. Jett was really wanting to keep all existing structures, and it was out of order.
Well, it's maybe for the future, but you see the problem it presents, because the whole purpose of requiring a development plan for a certain amount of development is that you can take into account the impact of the overall development of the property. And here, because most of these structures were in existence for a long time, and even the new house, which is under construction, was considered part of the development plan, it really minimizes the opportunity for environmental review. So I think we should make this exception very rare. Otherwise, it would be commonly used, I think, by applicants. That's a comment and wasn't really a question.
Okay. So I understand the applicant is not here to make a presentation. Is there a representative? We have a representative to make that. Please step forward.
Good afternoon. My name is Jennifer Welch. I work for Penfield and Smith, and I'm acting as agent for Mr. Jett. Unfortunately, Mr. Jett couldn't attend our hearing this afternoon. He's on a very overdue vacation with his wife. But he did provide a letter to the commission as to what attracted him to this property, as what his long-term plan is for the property. When Mr. Jett approached us to help him with his permitting, we gave him all of his options, and one of them was to demolish some structures to get below that 20,000 square foot threshold. But again, what appealed to this property to him is the fact that there were all these existing horse structures, and his long-term plan was to reintroduce horses to the property. So we advised him that the development plan process was the permit process to pursue. Fortunately, the land use permit was, making headway with planning, and if we had to wait for the land use permit to get approved with the development plan, obviously that would have postponed construction of the house, and Mr. Jett really wanted to get that started right away. We did go through a very extensive review on the land use permit to make sure all impacts were addressed in association with that construction. Tammy's done a great job with her PowerPoint in describing the project. I don't have anything more to add to that. She did we did speak this morning about the additional memorandum regarding the recently adopted Santa Ynez Community Plan and consistency with this project. And I've also spoken to Mr. Jett, and we're in agreement with all the conditions that have been assigned to the various applications. If you have any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now ask for anybody that wishes to speak on this from the public. We have no slips. That being the case, I'll close it to public hearing, bring it back to the commission. This is Third District. Mr. Brooks.
Yes, thank you, Chair Blau. I haven't sat in on something when I think things have gone backwards, and again, after going through the Santa Ynez Community Plan, and I know I'm always concerned now, are we setting a precedent? And when I went back over, the staff report to see what the original plan was, and that the fact that there was some possibility of demolishing some of these old structures. And I noticed when I took my site visit on Monday, I didn't have anybody with me. My cell phone had lost its juice, so I was just meandering about, and I did go up to the site of the home. It's going to be beautiful. But then I drove around into some of the other areas, and my thought was, some of this is really old, and I didn't see many horses on the property at that point. And then it took me back to the 20,000 square feet. It seemed like some of those structures, if they were demolished, it would get this project under the threshold of 20,000, even though the home itself is 10,000. that's what I'm noticing, and I don't know how to get there, but let me hear from my fellow commissioners on that, and there might be some other observations that I'm missing on that. But I would love to see this project below the 20,000 feet.
I'll speak, Commissioner Cooney.
Well, I think the problem with that, Commissioner Brooks, is then our application would go away because it wouldn't be a development plan anymore, and it would just be the permits that have already been issued. I have the same reaction to it, that we don't want this to be a precedent, hence my remarks earlier that we want to avoid this. I think if you look at the individual structures and the amount of development on the property, and if we had the proper order of things, this commission would be inclined to support the project. What we don't like is the process, at least what you and I don't like is the process that it's been followed. So if we look at the substance instead of the process, I think at least I'm okay with it. And if we were to require demolition, then I don't think we'd have the other conditions that do benefit the project to attach to this. So on balance, I favor staying with those other structures, and there's minimal agricultural use right now to support some of the findings, but it did look as though there was some hay production, and they could support large animals. So that's the reason I overcame my initial anxiety about the process.
Mr. Chair.
Ms. Black.
I just wanted to make a comment about the precedent-setting nature of this. I was probably as surprised as you were when you read the staff report and realized that the process had occurred in exactly the opposite order it was supposed to. And it's not the position of the department that this is the way that applications should be processed. So we will take some steps to make sure that we process in the correct order in the future.
And for myself, I agree with Commissioner Cooney. Even though it's backwards, if this project were to come to us in a forward fashion, I still would have approved it. So it's kind of like it doesn't make any difference. And if that's the, with that comment, I don't have a problem with that being a precedent. I mean, it's like, if I wouldn't have approved the project and it came backwards, then I wouldn't approve this, but it's not the case. So, yeah, Commissioner Valencia, you wish to speak up, or are we ready to go?
No, I'm ready to go, Mr. Chair. It's just, I think it's a housekeeping thing here. You know, basically, like I say, there isn't much to go on.
Yeah, I also kind of think it's like, not every property owner is as familiar with the process as they might be. They change their mind midstream. You know, it's not like they were trying to pull the wool over our eyes or do anything that's out of the ordinary. It's just, it's okay. So with that said, Commissioner Brooks, do you want to make your motion?
Yeah, there are no other comments then, or we'll have comments after the motion is made.
I don't see, do I need comments?
No,
I think we're ready to have you make the
Good.
motion and vote.
Okay. Okay, then I will make the motion that we adopt the required findings for the project in Attachment A, including the CEQA findings. We will accept the exemption included in Attachment B pursuant to CEQA 15301. We approve the development plan, 0833, subject to the conditions in Attachment C1. Get me on this one. Okay, we approve the conditional use permit for the farm employee dwelling, subject to the conditions in C2. That we approve the conditional use permit for the separate unit, and that was CUP-12, subject to conditions in C3. And I believe there were some other changes that were
I think you could just
made on this.
incorporate the changes in the October 21st memo. If you just include in your motion and the changes
Okay.
in the October 21st memo.
Thank you,
That
okay.
would
And
be
then the changes in the October 21st amendment that we have. That's my motion.
Okay, and I,
Second.
great. And I think what, just to make sure we got everything in there, you're making a motion based on the recommendations in the staff report 2.0 with the October 21st revisions. Is that what I heard? Great, thank you. So that's, any further discussion on the motion, Commissioner Cooney?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have one clarification in the staff report. It's on page C1-2, under development plan conditions, item number 2, expiration. The first line reads, approval of the final development plan shall expire 10 years. And I'm pretty sure it's 5 years, isn't it? So if we could make that correction. Otherwise, I think the applicant might have a good case for waiting longer.
Right, does the maker of the motion, the second holder, agree? They indicated yes? Great. Any further discussion? Mr. Cooney, your light's still on. Do you have more, or are we just, there we go? Okay. So, Ms. Rodriguez, I believe we're ready for the question.
Thank you. Commissioner Cooney?
Aye.
Commissioner Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Brooks?
Aye.
Commissioner Valencia?
Aye.
Commissioner Blau?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Thank you. And I believe we're ready for the item 5. Do we need time for staff setup on this? A couple minutes? Okay. We'll take a 5-minute break. Thank you.
Sierra Grande Development Company, landowner to consider the following. 08 TPM 10, TPM 14,748, application filed on May 12, 2008. 08 CUP 28, application filed on May 12, 2008. And to approve the negative declarations 09 NGD 11 pursuant to the state guidelines for implementation of CEQA.
Thank you, and I'll ask my commissioners for ex parte and site visits. Commissioner Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I visited a site coming in from 101, took a road, took one of the several roads, had to back up because my car couldn't make it over the hump, took another road, finally made it to parcel, the most western parcel, and then exited via the road going to 246. And then I spoke to Mr. Goldstein on some issues that I had also.
Commissioner Cooney.
I had no problem accessing the site, but I did go by and as far as the first set of greenhouses to the east. I visited the project.
Thank you. Commissioner Brooks.
Yes, thank you, Chair Blau. I did visit the property in September on the invitation of the applicant. I had a thorough tour of a beautiful property, and I feel very familiar with it. Thank you.
Commissioner Valencia.
Mr. Chair, I went on the I took off Sunday on the grand tour, and this was the last site, and I was talking with my wife, and we drove right to Lompoc. I'm sorry I forgot it. I bypassed it.
Thank you. And for myself, this one I visited early with Google. I did that. It actually, it works awfully well. You can get Google, you can get on the street, you can go up and down streets sometimes. It's pretty good. So, Florence, you have a staff report for us.
Good morning, Commissioner, or good afternoon, Commissioners. What we have before us is a tentative parcel map for a two-way split off of Highway 246 with a secondary access off of Highway 101. The proposed project would consist of two parcels of 102 and 105 if the tentative parcel map is approved. The current parcel size is 205 acres. The zoning is Ag 2 100 with a minimum of 100-acre parcel size. It is under the Williamson Act, or the Ag Preserve Program, and is currently under non-renewal, which will come out of contract in 2015. In addition to the two-way split, we also have a minor conditional use permit for renewal of an existing farm employee dwelling that was put out there in 1971. There are two development envelopes on each one of the sites. On proposed parcel 1, you have a development envelope of approximately 10 acres. And then on proposed parcel 2, you have a development envelope of approximately 9 acres. These envelopes were placed on the property to limit development on prime soils. There are some archaeological sites on this property as well, and some biological issues. As you can see, the CUP would legalize the 1,288 square foot mobile home that currently exists on the site.
Just a question that confused me. How do we, if it was originally approved under a CP, why is it illegal now? Just curious.
Chair Blau, the conditional use permit expired back in 71, and probably up to the mid-90s, the CUPs, you had to renew every 5 years.
Gotcha.
At present time now, if you come through with a conditional use permit, you would renew it for 5 years, and now you only submit documentation that it is still occupied by a full-time farm employee, and that is the issue with this case.
That explains it. Thank you.
Sorry,
Commissioner Brown also has a question. So does Commissioner Cooney.
Okay.
Thank you. You talk about development envelope, but I don't, what I see are development constraint lines. Am I missing something?
On the maps, they're referred to as development envelopes to limit construction for personal use.
Right, but I don't see it, it's not on this map?
That's not my map. That's the Hawkins map.
Sorry, that's not your map.
Wrong project.
Our break has been too long. Thank you.
Commissioner Cooney, you have a question, or did you just have your light on? Okay. Commissioner Brown has the right map, we're good to go. Okay, please continue.
Chair Blau, Commissioner Brown, did you still have a question on the envelopes, or were we okay at this point in time?
I see, thank you.
Okay. We did prepare a negative declaration for the project. It was circulated from July 24th through August 25th, 2009. We received one comment from the agent of the project. Before I make the corrections to the recommendation, staff also has a memo with some additional corrections and comments. I can do that now, or I can wait and defer back to the recommendation after questions and comments from both the commission and the agent.
Probably just wait for the, yeah, we'll do that at the end. We're going to make our motion.
That would conclude staff's presentation at this point in time.
Okay, great, thank you. Questions from commissioners? I see no lights on. Mr. Goldstein, Commissioner Cooney.
This is in anticipation of Mr. Goldstein coming up. I'm sure he can answer it. There is an inclusion in the conditions of the fire department letter of July 7, and among the conditions included in that is a dedicated water storage facility of 5,000 gallons just for fire protection, and maybe Mr. Goldstein or you, Ms. Trotter, can explain how in this project they intend to meet that condition.
Mr. Goldstein, I believe you're up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. My name is Sid Goldstein. I'm the project engineer, agent for Stu Gildred. To answer Commissioner Cooney's question regarding the required fire storage from the fire department, there actually is an existing storage facility on the property, and we will be utilizing that as well as preparing plans to comply with other requirements of the fire department.
So the only use of that particular storage facility would be for fire protection? It wouldn't be integrated into any irrigation system?
It would be integrated into a domestic system, but when the fire department requires 5,000 gallons of storage specific for their use, they want to make sure that it's not utilized for other purposes. So there will probably be modifications to the existing storage to assure them that that will happen. And they need to review and approve the plans before they can provide their land use clearance for that CUP.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Brown?
Thank you. Mr. Goldstein, the development envelopes, I appreciate that they were considered based upon the prime soils, but how, just looking at it topographically, they just seem to be sort of awkward. How were the development envelopes developed? How did you come to devise them?
Well, I should start back at the beginning.
Okay.
And I did lose my opportunity to make my opening joke, which was I'm here to discuss the greenhouses. But way back when, in 2007 actually, when we developed the original tentative map and then submitted to the county in 2008, we had points, can you put this up on the overhead? Yeah, same one. We had designated development envelopes on both parcels 1 and 2. Parcel 1, I don't believe has changed since the beginning, but parcel 2, which is shown here, the original development envelope is the shaded area, if you can see it, if I can make this thing work. I see it. Great, thanks.
Make it clearer?
It's the shaded area outlined here. Was about 42 acres. I think I'm reading that number right. 42 acres. That's what it was originally. So it obviously included a substantial portion of the property that historically has been farmed and is currently farmed, and was limited by a couple of things. One is this existing easement, as well as the flood zone, which is beyond it. But in going through some initial review, county planning has some concerns about it being so large. What's the point? And we had some concerns as well, because in that initial review there were issues related to the fact that this property is an ag preserve. We have prime soils. It's being farmed. Why would you want to develop that portion of the property? So we then reduced it to something slightly larger than this area. I think it went something like that, and maybe even a little bit larger on this side, on the west side, to get it out of the prime soils, to get it out of the farmed area. This is higher up on the property, and most of this area has not been farmed. But in going through the Ag Preserve Committee, they had some concerns. I think the development envelope at that point was about 15, 16 acres. It's currently 10 acres. And we reduced it based on comments made at the Ag Preserve Committee. They reviewed the revised envelope and found it to be consistent, compatible with agricultural uses and the issues that they raised. So that's what we have now. Keep in mind, there's a big difference between a development envelope and a building area, building site. So what I found, I can say almost consistently with every project on large parcels where I've had a development area that was significantly smaller than this, 2 acres to 5 acres, and that property sold, the new owner invariably wanted to build elsewhere. So we'd have to go through a map modification process. It's a very, very extensive, time-consuming, costly process to go through. So what we did here was kind of work backwards. What were the constraints? Let's eliminate the constraint areas and leave an area sufficiently large enough that is remote enough from the building area on parcel 1 so that there won't be interference between the two, but also gives that owner flexibility within this 10 acres to build. And as long as it's in Ag Preserve, even though it's a non-renewal, they're still confined to the 2-acre maximum personal residential use area within this 10 acres. And when it is out of Ag Preserve in 2015 or thereafter, they will no longer be constrained to the 2 acres, but they're still constrained to someplace within this 10 acres. And as I said, the 10 acres has no environmental associated impacts.
Where is the 2 acres now? The development envelope now?
What he's saying is if he builds on the, if he builds on the 10
I
acres.
understand that. I just was wondering, within that, is it in the same?
There is no 2-acre envelope.
Oh, okay, right. So
They would be limited
to 2.
to 2 acres
Okay,
within
thank
this
you.
larger 10-acre
Right, thank you.
area. First of all, thank you, Florence, for your presentation and staff report. I just want to point out 3 things. I think Florence has done a superb job in describing the project and giving you a complete staff report. I want to again point out that we were reviewed by the Ag Preserve Committee. They did find this project consistent with their uniform rules. And as Florence pointed out, we are in non-renewal through the year 2015. With regard to the conditional use permit, Mr. Gildred purchased this property about 4 years ago, roughly 4 years ago. When he purchased the property, the prior owner unfortunately had not renewed the conditional use permit. And it's a very simple process to renew those. Unfortunately, he didn't go through that process. Stu Gildred purchased the property and proceeded immediately in preparing this tentative map, and in conjunction with that, the application to renew or obtain a conditional use permit to legalize that existing employee dwelling. So that's the reason that is before you today. And then with regard to ag viability, we also had studies prepared to prove ag viability, not only on the parcel as it exists, the 200-acre parcel, but also each individual 100-acre parcel is assured of continuing ag viability. Other than that, I'd be happy to answer questions. I think those of you who have been out there on the site or visited it on a virtual site realize that there are two access points. The official access is from Highway 101, and there's also a secondary access which is actually used primarily as access, and that's across the river out to Highway 246. So one of the commissioners had asked about that river crossing, and I just wanted to assure the commission that the river crossing is permitted by every agency you can imagine. We've had Army Corps, Fish and Game, National Marine Fisheries, Regional Water Quality Board, County Flood Control have all reviewed and approved that culvert crossing. So, and it's in place consistent with their rules and regulations. Other than that, I'd like to introduce Stu Gildred, is here, and his wife Lisa, to answer any further questions or provide additional input from his standpoint.
Commissioner Brown has a question for you.
So just getting back to the culvert, is there sort of any annual review by the agencies that you mentioned concerning the crossing to ensure that it is as it was permitted?
No, there isn't a requirement, but they're always able to come out and inspect it if they so desire. Their primary concern is in the initial construction. So they were out there to do their inspection during the initial construction to guarantee water quality was maintained and construction methods complied to their requirements. So once that's done, they're satisfied that it's in and...
So if there were to be huge flooding and the culvert would change configuration or somehow be disturbed, then there would be a requirement that all these agencies would come out again, or what would be the trigger for them?
Yeah, it's at this point primarily the Department of Fish and Game would be involved in inspecting again if the culverts needed to be modified or reinstalled. Again, those conditions on the permit apply, and they would come out and do that inspection at that time. One of the requirements on the permit is that we notify them if that should happen, if the need arises.
Commissioner Brooks.
Yes, thank you, Chair Blau. There's reference to the two homes, and I see two references. One says that the two houses would be demolished, and then other references say that they would be changed to storage.
Yes.
Could you clarify that for me?
It's the latter.
It is?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, all this arises strictly from comments made by Caltrans. And it's not something that was generated through the county review, but Caltrans had comments concerned about adding additional traffic to this roadway that gains access to 101. So with their concurrence, we agreed to eliminate two residences on parcel 1, convert those two structures, or demolish them if the owner so chooses, but he intends to convert them to non-residential use, storage or accessory uses, but not residential or habitable space. And then only two potential residences would exist on parcel 2. So it basically balances to a net increase of 0 residences on the total parcel.
Okay, but the structures will stay as
The structures
storage.
are intended to stay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Commissioner Valencia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Goldstein, the main residence is 1,661 square feet, and an employee residence is 3,308.
Actually, there have been modifications to the existing residence at the time we prepared the map, I think Stu had just started, or wasn't even yet started, with remodel. So I'm not sure, what is the square footage of the main house, Stu?
No, I think the question is, yeah, the house that I'm currently in is about...
An employee
30
lives in a 3,300 and you live in the 16?
No, I live in the 34.
Oh.
But working on the ranch, at the time, when I was looking at the property, there was the potential that I was going to have a business partner, and we were going to be co-owners, which is why there is Sierra Grande Development. Now it's just myself and my wife, and so I'm the sole owner. But because of that, and since we started that way, then one home, which was going to be his home, a co-owner,
Became
was
the main-
identified as the main residence.
Okay.
But that's it.
Okay.
Okay.
And boy, it's a famous employee there.
You want that job?
Okay. Mr. Goldstein, continue.
The only other, unless there are other questions, the only other comments I have are relative to conditions, so I don't know if you're ready for that.
Yes, I think yes, that would be appropriate.
Okay. And I believe it's just one condition that I would like to have you consider a minor change to. I've spoken to staff about this and they're in agreement, and that is condition number, this is on the October 20th memo from Florence to your commission, and it's condition number 19. This is the one that relates to the restriction of the number of residences on parcel 2. Right now, the way it reads in the first sentence, about the third line down, it says additional residential units to be added to either parcel with the exception of a primary residence, and secondary was crossed out, and what was added is a farm employee dwelling. Those would be the 2 residences. What I would like to do, even though today on Ag 2 property, in quote, what's called a second residence is not permitted, what I would like to do is add or another residence as may be permitted at the time. The reason I want to do that is 10, 15 years down the road, a new owner is here, and at that point in time, the county has adopted an ordinance that does allow second residence on Ag 2 property. That owner may not want to build an employee dwelling, he may want to build a second residence. So it just gives that flexibility. And that is the only comment I have.
Ms. Black, you were indicating you agree?
Mr. Chair, what I would recommend, this condition change came from me, so I thought maybe I would just speak to it. I was concerned that we were making it seem as if they could get a second residential unit by the language of the condition, and in Ag 2, certainly in the 100 acres zoning, you cannot have a residential second unit right now. So we could change this to, or include the words after an farm employee dwelling provided adequate determination of full-time employment on site is provided, or other permitted residential use. So I understand Mr. Goldstein's point, and I certainly wouldn't want him to come back.
I see Mr. Goldstein nodding his approval, so
that would be acceptable. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, I don't see the lights from commissioners. Is there anyone from the audience that wishes to speak in this issue?
I'm just going to change one word instead of permitted to allowed.
Okay. I see no one, have no slips, so in that case, I'll close it to the public hearing and come back to the commission. Commissioner Cooney.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to address condition number 9, which is on page C6 of the conditions. This refers to cultural resources, and as I read the condition now and the monitoring requirements, there's some ambiguity as to when there would be further investigation and corresponding notice to the Santa Ynez Band of Chumash Indians. As I read the condition now, and certainly invite everyone to interpret this with me, it appears that the only ground disturbances that would trigger notice would be those within building envelopes. and yet, in condition 10, it refers to any grading, in which case work is stopped, and then there's notice, and a Native American representative is brought in. So putting those two together, it appears that the present situation is that further investigation and notice to the Shumash is required only if there is disturbance within a proposed building envelope. But if any other grading is done on site, that would not trigger the notice. Am I reading that correctly? This condition number 9 goes on to say, prior to land use permit approval for any development requiring ground disturbance, the results of limited subsurface testing shall be provided to B&D. So it appears that you need to have a land use permit type of grading before you're required to give notice. And I'm recalling the project adjacent to the town of Los Olivos, where we required notice of any ground disturbance, and gave at least the Shumash the opportunity to weigh in before the permit was issued.
Well, just a question for me. I mean, would ground disturbance include tilling the soil for planting?
No.
Okay.
Because a grading permit isn't required for that. See, what I'm trying to do is, if a grading permit is required for use outside the building envelope, I think that should trigger the notice and potential investigation.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Cooney, there still may be a hole, but any time a grading permit is triggered, a land use permit would be triggered as well.
Oh, I didn't realize that. I thought land use permits were for development other than grading. So are you satisfied that this covers the operations that could impact cultural resources?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Cooney, I think it covers all non-agriculturally related operations that could.
Well, I think that's my concern, is that it's broad as possible to protect the evidence of cultural activities in the past, as long as it's not interfering with the normal agricultural operations. So that should be the distinction, rather than if it's within the building envelope.
So, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Cooney, I think if you read condition number 2 and then the condition you were just focused on, I think we're capturing what the commission wants to capture in terms of ground disturbance that would require this notification. Condition number 2 talks about all non-agricultural development being located within the development envelope. And then condition number 9 talks about ground disturbance within the building envelope, requiring this notice and subsurface testing.
Well, if we required it to be within the development envelope, wouldn't we be consistent?
Oh, you're right. 2 different terms are used.
Yeah.
It should be development envelope, I think.
That's my concern.
Yes, I think it should say
You could have a
development
swimming
envelope.
pool or whatever outside the building envelope, and it would never be
I think
the
it should say
subject of
development
notice.
envelope. That's a very good catch.
That's my only comment, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Seeing no other comments from commissioners, this is a 3rd district item. Commissioner Brooks.
Yes, thank you, Chair Blau. I had another question on, I'll perhaps ask Ms. Cadena about this, in parcel there was some recommendation, or what did I say? Oh, something about no proven water sources on parcel 2, and that seemed that there were two statements about that in the staff report. Could you clarify? I mean, are there water sources? Because I think at one point they were going to, give access or share, and then that was changed.
Chair Blau, Commissioner Brooks, I will defer that question to Mr. Goldstein. I do know that they have drilled a well and are trying to get additional water from the city of Solvang, and I don't know what the status is on that anymore.
Mr. Goldstein, could you enlighten us?
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, there are two existing wells that serve the property now. Those are going to be retained specifically for parcel 1. Parcel 2 will have its own well whenever parcel 2 either develops or when the owner wishes to put a well in. The reason for that comment comes from the health department, and anytime you have a parcel, first of all, let me back up. The health department policy on large parcels, such as this, is if there are proven water sources nearby in the vicinity, they're okay with allowing a parcel map to proceed without a developed well on a specific parcel. So that note is just a caveat, it's a notice to future buyers that there is no proven water source on parcel 2, but the health department is very confident that there can be a well installed on parcel 2 because there are so many wells in the area that have proven that there is an adequate water source. So that's the reason for that note.
And no smart buyer would buy the property without first proving up the water there.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Yeah.
This is just putting one notice they need to do that or they're at risk.
Exactly.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. In looking at parcel 1, it takes us back to that 20,000 square feet, and we're at 29,000 square feet approximately, and I'm sure it's been grandfathered in, and, that's going to, that will be taken care of another time, or it's legal as it is. Okay, with that, the other question I had, the road improvements coming from 101, now that's Caltrans.
Chair Blau, Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
With regards to your first question, we do have a new condition that we've added for future development on the site to ensure that in the event they want to add 1,000 square feet, they will be going through the development plan process or whatever avenue is in effect at the time they apply for an additional square footage. Caltrans access, that is just a secondary access, and as stated earlier, the conversion of 2 of the existing dwellings to storage satisfied that issue. Caltrans is not inclined to allow for any additional residential use to access 101 at this point in time.
Thank you.
Commissioner Brown.
Go ahead.
The condition that you spoke about, that you've added, that's on the memo that we received, and can you tell me which one it is, please?
Chair Block, Commissioner Brown, it is numbered as condition 34, and it will state any new development on proposed parcel 1
Okay.
shall require the filing and approval of a development plan in accordance with the
Great.
Land Use and Development
Thank you.
Code.
Okay, I think I'd like to hear from my other commissioners. I don't know if there's any other outstanding issues. I'm not ready to make a motion, I don't think, at this time, but I will make the motion and we can discuss.
For me, I'm ready to approve the project as recommended by staff. Commissioner Brown?
Yeah, I don't have any problems. I would have liked to have seen smaller development envelopes, but, I think it's probably okay. The Ag Preserve Committee said it's fine. It's an interesting property. It's very, I'm sorry there's not some sort of ability to get some public trails down that area because it is a very interesting and very scenic area, but...
The owner's in favor of that.
I'm not sure how we do it because they're all private roads going there, and, but it is really quite lovely down there. Just, I don't know, do you get bicyclists coming down? I don't know if that's, but I would imagine that'd be a great place to bicycle along those roads. But anyway, I don't have any problems with the project, and I'm ready to approve it.
Commissioner Valencia.
Thank you, Mrs. Chair. I didn't have any problems with the project, and I'm ready to approve, but just, I noticed one thing, that it was going to be out of the Ag Preserve in 2015. There's a they're already in for non-renewal. I'm just curious why they're getting out of the Ag Preserve.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, when Mr. Gildred purchased the property, it was already in non-renewal through the prior
Oh,
owner.
it was already non-renewal.
So that process had
Okay.
already been started.
So it's just a continuation.
Correct.
Thank you. Commissioner Brooks, I think we're ready.
Well, I'm not quite ready yet, because I would like to go back to the, our San Ynez Community Plan action item, and just maybe just to, there was a little exchange just then about the possibilities of a voluntary move toward some type of a bike path. Would the owner just want to address that? Again, these are all voluntary possibilities. Thank you.
So I am a cyclist, and if there were ever a bypass that were created between Solvang and Buellton, I would be in favor of being part of that process and seeing if there could be a bypass, because I agree, I think it is a good possibility to try to get some traffic off of the 246 along the river, yes. We have other owners that would have to be involved. It would be the Jackson property, who own the Alisol property, the Jackson family who own the Alisol property, and then Granite Construction. And so, but I would certainly be willing to consider an easement, you know, back to the county for that purpose. My sister lives in Colorado, and some residents there have some magnificent bike paths and hiking trails that go along the river. And I was always very impressed with those communities that were able to put their efforts behind that and see it happen. So I, for one, would be very much in favor of that and would be looking forward to working with the county on anything in that regard. Thanks.
Commissioner Cooney.
I would just comment in response to Mr. Gildred's comment that I believe his offer of interest in the bike path was mentioned during our San Ynez plan hearing, so we're very grateful. You might be a pathfinder in that regard,
Yeah.
and lead adjacent owners to do it. We can work on the Jackson family.
Great. Okay.
Just wanted to ask Commissioner Brown if and when she makes a motion that she specifically refer to the change in condition number 9.
You meant Commissioner Brooks, I would assume?
Commissioner Brooks, yes. It's on page C6, the change from building to development envelopes.
You ready?
I think I'm ready now.
Good.
Thank you. Okay, then what I would like to do is accept the staff recommendation and move that we make the required findings for the project as specified in attachment A, including CEQA findings, that we adopt the mitigated negative deck 09-11, adopt the mitigation monitoring program contained in the conditions in attachment B, that we approve the project subject to the conditions included in attachment C as revised, which is in this document, I believe, and that we also include the change to condition 9.
Second.
Is that everything?
Hey, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Not seeing any lights on?
Mr. Chair Blau.
Oh, excuse me.
Commissioners, we would also need to include in that recommendation the change to condition 19 in the wording.
Okay,
Or other allowed residential unit, and the other information that Florence provided.
and I'll just confirm that the motion maker and the second agree? They've indicated they do.
And Mr. Chair, before you do roll call, can I just have a minute? I'm checking on one thing. Mr. Chair, it's just a slight revision to the October 21st, 2009 memo, which is the new condition number 33 says development plan, but it actually should say tentative parcel map.
Okay.
Now I'm all set.
Now you're okay? And I'll ask the motion maker and the second if they agree. They both agree. Any further comments? I see no more lights on. Ms. Rodriguez, would you call the roll, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Cooney?
Aye.
Commissioner Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Brooks?
Aye.
Commissioner Valencia?
Aye.
Commissioner Blau?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. We'll take a 5-minute break to set up for number 6. Thank you. Ms. Rodriguez, you want to read item number 6 in the record, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The following is the hearing on the request of Ray Severn Penfield and Smith, agent for Joe Kim Chison Nursery, to consider case number 07 DBP 35, application filed on December 20th, 2007, and to approve the negative declaration 09 NGD 12 pursuant to the state guidelines for implementation of CEQA.
Thank you, and I'm not sure if it's going to be, who's doing the staff report? Is Florence again, thank you. Before you start, I'll ask my fellow commissioners for ex parte and site visits. Commissioner Cooney.
This is the greenhouse project,
Yes.
correct?
With the green.
I made a quick visit to the property this morning.
Mr. Brown.
On Friday afternoon, I made a visit with Commissioner Brooks and accompanied by Mr. Severn and I. We had a tour of the greenhouse. We walked around the property. I also drove around the property before I had my meeting with these two individuals. So I think I have a pretty good understanding of the property. I also called Martin Potter from Fish and Game, and I think that's the only other person that I've talked to on this project.
Commissioner Brooks.
Yes, I did visit the site last Friday.
Commissioner Valencia.
And I visited the site on my grand tour on Sunday.
There you go. I also visited the site, both physically and virtually. I also had a rather lengthy conversation with Mr. Fletcher, although for most of the conversation it was a different project we were talking about, but we did discuss this one a little bit.
Mr. Chair, I failed to say also that I discussed the project with Mr. Fletcher also, returned his call.
Commissioner Brooks, you have other ones to discuss?
No, but I don't know who Mr. Fletcher is.
Oh, I'm sorry. He's one of the applicant's agents and a former supervisor for the county. Yes. Okay, with that, we'll have our staff presentation. Florence, I think we're ready for you now.
Good afternoon. What the project before you is for the legalization of approximately 1.8 million square feet. In addition to that, there is new construction proposed, which would be approximately 1.4 million square feet upon total build-out. The current zoning on the property is Ag 2100. The parcel size is 49.9 acres. It is legal non-conforming as to size, but has received a certificate of compliance on that size. It is currently under the Agriculture Preserve program, and they were supportive of the program. The proposed construction would consist of an 8,000 square foot warehouse office and two proposed greenhouses of approximately 296,475 square feet. The legalization of three greenhouses of approximately 1,080,000 square feet for, again, a total of build-out of 1.4 million square feet, which would include 3 detention basins, roadway improvements, as well as a loading dock. The proposed project will not be open for public or retail at any time. This shows the project site with some of the existing development out there. It's not a complete photo of it, as the one greenhouse that is currently, this greenhouse here is now built out to the property line. So it shows approximately 1 million square feet out there. And in addition to that, there are 3 modular units on the site that have been legally permitted under a conditional use permit back in 05-06. The environmental document was a mitigated ND. It was circulated for 30 days. We received comment letters from the agent and Air Pollution Control District with regards to dust control measures. We also had a public hearing midway through the 30-day review, and the only attendees were the agent and owner of the property. This again is a close-up of the project built out at this point in time. And you can see the greenhouse facilities as well as the 3 modular units on the east side of the property. Access is from a private frontage road. That road is named Harvest Road. You can access it from Alisos Canyon Road or from the first exit off to Los Alamos heading south. Issues that were raised as part of the environmental review were aesthetics that included Central Board of Architecture review, an extensive landscape plan, as well as lighting. Fish and Game did not have any comments on the document, but there are conditions that they comply with any regulations since the project does back up to the San Antonio Creek. Cultural Resources were for work stoppage upon discovery. There was an archaeological survey completed, and they did not find anything as part of that survey. Grading would be limited to the November through April, and then construction hours would be limited to your typical construction hours, 7 to 4, and that has been conditioned. Due to the location of pesticides on the site, there is a hazardous materials business plan that has been approved by the fire department. Short-term and long-term noise would be limited with the construction hours. The current business now is open Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. And then any drainage would follow stormwater prevention policies as well as best management practices. And here you have the greenhouses that currently exist on the site. These are the floor plans. If you visited the site, you probably at least walked through one of the greenhouses. They're pretty typical once you go through one. You've got a T-shaped walkway of concrete, and the rest is existing soil underneath the orchids. And this, again, is just greenhouses with the floor plans. These are the elevations of the proposed office warehouse. As you can see, the long area that, where's that thing? This long area here is actually just a fence. It is not part of the structure. And this is the elevations of the existing and proposed structures on site. In addition to that, porches have been added to the modular units, which these show the elevations on the 3 modular units, as well as a potting shed, which matches the construction of the existing greenhouses, and a shed that actually encompasses the equipment for the existing water well on site. Staff did have a site visit on Monday with Fish and Game, Martin Potter, and he has requested that the agent contact Natasha Lomas with Fish and Game for the storage areas that are right on the creek. And I will defer any comments on that to the agent, as he was going to try and reach her on Monday, maybe Tuesday. Processing would be an initial 30 days on any comments back from Fish and Game on that. I do have additional information to provide to you if you would like on historic information on the site. Otherwise, I'll go ahead and go back to the commission.
Mr. Brooks.
Yes, this is a 3rd district item, and I would really, I don't know when it's appropriate to get the history of this site, but I think it is very important to have that in as part of, our discussion today, because I think the history, I needed to hear the history, that's for sure, and there's so many issues that I have with, let's say, the past history. We might as well hear that, unless my other commissioners know it so well, but I did not know the history, and to go to the site and to see what I saw last Friday, and to realize that except for the 3 modular homes, none of this is permitted, I was really very surprised at that, and I want to know the history. How did we get there? If you can help me with that, I'd appreciate it.
So, Mr. Chair, we have a very detailed history of this site, and I don't know how much detail you want us to go into. You don't have this. We've been talking about greenhouse development on this site since May of 2004. A pre-application was submitted in June of 2004. We held a pre-app in August of 2004. A minor CUP was submitted for 3 farm employee dwellings in August of 2005. Approved in April of 2006. In May of 2006 was the first time that any greenhouse development was considered for the site. And with the submittal of an application for a development plan, we allowed 188,000 square feet of development on the site. I'm trying to pick out the most relevant pieces of it. Then we received the current application for greenhouse development of approximately 1,820,000 square feet. No, that's not right. 1,082,000. 82,000. 1,082,000 square feet of greenhouse development in December of 2007. Okay, let me restate that. We received an application in December of 2007 for 1.4 million square feet of greenhouse development. 1,882,000 was existing on the site. So from sometime in May of 2006 till December of 2007, a lot of greenhouse development occurred without permits on the site. And then some additional development has occurred while we've been processing. We've had to kind of start and stop the processing of this development plan to account for additional development that has occurred on the site. And I think at this point in time we have a stable project description with no more development occurring on the site, and so we are prepared to represent the project today. But it's a lot of history associated with it. In terms of fines, there was a formal building violation filed on the site. Fines did get, notice of determination of fine was sent to the property owner, and there was some glitch in the notice, and those fines were waived by the hearing officer. The applicant will be double feed as a result of if this application is approved, they will be double feed. It's very minor. The other thing I wanted to say is this is not an ideal enforcement situation. I mean, our ultimate goal is to obtain compliance, and by having the applicant in this hearing room today with the development plan before your commission, we will, one way or the other, achieve that. But you know, in conjunction with the resources that the Board of Supervisors provided to the department this budget cycle, we are revamping our enforcement program, and we will be initiating a notice of violation process when violations are discovered on each and every property, so that we have better tools in place and can obtain enforcement or fine appropriately if enforcement isn't achieved quickly.
Commissioner Cooney.
Ms. Black, do you know when the expansion of the greenhouse closest to the highway occurred? We have overhead photos in our packet which don't show it, and so I'm wondering if it occurred even after this application was submitted.
Chair Blau, Commissioner Cooney, with regards to the expansions of the existing greenhouses, the overhead that you have in the pictures, of course, is taken from PhotoMapper, and it's not, they don't fly over it yearly, so things do change. But when the modular units were approved back in '06, there was approximately 360,000 square feet of greenhouses. Since the project has been submitted, additional square footage has continued to be added. Staff has probably completed 4 to 5 site visits on the project, Monday being the latest site visit. In September, I did an additional site visit and was shown a potting shed, the porches attached to the modular unit. There were 2 fifth wheels located behind the modular units that were hooked up to sewer, not permitted. As of Monday, when we walked the site, there were 2 existing trailers located behind. It appeared to be, well, right about here somewhere. It was not obvious that they were hooked up, but on October 2nd, the building division did a site inspection to ensure that they were removed. And the building division did indicate that the 2 fifth wheels were to be removed from the site, not moved, but removed as part of their inspection. And again, when I was out there on Monday, those 2 fifth wheels are still on the site. So the construction that has occurred, it has been within the last 2 years.
So it appears then that I would invite the applicant or their representative to correct this record, but it appears that there's been ongoing development on the property, even as applications based on prior development have been submitted to the county. So it's an unusual situation that we're presented with here. Very few of our applicants develop the property without permits, even during an application process. But that's what it appears to be here.
Commissioner Brown.
It would appear, just in walking off some distances, that some of the development is within required setbacks. It's within the 50-foot setbacks from the creeks. Is that correct?
The storage of the equipment, the development as proposed will be outside of the 50-foot setback, but the storage, the pipes, the...
No, there isn't development now within the 50-foot setbacks. I think that one greenhouse
it will be reduced as part of this.
Okay.
That is the proposal, and one of the reasons for reduction is to allow for fire department access. Even though they may not ever go back there in an emergency situation, they have to have a clear access completely around the structures.
Why was the applicant not required to remove those structures which were not conforming? Or perhaps they were and they just failed to do it. Is that the case?
There, on one of the site visits that were completed, there were structures that were built and have since been removed.
Okay.
They are proposing to remove on the west property line. Those structures will go in about 15 feet, and they will be cutting off a very small corner of the existing greenhouse to accommodate the 50-foot setback. And the reduction in the building side will be for adequate access for the fire department, as well as adequate availability to install the landscaping.
Okay. And this is a question for Ms. Black. I think Commissioner Cooney correctly characterizes that we've never quite seen a project of this magnitude being built during their processing. But have you, in your experience, ever within the county seen something quite so egregious and as somebody doing this during their review process before they're completed and have approval from the commission?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Brown, no.
No, okay.
I've not.
Okay.
Commissioner Brooks?
Yes, I just want to point out, when we were going through, when Ms. Cadena was going through the slides, and I think it's our 5th slide in, that's not the site, well, it's not the site. It's the location. It says with existing greenhouses. That probably shouldn't be in this packet because it's not accurate. I mean, it shows the greenhouses before these additions were put on. The modulars aren't there. I don't know how old this picture is, but perhaps...
That's what she was saying. The picture may be a couple years old. They don't fly them that often.
Okay. But, I mean, this is the one I'm talking about here. Okay.
Chair Blau, Commissioner Brooks, the one that we have up here on the screen currently, the close-up is probably the most accurate one for your review as to what is actually on the ground today.
Thank you. I see no further lights. Were you done with your presentation? Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So this is an opportunity for the applicant to address the commission.
Honorable Chair and members of the Commission, ladies and gentlemen, I am Race Severn with Penfield and Smith. I'm a senior planner, and I became involved with this project in 2006. And in my experience in planning, I would have to agree with Diane. I just want to note that that earlier photograph is valuable as a historical reference. That's 2006. And you can see from comparison with that where they've added. Some things you can't see, and that is some demolitions that have occurred. There actually has been expansion of the greenhouse beyond what you see there, and it's been since torn down. And then underneath the first row of a structure closest to the highway, within there was an office, and that was demolished. And the reason those things were demolished as opposed to where Commissioner Brown has pointed out in the northwesterly corner is that those other issues had to do with life safety issues with people working in here, and this was getting too close to the edge, whereas over here we are going to demo that. We are proposing that it be demoed. It's showed on your plan to be demoed. So if you approve it with the demolition, it would then comply with the 50-foot setback. A few other things I wanted to note is that that's the existing development that's 1 million square foot. We don't want you to think, or any member of the public to think for environmental impact purposes, that that land's covered. The dark cloth that you see is this, and it's open to the sky, and it's not solid. It doesn't affect drainage calcs. The rain goes through it. But the final development that is proposed, which is about 150,000 here and 150,000 here, is a rigid material over which this is proposed to go. So the look would be similar, but underneath is a rigid material, and that was shown to you in staff's presentation, and that does cause runoff, and that is factored into the second drainage report. This is the 2007 December development plan that was submitted. County staff said, hey, you need to diligently pursue getting everything taken care of, and this was our response. This plan went through several completeness reviews, and in September of last year did get a complete. But there were some subsequent changes. One was the change of the drainage report. An additional drainage report was done, and the first drainage report submitted only assessed the drainage impacts of this new area. And the second impact, because of flood control's input, covers the whole drainage situation with the existing. There is a flood area that comes in like this. That's why those modulars are so high. They had to be lifted up out of the flood zone, but the flood edge is right here. Still, there are requirements on these proposed buildings because it's in a special flood hazard area. It's outside of the 100-year flood zone, but there are conditions related to that. I just wanted to point out in your negative declaration that there is one paragraph addressing drainage that is incorrect. It says drainage is extending to the creek. There is no drainage proposed that extends to the creek. We would appreciate if you do take action, when you do take action, if you could reference that in any action minute record, that is not a correct part of the negative declaration. So generally with those notes, we just want to say that we're in general acceptance of the county staff report and recommendation, acceptance of the findings, acceptance of all the conditions, with one concern about traffic mitigation fees. There's about $44,000 worth of traffic mitigation fees, And if you've noticed in the report, there's a seasonal employment here. And the season where it's peak is really a strange one. All of the orchids that are growing under here, which are millions and millions of orchids, they don't flower and get ready to be shipped until like the winter time. So peak season for them is like January, February. And in the off-peak season, there's only 15 to 20 employees there. Plus, the county did approve farm worker units here, and those people won't trigger a peak hour trip. So we're requesting your input and consider discussion on that, on the basis of the seasonality of that 40 being only during the winter months and of the farm workers that are there already not triggering a peak hour trip. So with that, we do have Joe Kim, General Manager and Vice President. He could add to that historical question discussion. From my perspective, it looks like there's been a lot of misunderstanding, and we have communicated with our client to, hey, what are you doing? Stop, don't do that. Things like that. And they have, and they did do some demo, and they want to do it legally. The potting shed at the end of this row here was a surprise. It's part of their master plan. They would like to have your consideration for approval of that. So with that, we did fill out a stream bed alteration agreement after follow-up with Martin. We can't talk to Natasha directly because there's a process where we do have to file the form, the fees to San Diego, and within 30 days, they are required to get back to Natasha, so we'll get back with her. But whether or not there's a requirement, we will be able to open a dialogue with her, and we'll follow up on whatever cleanup she might like. It was observed in the field that there's a number of storage items within the 50-foot setback. That is a special condition that the county, without Fish and Game's direction, could discuss as a special condition. So with that, our project architect is also here, but we want to just remain in availability for specific questions that you might have. I do want to show one graphic fly around, if Florence will help me on the QuickTime player. And we can stop this too after she presses play, but it's only a few seconds long. So there's the highway there, and this is 4 acres of detention basins, and the drainage all comes to these detention basins. There's a drainage divide in the middle, and a system catches all the runoff here and directs it to this basin, which is connected to this basin and this basin, and this side is directly connected to this basin. And the historical overflow is to the highway in this corner, which is your southwesterly corner. San Antonio Creek is in the back, and actually the flood and general topography goes this way. And any water that historically overflows the site here goes down and joins the creek as it crosses back under 101 in Los Alamos. So did you press play on that? I'm sorry.
Chair Blau, Commissioners, just for information, I do have Nick Browbaker from Flood Control available remotely if there's any questions regarding drainage.
Okay. Would you hit the play button there? Yeah.
Okay. Did you double click that large triangle right there? There you
Yeah.
go. Almost moved. Yeah. So is it hanging up, Warren? It may be too big for the file size, might be too big. The intent is to go all the way around to let you look at how it looks at different perspectives. This is the generally north. It looks like the file size is too big to actually go around in an animation, so we'll just leave it at that. And I will conclude my remarks. We're available for any questions you might have. There we go, a little, that's due north right now. And now this is looking towards the northeast. This is looking due east. And this is what it looks like in the back. And there's the creek set back there. And those are the 3 approved units, the only approved part of the site. And that's an irrigation reservoir intended to be full with irrigating all of the orchids. Okay, thanks for your time.
Wait, Mr.
Well, we have 2 questions. Commissioner Cooney first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Severn, so your representation today is that all stormwater runoff from the site flows away from the creek, none flows into the creek.
Correct, and that's true across the Lucas and Llewellyn vineyards here. We receive water from them. Our design is to capture theirs. Ours that runs off towards theirs is captured in our system and sent to these detention basins. It generally almost goes south, but it's diagonal, really. It doesn't flow back into the creek. There's no breaks back here, except for there, when we did our walk around, there's a little bit of trail off from the very back edge. But if you see the drainage report, we're changing the grading so that it all drains towards 101.
Okay, second question has also to do with runoff, but this time from the irrigation system itself.
Okay.
There was an indication in the staff report that all of the irrigation water is trapped and does not flow away from the area of the greenhouses. Is that accurate?
There's a raised berm around this reservoir. There's a well in here and pumps. What we saw, Commissioner Brown, was not a well, it was a pump. And the well is over on this side.
Okay.
And so the water feeds through an underground line back to that reservoir, and then it's piped and pumped out to these buildings. And that reservoir is raised up with a berm around it, and it's also covered.
Okay, you've got the input. Now, I'm more concerned about the output because the flower operations that I've been connected with have had a serious problem taking the water that transpires through the soil, picks up fertilizers and other materials, and then the disposal of that water is a major issue. So where does the water go after
Are
it?
you referring to the Carpinteria greenhouses?
Uh-huh.
Okay. I was a planning director in CARP for 10 years, and that was an interesting situation
Right.
there and times. Here, if you went in, were you able to go in?
No.
Okay. All of the orchids are on tables, and when they irrigate, there's a little, the irrigation comes down from the system onto the plants on a table, and it's like 2 minutes on and goes throughout the day based on heat and cycles for only 2 minutes. And then it goes down into the plant, and there's a large percentage of capture. The stuff that gets out of that falls onto the ground. There's mats over the ground. So what's not efficiently used in the plant is captured on the ground. Then Kathleen Garnan out of the Water Control Division has a biofilter system that we have to implement to implement the NPDES standards. And so there we're going to pick up some more efficiency. In the future, we're hoping to get near 100% by going to a much finer irrigation system that's drip, that uses more liquefied fertilizers and pesticide systems, so that it's an improvement upon what we have there today. But we really don't know how we compare. We know we're better, but I can't give you exact science on that.
Okay.
And Joe Kim, the Vice President, is here and can comment further on the specifics to that.
I think that's a matter of concern. I would appreciate all the input I can get. And Final question has to do with historic water use. This water use is projected to be more than twice as much as our county thresholds mandate for the groundwater basin, the San Antonio groundwater basin, which is in overdraft. And the staff report suggests the reason that can be permitted is because of historic use. So can you tell me anything about the historic use? Is that prior to any of this owner's operations? Is that an old ag use that we're talking about?
Yes, that would be the row crops, the flower crops, but I would like to hear staff's specific identification of the threshold level and where we're at. And when we do get to the drip, we'll be way underneath that. So could you recount that?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Cooney, rest of the commission as well. This is actually something I wanted to clarify because I think the discussion under Land Use Development Policy 4 is a bit confusing, and in some regards the way that the issue is discussed even in the mitigated negative declaration is a bit confusing. So essentially the development of the greenhouses and all of the structures on the site is estimated to result in a water demand of 54.62 acre-feet per year of consumption. We have estimated, because we often don't have precise historic data on agricultural properties, because of the previous use in row crops and flower seeds, we estimated based upon the thresholds 2.38 acre-feet per year per acre was used, which resulted in estimated water demand or water use of 107 acre-feet per year during the 10-year period with one fallow year. So the 10-year average would be slightly under the 107 acres. It would be 96 acres, something around 96 acres. And what we do when we discuss the environmental effects with respect to water is we look at the proposed water demand and we subtract the historic water use on the site. In this case, it's a negative number, meaning they'll use less water with this proposal than they have used historically on the site. So when you compare that to the threshold, they're clearly under the threshold.
It's about 50% if I do the math right. Did you say 52
Right.
acre-feet versus 100 acre-feet?
Right.
Yeah.
So I have some suggested language if and when we get to that point for the ND as well as for the Land Use Development Policy 4 discussion, just to make that clearer should your commission get there.
We thought we were in compliance, and we certainly don't want to stop there. It will be economically beneficial for the applicant to go to the drip, which will be an even more dramatic improvement.
Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a whole host of questions. I want to start with flood, since you spoke first about that. The new building that's going to be proposed is going to be hard-sided?
Yes,
Okay.
and roof as well.
Oh, and the roof as well. So if there is a flood, how does this structure work in a flood vis-à-vis the others which aren't hard-sided? In other words, will the flood be captured in the building? Will that make a difference to the building? Will it go around the building? Is the building going to be elevated? What?
The flood control conditions address that, and the result is that it either has to be raised or flood-proofed. But in either case, the flood waters are routed around the buildings and towards the detention basins.
So that's in the proposal, that they'll be routed around?
Right.
Okay. You spoke of meeting with Mr. Potter and that you needed to file something with Fish and Game or Fish and Wildlife. And have you already done that?
We have prepared the form from the online form. We have it ready to be mailed. We have a check in hand. Joe made a few corrections this morning.
Oh, okay. The detention basins have been designed because the structures are already in place. In other words, they're an after fact. So my question is, this one at the southwest corner, why was it not wrapped around that building rather than just sort of conclude just as a continuation of that building? Wouldn't that have been more effective to do that? I'm not sure how, if runoff is occurring from...
Well, runoff is actually coming straight towards this corner.
Right, but
And because we're dealing with the existing being here and the new coming in here and then planning around it, we want everything to end up here. So where we have the most land available is here. So this right here is the inlet for the whole system. So we broke up the drainage design right down the middle here. And so this is coming through catch basins and routed into here. This is split. This splits here, and then what direct efficient flow goes here. So it's designed to take all the water through here, from the back here, splitting this way, and back here, and all ending up down in this corner through flood controls design requirements that attenuate not only the 100-year storm event, but the 25 and the 50 and the 75, which is a little bit bigger than just simply the 100-year flood event.
Now, not knowing much about designing detention basins, it seems like this detention basin to the southwest is the smallest.
Yes.
So has it been designed that the greater flows are captured in the one to the east rather than the one to the west?
Most of the water will end up here,
Right,
and
with overflows.
what gets over that in a huge storm will come into here.
Okay.
Some will be in here at all times, but this will fill up first, then this, then the third one.
Okay. A question on water conservation, since right now there's no condition in the project that requires you to have any water conservation measures, although you've indicated that you're going to be going from your current system to a drip system, which is going to improve or decrease the amount of water usage. How, is there some way or some mechanism or some organization that checks how much water you use on the project?
I believe that's true. Isn't that true that you are in communication with an agency that helps us identify how much we're using out of the well water?
So there is no monitoring.
I'm sorry for speaking to the
That's
audience.
okay.
We could have Joe address that.
Okay, so there is no monitoring at the present time.
Apparently not. I thought we had some dialogue with the Kachuma District about the groundwater levels and what we were using.
Okay. A question for you. In the negative deck, it talks about no signs are proposed as part of this development plan request, and that any proposed signs would be subject to staff review. Well, there is already a sign on the project. So has that already been approved?
No.
That's another thing that hasn't been approved. Okay.
Chair Blau, Commissioner Brown, the sign that is currently existing on the site has been legally permitted.
It has been.
Based on the size in the zone district, it didn't require a permit like you would have on a commercial building.
Okay.
The indication that no signs are proposed as part of this project, it is the actual greenhouse with the office, warehouse use. There are no signs permitted on that, but that
okay.
particular sign that you're discussing has been out there, is out there legally, excuse me.
Okay.
Thank you.
When I was out there with you walking around, I noticed that there was plants, orchids in the creek, in the top of the creek bank, and there was concrete in the creek. It looks like there was concrete in the creek. I don't think there's any requirement for you to have, or any condition for recycling of any materials?
There are conditions for recycling, and I believe that.
Yes.
What you observed was a violation. Those plants should have been in the greenway system and roll-off should have received the
Okay,
concrete.
did BAR look at trash containers or recycle containers, or is there an area for these in this plan?
We do show a recycling center near the loading dock.
Okay, and BAR reviewed that, and it's covered and meets all stormwater?
I don't believe that they consciously acknowledged it in our meetings, both meetings.
Okay.
I don't believe it's come up yet,
Okay.
Chair
but their
Blau,
plans
Commissioner-
have it.
Go ahead, Ray.
I'm done, I'm sorry.
With regards, there are two recycling conditions that are in place in the document to require that they provide adequate recycling of the orchid clippings and any other waste product on site. I would probably defer to Mr. Karamitsos. He attended the last BAR meeting for me on October 9th.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Brown, I did attend that CBAR meeting, and just take 30 seconds and let you know that the CBAR carefully reviewed the project, and in their conceptual review indicated that unless your commission had, let's say, substantial changes to the project, they were comfortable having it come back at prelim final.
Okay.
But they are looking to the commission and acknowledge that in their consideration for input. And so that would be a good one to note.
Okay, that's all questions I have for now.
Richard
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Brown just about answered all my questions, but there's one that I wanted to focus on a little bit. On the nitrates, how do you handle the nitrates that come down? You said the filtration system doesn't handle everything. And if they go into the retention basin, that's going to percolate into the water table?
Joe Kim, the Vice President, General Manager, can comment more specifically
Okay, that'd be fine.
on that.
That'd be fine. Thank you, that was my concern.
Generally, they've been in touch with the County Ag Commissioner's office on that question. Can I invite him up
Please
now,
do.
or do you have any
Yeah,
more
please do.
specific question? Joe, can you come up? While he's coming up, I did want to raise one landscape issue that we do know we're going back to the BAR, and we first dealt with staff's input that relied upon screening, providing a solid visual screening. We got several different perspectives back from the BAR on that. One introduced the concept of using olive trees, and we wanted to just broach into the minute record here the possibility of taking vines and running them across the front underneath olive trees, and maybe get your feedback into the minute record so that when we do go back to the BAR, that can be part of the ongoing discussion of what we finally do end up with. And I don't know if you did see this in your packet. You should have gotten these handouts. Okay, Joe. This is Joe Kim, General Manager, Vice President with Keystone Orchid Nursery.
Hello, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. And I try to answer every question you have, and as much I know. And first of all, Mr. Cooney asked Mr. Savon about outflow, irrigation outflow. Right now, from the irrigation point of view, we don't have any outflow, and nothing coming out of the nursery. They're all going into the ground, as far as we know. And during the winter time, during the storm period, we may have a runoff, definitely. It depends how much rain we got. And when, as of right now, the current shade structure has this one on top. Underneath, we have a membrane film, the plastic, and that we have to open it completely because the plastic cannot hold the weight of water. So almost like 99% area is completely open except this, so rain will all fall through. And then we use orchids raised bench type thing, probably about 3 feet high bench, and a wire hung it, just all orchids hung on the bench. What was the question you had, Mr. Venetia? basin, in the basin, that water goes to the basin, does the basin percolate to the water table? Right now, we don't have any flow to basin as of now. In the future, we shouldn't have to worry about it because we're going to replace all the overhead sprinkler to drip system. So we're going to use probably about quarter, maybe less than 25% of our water consumption and fertilizer too, because we save a lot of money and a lot of fertilizer and water consumption. So as of now, we use overhead sprinkler goes everywhere. There is no runoff to outside at all. And in the future, we're not going to see anything. That water has nitrates in it, right? Their water has, yes, nitrate in it. I spoke with the Ag Commissioner about two things. One is that fertilizer issue. The other one is pesticide and insecticide issues, because Los Alamos Advisory Council meeting brought out the issues. So we'd like to get some quantitative analysis on to present to you in case some questions come up. And the Ag Commissioner told us that the way we are doing it is so minute, don't have to worry about it. If there's any quantitative analysis we need, then there's a state or the county website that all nurseries, all ranches and farmers have all that, what pesticide used, what consumption is, all it's right there. And so very much, there's a lot of data there. So they said, the way we're doing, we spray on top of it and basically don't have to concern about it at all. That's what they said. I'm just quoting what they said.
Commissioner Brooks.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to ask a question about, the trucks that will come in. Now, the new plan has parking that will be screened. Do you keep the large the trucks on your property, and where are they located? I didn't see during our site visit. Didn't see any large trucks.
To answer your question, Mr. Brooks, we don't keep any trucks. We don't have trucks, and the only truck we have on the property is, our customer took a whole truckload of our orchid. They haven't paid, so they just we're holding it. We're holding it so that they can bring some money back. That's what they brought it back to truck. So we don't have any truck. And speaking of that, we're going to have a large van type truck, like Costco's or Safe Havens, and those trucks will be coming in. And those trucks will be coming in like maybe about 20 minutes, shouldn't say 20 minutes, 1 hour maximum, just to load them up and they go. So we are not going to have any overnight staying big, large trucks there.
Okay. I was asking that because I'm wondering, with the screening and the landscaping plan, is the height of what is planned, let's say if you went to something like Vines, would that be adequate to screen that from 101? Because that is so visible to passing traffic.
That one we have to report to, Central Coast Board of Architect. We drove around, our architect here, and this is Yvonne, the Pamphlet, we drove around a few times. From the distance coming in from the angle, certain angle, southeast side angle. Actually, we don't see anything about, right now, the profile, a silhouette of a profile. But only thing we see is, big 3 houses, the modular home, that's the one we see it. The rest we don't see it. I want to go to the right in front of the property, then we turn our head around, then we see the big, black, mysterious structure there. And it's not beautiful compared to all the landscapes around there. So that's one the I guess they have to have aesthetic, and same time we got to screen it. So we're gonna mix it either whatever CBAR recommend, but a lot of sycamores and cottonwood and along with all that evergreen trees to screen it and mix beautiful, or just conforming around the surrounding landscapes.
Mr. Brown?
Right now, there's a loading dock or a part of it in front
Yes,
of
ma'am.
one of the greenhouses. So I didn't understand from your comments, where is the new loading dock going to be?
Loading dock will be right there.
Well, does it show it on these plans?
Yes.
Florence, would you point that out on where the loading dock is going? It's going to be in front of or behind the detention basin? You can't see it from there.
The reason why it appears in the wrong location now is that the new buildings are not side by side.
The loading dock is going to be approximately right.
Right there, yes. Yeah.
Oh, okay, so
It's hard to see from that, from the picture.
But they,
Okay. Okay.
There is a one recycling area, and then another
Oh, I
one,
see
right
it.
behind
Okay,
it, the
I see
big
it.
one is loading dock.
it should be very near, but if
Yeah, I
it's
see
not,
it.
it'll have to be jacked.
No, I see it, okay.
Our concern is the accessibility, actually, from that angle, so we may have to tweak it, depending. But we wouldn't be able to see from the highway.
I guess I have a question not so much on the front landscaping. Well, the landscaping that's proposed around the 3 employee housing units in the back is staff. Can you address that? Because that's, as I was driving north, coming to the meeting today, that's basically what you can see coming from the south are the 3 units because they're elevated. So can you just, I'm not sure what the landscaping is proposed. Oh, I see the landscape plan here. I see it. Okay. All right, I get it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. I do have 2 speaker slips. Now I take that back. I have 1 speaker slip. And just for information, Mr. Severin, when you are the applicant, you don't need a speaker slip. I'm going to call you automatically, just so you know. In the future, I'll just help you out there. So I have Chris Rather.
Chair Blau and Commissioners, my name is Chris Rather, and I'm the chairman of LOPAC, the Los Alamos Planning Advisory Committee. We looked at this project during one meeting last Wednesday, a week ago today. I wrote a letter to you, excuse me, that you should have, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have. I'm inclined not to just reread the letter, but just to answer questions if you have any.
Commissioner Brooks.
Thank you. I have a question now that we've gotten a sense of the history of this project. LOPAC has been around before. You were reconstituted, I think, recently. Was there ever a discussion about, the nursery and the greenhouses previous to what you just discussed a few weeks ago?
During public comment, it was brought up at a previous meeting some time ago because I think it was apparent that all of a sudden these structures had appeared, and our understanding was that it would be coming to us in a way that allowed us to make give input to the project in a timely way. As I said in my letter, what turned out is we ended up kind of getting pulled together at the last minute a week before, and we were able to pull a meeting together. However, that was really the first time we'd been exposed to any of the details of the project.
Commissioner Brown.
If, rather than seeing the project sort of at the back end, if you could have seen it at the front end, I think your comments were mostly about landscaping. Would there have been some other concerns that you would have addressed that might have been incorporated into the project design?
Well, Chair Blau and Commissioner Brown, I think that, I don't know that I can answer that specifically, but I do think that probably the issues that we would have been concerned with came up. A number of questions were asked, for instance, that I didn't put in my letter to you just because they seemed to be resolved to the satisfaction of the committee members, such as where does the water go, the nitrates question, and that sort of thing. I think that when I had heard of this project previously from community members, the concern seemed to be primarily about the visual aspects of the project, driving up 101 and all of a sudden seeing a wall of dark green plastic. So that appeared to be the main concern.
Okay. And your suggestion concerning the landscaping, that it not be too tall to obstruct the mountain views, would agrarian, sort of a more agrarian theme, I think staff is suggesting like olive trees or vineyards or something that sort of mimics the landscaping in adjacent vineyards. Is that something that you discussed and that's what the LawPAC's preference would be?
Yes,
okay.
I believe that's true. We realize that there's a trade-off. You want to cover up the ugly part. On the other hand, you want to cover up as little of the hills as you possibly can. And it seemed to us that the CBAR's recommendation of having landscaping which was clumped, which was varied in height and feel, made sense.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Brooks.
Yes, I would just like to ask if your group had more time, or do you need more time to look at this? I know as I went through the staff report, there were all kinds of issues that came forward, to me, and I know your group can be very, very thorough. And when I see, okay, you mentioned, yes, it's an appropriate use of the land. There was some concern about the truck traffic, signage. It seemed to me that your group would probably have gone into greater detail if you had more time. I mean, would you ask that of our commission as far as getting an opportunity to look at this again?
Well, Chair Blau and Commissioner Brooks, one thing that we didn't have an opportunity to do was to visit the site. We were called together too quickly to do that, to really arrange that, organize that. The staff report that we had to review, we received the afternoon before the meeting. In fact, we took a few minutes at the beginning of the meeting to read it for those of us who hadn't looked at it. I guess I have to answer your question in the affirmative. I mean, I think that it's always useful to have the local input. And as I mentioned in my letter, I did feel that we were shortchanged in that regard. And, as I sit here today and I hear the questions you're asking, I realize that some of those we might have asked a little more thoroughly had we had a little more time to look at it. But it's, obviously not our decision, so.
Commissioner Cooney.
Chris, thank you so much for weighing in to the extent you did on short notice, and I'm not sure why it is that LawPAC was consulted so late in the game. Part of it is that it's not a normal part of review process of projects, and I think it's always valuable to decision makers to have input from the local community, but there's no mechanism set up that it needs to go through that. So I've taken your comments such as you've made them, and they're very important. The one I have concern about and haven't had a chance to ask the applicant about is the projected truck traffic. You indicate there is a traffic issue, whether trucks are approaching from the north or south to get onto the frontage road, and the applicant's telling us that, or at least our staff report represents that during the peak of the season, when all these orchids are ready to move to market, there are 4 to 7 truckloads per day, per week. Let me get that right. 4 to 7 trips per week. So that'd be less than one a day. I just don't understand how they can get all those plants to market. Have you got any experience from your exposure to the site that there's more truck traffic than that would indicate?
Chair Blau and Commissioner Cooney, I don't have any experience with the site. It's not readily visible to, to the town, where the trucks go and the route they take. We tend to see it as we drive by on Highway 101, so I really can't give you any information. The concerns that came up were from a couple of LAPAC members, and I think the concern was around the fact that the turn there is very sharp. It's kind of awkward because it is a frontage road and it's not a highly traveled frontage road. Also, it's sort of a narrow road, and it kind of turns into, I believe it turns into sort of an unimproved road at one point. So, but again, without a site visit, it's hard for me to give you much information on it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Commissioner Brown, you have another question?
Yeah, I do. Just a follow-up to that. Even going back on the freeway, if let's say a truck came in and they went back and they wanted to go south, they kind of have to go up and then under and then over and around, and it's sort of, is there a problem at that not at the exit off ramp, but going underneath the freeway and going back southbound? Is that, I don't know anything about that intersection, what it's like. I don't imagine there's any sort of LOS issues. I can't be.
Once you're off the frontage road and
Right.
you're on to the, I guess it's the exit to the northbound off-ramp. The northbound off-ramp exit is where you would turn. You would turn right onto that.
Right. I'm talking about if you're going to go back south on 101.
Then you would take that and go under the highway
Right.
and make a left turn.
Right.
My sense of it is that's doable. We have trucks.
Okay.
We have more trucks than we would like using Highway
Doing that.
135.
Right, doing that. I note in your letter that the project represents that it will not require signage visible from 101, yet staff has already approved this sign that is visible from 101. I guess staff represented that there's not any signage on the building, although the signage that is visible has already been approved, so I'm not sure. Is in your new community plan, is there a section on signage and LAPAC's review of it, or?
Chair Blau and Commissioner Brown, there is, but it really addresses
Bell Street
this kind of the center of town, the core of town. It doesn't address that area.
Okay.
I may have misheard what the applicant had said, or some of us may have misheard.
Okay.
I was under the impression that sign that's currently there wasn't really necessary because this is a wholesale operation and people that drive to it know how to get to it. And it was represented that, there's no need for any kind of retail sign to get, people's attention because it's not a retail operation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. That's our last speaker slip. So I'll close it to the public hearing and bring it back to the commission for deliberation. I'm sorry? But this is not an appeal. Commissioner Brooks.
Yes, thank you, Chair Blau. This is in the 3rd District, and I know I am not ready to make any motions on this, and I don't know, as I look through the conditions, one of the things that jumps out at me, again, looking at the history of the project, I just want to make sure, by the time, we do make the motion, that, we have conditions and adequate monitoring. I went through a few of the conditions, and the monitoring is, to me, somewhat vague. It's there, but I think, considering the history of this project, I personally would like to see that strengthened a bit. And I'm not quite sure, how we go about doing that, but do we have to go through each one and say, well, maybe this needs to be done quarterly? I just want to see more meat with the monitoring on this. And as I said, I think, Ms. Black, you were very good to point out that, we now have better oversight on the end, and we have some money going in that direction. But like I said, I'm not ready to go into this, jump into this project right now until this is firmed up. And again, it's coming from the history.
Sure.
Ms. Black.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Brooks, I just wanted to make a couple of comments about monitoring. Monitoring is different than our zoning enforcement program. It's proactive. If your commission were to approve this permit, we will ensure that the conditions of approval are met, and if they are not met, we will use our notice of violation process to ensure that they are. I do have a suggestion for a condition that I think would help in making sure that things get off the ground in an appropriate way, and that is, since most of the development has already occurred on the site, it seems to me that the commission should entertain a time frame in which the applicant is required to receive their land use permit for the structures that already exist, because the development plan on its face is valid for 10 years. I don't want to be 9 years from now still waiting for a land use permit on this project, so I think it would be extremely helpful and very appropriate for the commission to attach a condition that requires that the land use permits be obtained within a reasonable but, relatively short period of time, and perhaps the applicant could comment on what they, the time frame that they think they need to satisfy all of the conditions of approval, because I do know they have a number of other agencies that they have to get permits from potentially. So I think that, in combination with knowing this is not our reactive zoning enforcement program, this is our permit compliance program. It's funded by the applicant. They're required to pay for our time. I think that should help.
It helps, but I think in the wording that I've seen as I've gone through, mitigation measures, conditions, in this particular instance, I would like to see, maybe get some assistance from my colleagues to find out how we can tighten that up.
Mr. Cooney.
Commissioner Brooks, I'm headed in a little different direction than you are, primarily based on the history, but also on the location of the existing greenhouses. In my own mind, I have segmented this project into the existing greenhouses and the proposed new. And I would be inclined to vote against the project as presented because it is increasing the use significantly without any demonstration of compliance as to the existing greenhouses. So if it were my choice alone, I would move in the direction of, as you say, tightening the conditions with regard to the existing development, making sure that it's all in compliance, and then having a period of time where the applicant complies with all of the conditions before we entertain any kind of additional development on the site. For one thing, the aesthetics connected with the new greenhouses are significantly more impactive, I think, than the existing greenhouses. And whatever can be said about the existing structures being in the background away from the highway, that would disappear if we follow the proposal and bring the structures forward. So for today's purposes, just for your information, I'm not prepared to vote in favor of the application as presented. If others agreed with me, then we would be looking at revised conditions and findings and have an opportunity to review that at a future hearing.
Mr. Brown.
I don't have any problem with Commissioner Cooney's recommendation, but I have some questions before that. The applicant has indicated that they're going to be sending this documentation to Fish and Wildlife, and I'm wondering, it is possible that they could come back with some additional, they could come back with comments that say you've got to do A, B, C, and D, which may impact things that are already, conditions that are already in here. Is that, or do they do it separately? How does that work?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Brown, Fish and Wildlife's process is obviously separate from the county process. You could ask the applicant to bring back that information. I don't know how long it will take for them to hear back from Fish and Wildlife.
But what if Fish and Wildlife says you can't, you have to do A, B, C, and D, or you have to undo A, B, C, and D? How does that affect the project and the conditions that we've applied to it, if in fact there's some overlap, or there's some new, or there's something that we have to incorporate into the conditions of approval? Does that occur, or is that just a completely separate process?
Well, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Brown, the area in which they would probably be concerned is more limited than the entire site.
Right.
I don't anticipate there being conflicting requirements, but it has happened before.
Well, I wasn't thinking so much of conflicting, but I was thinking of, because the applicant has stockpiled stuff on the creek bank, they've altered the creek bank. I don't know what Fish and Wildlife might do, but they may say revegetate those areas. That would be something that we would put in a condition. I mean, I have no idea how that would...
If I could weigh in for a second on that, it seems to me that if for some reason Fish and Wildlife were to create some condition that were in conflict with what we were to approve, it would require the applicant to come back and amend his approval. Otherwise, he'd be in violation. That's the risk that he would take. And I agree with Ms. Black that I think there's no likelihood that that's going to occur. They're going to be concerned with the 50 feet in the creek. If there's been any damage to the creek or anything done wrong, it's easy to correct those kind of conditions. I don't see it a conflict. I was going to weigh in on Commissioner Cooney's comments and say that it appears to me that the only thing that's of great concern to anybody is this issue of the landscaping that's going to block both the new buildings and the existing buildings. And although I'm not usually a proponent of requiring bonds for landscaping, this is one where I could be clearly persuaded to say otherwise. And I think it would not be unreasonable that we give a very short time frame for them to install the landscaping. That doesn't necessarily affect, I mean, that's the thing that's going to cure most of the problems. So if we said that the landscaping had to be installed, fully approved, within, I could do it as short as 9 months, and have sizable bond for that landscaping, and I would also agree to one for maintenance for a number of years. And I could even be convinced to not allow the construction of the new greenhouses until the landscaping was complete and the installation bond was released. That seems to me to gives us the teeth we need to cure the biggest problem, and yet not allow this opportunity for, which is basically a farmer, to do his farming. So I would wonder how the fellow commissioners feel about that. Commissioner Valencia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, are you reading my notes? Aesthetics, number one, I mean, the screening of Highway 101, I think is probably the most important thing to me, and then dealing with that, I won't repeat all the things that you said, but then double with that, if these things that are non-conforming, he's already going to pay a double fine on that. If he doesn't complete them in a timely manner, is there a triple fine? And that's a question. No, there is no such thing as a triple fine.
Mr. Chair, if, and Commissioner Valencia, if the commission were to place a condition requiring a land use permit be obtained within a certain period of time, and the applicant did not do that, what we would do is we would issue an NOV, which provides them essentially 30 days, an additional 30 days, and if they were not able to obtain their land use permit in that period of time, we would fine them every day until they got it.
Okay, so then there is a fine. And my feeling is, thank you, my feeling is that, when business is in trouble, it's our job to ensure that they get back on the right track. I mean, we're not trying to punish them. They did something wrong, there's a fine for it. Pay the fine, correct the wrongs, and get on with the project. I mean, the county needs all these businesses to prosper in these tough economic times. We're not here to punish you, we're just here to get you on the right track and get the job done. One of the major things that I was concerned about, the nitrates, and you partially answered that question. That's good enough for me. Somebody's looking at it, they're trying to do something about it. That's very important because that could possibly contaminate the water basin and have problems later on in the future. But now, when anybody goes through and passes by, what is the thing that they would see? They would see those dark things. I personally don't find them that objective. However, people do, and the people ask that these things be shielded. Follow through with that. Get your shielding. Get a plan. Get these trees. You already said that you're interested in olive trees. Just remember that olive trees require a lot of maintenance to keep them looking nice, but that's your prerogative to find something that looks nice to cover it. I mean, your linear feet is what, a quarter of a mile or something like that, you know? I mean, I would have a plan like that showing here, just like, you know, this plan that we showed. I would have had a third picture showing proposed, and here's our final picture of what we expect to see, and all these trees up covering everything, that you could just make it a beautiful thing, you know, and get on with your project. Your project is more important than this minor amount that you're going to spend on this screening, you know. So I'm, except for a little time frame of trying to do, I don't know, I won't ask you to do a continuance, but I don't know what you were thinking of, Mr. Chair, but I'm ready to see him go forward and...
Well, I'm ready to see him go forward today. I think I was going to set a reasonable time frame for them to install the landscaping and have it complete. I could even go so far as to not allow the construction of the 2 new buildings until such time as all the other violations were cured. I mean, I think that's holding their feet to the fire. That's giving an incentive, but I don't think it's an unreasonable one. And if I could break for just a second, well, I want to see how my other commissioners feel about my suggestion, and then I'm going to ask the applicant to come up and see if they would agree to those kinds of conditions.
And I concur with those things, Mr. Chair, finishing my comments.
Great. Commissioner Brown.
You know, it strikes me that, from Commissioner Valencia's comments, that we're not here to punish the applicant. I think in the fact that we've been rewarding the applicant because he's been allowed to continue his business over the course of time. In fact, he's even expanded his business. And there's been, although the county has tried, there's been no stopping of his business. He's continued on for, I don't know, quite a while. What I would like to see is some sort of continuing monitoring over a period of time where we know that the applicant is adhering to the conditions that we are going to impose, and that he is not adding any other development as he has been wont to do over the last several years. I think that'd be very important for us to know, for a report to come back and say, yeah, all the conditions have been met, he's continuing to meet them, or no, he hasn't, he's adding additional potting sheds in the creek setbacks, I don't know, something. But I think we need to hear that from this applicant. We do that for others who are totally in compliance, and I think that would be an important component of any of our conditioning.
Mr. Brooks.
Yes, thank you. I'm looking at, I do have certainly concerns with the visual impacts, but as I go through the negative deck, I have other issues, bringing in the natural gas, the energy, the wastewater, the hazmat. When we took the site visit, I don't think we discussed that. We did talk about, the recycling of the plants, that they were the green waste. But as I went through the staff report more carefully, I realized, we do have a lot of chemicals out there. And, supposedly everything is, less than significant. I don't know about that. And I look at the creek, when we walked back there, I mean, if I had a creek in my backyard, I would keep it pristine. I would not be throwing, concrete in there. I mean, we're thinking here, we're on our way, to the hearing, and to think that in a site visit, we'd be seeing something like this. Totally, I would say, out of compliance. And again, that's probably, Fish and Wildlife, just the storage, the mobile home that was still out there. Well, it's going to be moved soon, but when? And I think it's wonderful that maybe years of, kind of not being in compliance is going to be cured now. This is going to be, once this is all set, we will have a business that is more efficiently run, and which is abiding, by the, rules and regulations of the county. My other concern here is this is a huge operation in a rural area. You know, many of our other greenhouses are a little bit closer to urban settings, and I think because, you know, it's out there and so visible to one, I think we just need to slow down and make sure we get this right, because this is a wonderful opportunity to correct maybe 4 or 5 years when things weren't done right. I'm leaning toward, you know, Ms. Black's, the wording that you could come up with, you know, in that condition, you know, to get the LUP first. I don't know if that satisfies the other. Maybe we need to take a little break and come back and see what.
Mr. Severin, can I inquire you as to your thoughts about my comments?
Yes, we want to not appeal this. We want to beg of you to create a baseline so we can get a track record of approvals, and we're more than willing to subject ourselves to tight monitoring requirements, even delaying approval of the rigid covered new greenhouses out front, but we desperately do need approvals for the existing shade houses. What's at risk there is the millions of dollars in that crop, and the legal approval to heat that properly. The illegal, unpermitted past practice of heating it is not available to them this winter, and that whole crop out there is at risk. And so, without using a formal term that causes procedurally us to go to the Board of Supervisors, we want to beg you to create some kind of baseline now so we can go forward with getting that land use permit immediately for those existing shade houses, and more particularly to get heat to them. We're willing to accept conditions relative to immediacy, monitoring, and whatever else we might need to do to get to yes.
Ms. Black, you had some comment?
Mr. Chair, I think, given the comments of the commission and the comments from Mr. Severin on behalf of the applicant, it might be better if the commission simply approved what exists and require that the applicant come back in at a later date to approve the remainder of the greenhouses. Because if we can do that today, I think it meets the immediate needs of the applicant, and whether or not we can do that today is a question. I think if we try to craft conditions that stage this development, we probably aren't going to be able to do it today in a way that works really well. So what I heard is you really want to have what you have on the ground permitted and able to put heat to it.
Yes.
I think that might be a simpler
Let me ask the
way to
question.
go.
I don't see anything complex about bonding for the landscaping and not allowing the construction of the 2 new buildings until the rest of the conditions are met. That's a pretty simple condition to write. Would you agree to bond for the landscaping and also, and have to put it in a very relatively short period of time? Not 3 years, it's going to be like 6 or 9 months. I mean, that landscape's got to be in and done.
Would you agree to that?
So we can probably do landscaping.
And the other corrections that they've got.
I'm sorry?
And the other corrections, you got to shorten the building, you got to satisfy the fire department, you got to clean the creek up, you got to get all that stuff done before you can start the 2 new buildings.
Yes, sir. I'd like to apologize about the concrete and the green waste, but it just happened, and I didn't know it. Mr. Sebon pointed out to me, and I just turned the whole place around and making sure that it's not going to happen. And we have a recycling green recycling plan in the place, so we'll meet all the conditions. That would just happen, I guess, same day or before you came in.
Well, from my understanding,
so
that
we are going to. Yeah, that was actually it's just a positive for us in a way, but we're going to correct the problem.
I'm just wondering, Mr. Chair, since we've got a lot of things going on at the same time here, if we couldn't take a short break, have staff kind of come back with all the things that we've talked about. And
Actually, I need a bathroom break.
Oh, okay. Perhaps we could do that. Okay, thank you. This is for Botanic Garden. Oh, right, and when they're not. Right.
We have closed the public hearing. There should be nothing new. Doesn't matter. We're done with that. Back here.
Wait a minute, all the other stuff. Okay.
All 3 years over.
I did have a question. I believe it's Joan and I have your material from the last NHR meeting. My recollection was that was what was sent to one of us. Okay.
It was pretty straightforward, what we're going over.
I think it was 8 or 9 different things we're gonna make a decision on and ship it off to the board.
Something like that. No, because there's nothing new. No, they just say approve the project.
At the last meeting, we closed the hearing, and we're done. We did, maybe.
Noisy in it, noisy.
Okay, do it, anyway, have a hard time. By the time you do it. Did you do a bypass? Okay, we're going to go back on the record. Ms. Black, where are we?
Well, Mr. Chair, I think we need a little bit more direction from the commission as to where you want to go, but here's my recommendation at this point. Florence can certainly walk through some of the conditions that were added in her memo of October 20th, which I think addresses some of the issues that the commission has addressed today. If the commission chooses to approve just that portion of the development that exists on the site right now, my recommendation is that that the commission take a conceptual action today and continue it just until Monday to give staff time to just go through the conditions, make sure we've got it right, because it really does affect more than just the project description conditions. So it kind of depends on where the commission is going. But I feel like we can't quite pull it all together today.
Okay, Commissioner Cooney.
Mr. Chair, thank you. I think where you and I, at least in our prior expression of viewpoints, differ is that if I understood your proposal, it was actually to approve the project as presented, but delay implementation of the new part and make sure that the existing development is upgraded and all the conditions met. My proposal is one step back from that. It's basically a reduced project approval that would occur at this time so that we would have the opportunity to actually see how the applicant implements the conditions attached to the reduced project over a period of time. And they would be free to apply for the new buildings, but we would have some hard data on which to base whether we would add to the project. Plus, the town of Los Alamos would have some experience and some input, and I'd be more comfortable with that. In other words, taking conceptual action today with the contemplation that by Monday we would have staff present us with conditions applied to the existing greenhouse development as it exists on the ground today, but not to expand it as proposed.
And I guess my only concern with that is that I'm hard-pressed, especially in today's economic times, not to allow someone in their entrepreneurial spirit to not make the maximum use of their business. I mean, I don't know how many more employees the other two greenhouses provide. I don't know what the economic impact is, but I've got to believe it's substantial. And I would also think that, this additional landscaping, the retarding basins, and the other things that we're asking them to do are a lot easier to do if they're able to complete their business plan and expand the business to where they think it should be. I mean, I think your comments are well taken and the thought process is good, but I think we achieve the same result if we simply force them to do all of the work that's required to get the existing property into conformance. I want to shorten up their time frame for the landscaping. I don't want it to go on for any lengthy period of time. I think we do the same thing, except we don't limit their business. We don't force them to pay additional fees and come back and do this again. I mean, if they don't do what you're saying, which is get in compliance with the existing properties, they can't go forward with the new buildings. And we will now have a bond for that landscaping and a short time frame to install it. I think it accomplishes every goal that you set forth. In fact, I think it does it better simply because they now have an economic incentive in order to get into compliance. So I'm sure the bond will not be small for the landscaping that we're asking to do.
Well, Chair
Commissioner
Blau.
Brown, you have thoughts?
Well, but then there would be then some sort of monitoring would be needed to ensure compliance of all the conditions.
They're not going to get a permit to build the other two buildings, and they're not getting their bond released until they have those conditions complied with. And frankly, you don't want, believe me, you don't want to have your bond foreclosed on by the county. So they don't have the landscaping done in the 6 to 9 month period I was talking about. They don't have the rest of this stuff in order. They can't go forward. It's real economic incentive for them.
Well, I guess what I'd like to see is what the language looks like for either.
Well, I
either
agree with the
proposal.
continuance till Monday, because I don't believe the staff could even do that condition
Yeah.
today. I realize that.
Yeah, let's look at that.
But I think if we could take a poll on these two items, let staff come back to us on Monday with those changes. Mr. Cooney, your response.
Mr. Chair, if my only concern was aesthetics, it would be one thing, and I'd be concerned about the landscaping condition, because that's obviously very important. There is landscaping required around other portions of the site that are visible from the highway with regard to the modular buildings and so forth. So I think that can be built in as a condition to our approval of the existing site, and should be. My problem is that I believe that we need to see the operation as it exists under the improved and new conditions before we're prepared to okay an expansion of the business. I realize there is an economic delay, but on the other hand, they pretty much operated without county permits up to now. I would like to see how they do in an atmosphere of cooperation with the county before we give them any expansion.
Well, I think I'm saying that, though. Maybe that's what I'm saying. They cannot start the two new buildings until they're in full compliance on all the rest of the conditions relating to the property, which is all the landscaping, the chopping off the buildings, the complying with the fire department, cleaning up the creek, whatever it could be. They can't start those two buildings until all that's done and been approved by the county. It's the same thing, except they just don't have to come back here if they're in compliance.
Well, then, the last thing I'll say about this is I'm not prepared today to approve the expansion, even if they had been in compliance all along. In other words, I think it's a material difference in the project to expand the greenhouses toward the highway. That's going to make a significantly greater impact on both the size of the project, the amount of development on the ground, the potential for contamination. All of those things would be such that under no circumstances am I prepared to approve the additional buildings. What I'm saying is I would be open to an expansion of this operation if it is put forth in the future and staff can come in and say, since the Planning Commission review of this matter in October of 2009, this has been an ideal operation and they've done everything we've asked. Without that, I'm prepared to turn down the whole project. So where we are
That's a completely different issue. So I hear where you're at, and I think I'll poll the other commissioners to see where they're at. Commissioner Brown, you want to go first?
Well, I would like to see the applicant in compliance with what exists. Get stuff out of the setback. We add some new conditions before we go forward. I don't have any problems doing the detention basin and the landscaping with that. But I don't want to see them do new greenhouses, because what I want to know is I don't want to leave it to staff, for staff to say, oh yeah, they're compliant. I want to hear that. I want to hear that they've done everything that they need to do. They've gotten stuff out of setbacks. I just need to get that comfort, because this applicant for the last 5 years has just kind of flaunted the process. And I know staff has worked very hard in trying to work with them. And, they've sort of been a moving target with this project. So that, I guess my proposal would be to get something sort of in between, because I bet you with the existing greenhouses, there would have been a requirement for a detention basin as well. So I don't see why we couldn't, that's sort of a halfway measure, but that's sort of where I am.
Mr. Brooks.
Thank you, Chair Blau. I have been, probably voicing the greatest concerns about this. I think this idea of, looking at the reduced project, when we talk about the economic impacts, I think what the biggest concern is making sure, there's heat soon. If we do this reduced project, let's say if we come back on Monday, we get the conditions, we know exactly where we're going, that doesn't prevent them from, business continues, I would assume, until we don't do the expansion yet.
Commissioner
Just
Blanch.
wait for compliance.
Commissioner Valencia.
Mr. Chair, I got to remember there's economic concerns here too. There's about 50 people that are depending on their income there on those jobs. There are a lot of people that are going to be working there. Those that are working right now in preparation, there's jobs. And just because these people made mistakes, they're willing to pone up for their mistakes. They're willing to correct everything because they know they have to. In willing to do that, they're already going to be paying double the basic if they don't comply, and if they go beyond what we've said, that they have a certain timetable, it's going to cost them even more. So I don't think we gain anything by, this project's going to be there one way or another, whether we deal with it or whether it goes on appeal to the Board of Supervisors. I'm sure the supervisor's going to look at the economic things of this project up here, especially in the North County where there's so much of these jobs that it's just people, the unemployment up here is in the 10, 12, or 14. I remember the mayor of Lavadino said something about they had the highest unemployment up here in this general area, and we're going to add to it, because somebody made mistakes in the past. They're willing to correct all that, and they're paying the fines or will pay the fines. I just the expansion, we'll deal with that when it comes up with the proposed LUP for new buildings and so on, but what's there now is there now, and just make it look reasonable. Excuse me?
Ms. Black, you want to make a comment?
I can't remember what it was, Mr. Chair. Well, I honestly, it was at some point during Commissioner Brooks's...
I had asked if we go, if we take some conceptual motion today, come back on Monday with the conditions. My question was, well, the company continues to operate, and they'll be able to heat their, well, I guess part of the new project would be the new heating system, is that correct? So there's no heating right now?
That's correct.
Okay.
So the applicant, at some time in the past, I think had propane heat in the greenhouses. The fire department made them stop using the propane heat, and we will not give them a permit to...
For the natural gas until this gets complied with.
Right. So they can continue to operate, but they will not have heat.
Okay, so it seems to me the issue we need to decide on is whether or not we're going to allow the 2 additional buildings as a part of this permit. And I'm clearly hearing from Commissioner Cooney the answer is no. I think I'm hearing from Commissioner Valencia that the answer is yes. For Commissioner Brooks and from Commissioner Brown, I'm not sure whether it's a yes or no on the 2 new buildings.
Well, I would like to see the detention basins and the landscaping go in, and no new buildings until they comply with all the conditions for their existing buildings.
Okay, well, that was my proposal, so I'm not sure. I think, Commissioner Brooks, where are you at?
I'm probably leaning more toward Commissioner Cooney's recommendation.
Okay, so we need real clarity from Commissioner Brown.
So I think the distinction is, Commissioner Brown, are you willing to approve a development plan for all of the square footage today with the condition that they are in compliance with the existing square footage before new square footage is built? Or do you want to just approve the development plan for the existing square footage and then consider someday in the future the new square footage?
Well, I guess my question is that had the applicant come in and gone through this process, there would have been there would be detention basins for these greenhouses. Is that correct?
That would be correct.
Okay. So I'm not sure, I don't understand why we couldn't require them to put those detention basins in now, because the current...
Oh, I'm saying that they would be. They would be required to do the landscaping, the retardation basins, and correct all the other of the existing buildings before they could begin construction or erecting the 2 new buildings.
I don't think that's...
The distinction is, do you approve it all today contingent upon these staged, or do you simply approve the existing square footage and then make them come back at a later date to for the additional buildings?
Yeah. That's what I would support. that they would have to come back at a later date after they've gotten the landscape detention basins and corrected all the conditions.
Okay, so I think it's 3-2. I can count pretty easily here. I think it's a mistake. I'm not I wish he would reconsider. I just don't see the reasons for having them to come back. I understand Commissioner Cooney's concerns. He's not certain that he'll approve the 2 new buildings at the later date, even if they comply with all this stuff, if I heard him correctly. So that's a different issue. So you're saying...
I don't know. I'd like to see them correct the conditions and whatever new conditions we're going to apply before we let them go forward with the new buildings.
That was my proposal, but...
Right, but it's a two-step thing. You
But
want to do it, you want to approve it all now, I want to approve it...
You want to bring it back to the commission again.
Yes.
And so I'll ask one more question. Is there any way to write a condition that says they have to come back for the commission's approval to start the 2 new buildings? What it does is the one good thing it does, it allows us to use this existing documentation we have. We don't have to have them do a new application, new fees, new staff reports, new all other garbage.
I'm going to say this on the record, even though I haven't said it to county council yet. Mr. Chair and members of the commission, it might be possible to write a condition that requires the applicant to come in for a condition compliance hearing with the commission and be found in compliance with full compliance with their permit before allowing the additional square footage be constructed.
And that would be perfect. I think that would give us all, we could go out and do the site visit again, make sure for ourselves that they're in compliance, and then give them permission to proceed with the second buildings. And, that would be reasonable.
So the conditions would sort of be phased, well, no, they wouldn't be phased.
No, the condition would be set, but before they can start the buildings, they're going to have to come back before the commission and prove up compliance with all the other conditions, the landscaping, the retarding basins, the shortening of the buildings, the landscaping in front of the modulars, and then we would have a vote to say, yes, they're okay to go forward with the other 2 buildings.
And there would be condition that there would be no construction of any kind during this period.
Correct.
New construction,
Correct.
well,
Correct.
no new construction.
So, Mr. Chair, I understand what you're requesting. It would be an unusual process for us.
That's just normal for these 5 people. Are you kidding me?
I think we can work before Monday to try to craft a condition for that, but I just will, if that's where the commission would like to go, but I just want to put in a disclaimer. I would want to look at that further.
Let me do it
and
this
it may
way.
be that we come back on Monday and say
Let's do it this way. If you can do it that way, you can do it that way. If you can't do it that way, bring it back on the 3-2 where they have to come back. I would really appreciate they not having to pay the fees to reinitiate the process. But I appreciate Commissioner Brown and Commissioner Cooney's concerns that they want to see this thing cleaned up, given its history.
So I just want to make sure that 3 commissioners that would support that second approach.
Well, they have to come
At least 3 commissioners. Or they'd have to come in for a permit compliance finding by the commission before they could move forward with the phase 2.
They have to come back to us and prove to us they cleaned everything up. That's what we're saying. You agree?
Well, I just want to be clear on the record that I'm not prepared to support that, even though it's a distinct step in the right direction. It's getting very close to what I was talking about. The difference is that I'm not prepared to add that greenhouse space at this point if compliance wasn't an issue. So that, I just want to be clear, I would be voting against that motion, and so you have to look for your 3 votes elsewhere.
Yeah.
Why would you have objections to the other? I'm just trying to get your reasoning.
Okay. I think Commissioner Blau picked up on it right away. I have a problem with expansion of the greenhouses on the site for a number of reasons.
Oh, period. Just
Period.
Oh, I get it. Okay.
So that's why I'm not willing to approve even a conditional.
I get it.
Except, because it isn't just about the violations. To me, it's about the operation per se.
So Commissioner Brown, we still need to hear from you so the staff knows what to do on Monday. I'll get to Commissioner Brooks in a second.
Well, I would like to see these conditions or whatever we're coming up with today in writing, and I need to sit down and think about them and make sure, you know, what I'm doing is, you know, what I want, that I think is the best thing to do. So, do we need to have a motion and action today, or can we just continue until Monday?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Brooks, we can certainly continue until Monday, but it would be helpful to know what direction we should be going in. So otherwise, I'm afraid we'll be in the same position on Monday. If you want us to think about whether or not we can craft this condition, but be prepared to go the other way, I guess we can try to be prepared to go the other way, where the commission would just be approving the existing
And I don't mean to pressure Commissioner Brown. I think you are the swing vote here. I think you need to decide whether.
I need to see this, rather than talk about, I need to see what this language is going to be.
Okay, let's do it this way.
I think that would be important for me, because I have, you know, aesthetics are certainly one concern, but I have other concerns as well.
So let me be very clear about what it would mean if you were doing this in a staged process, at least from my perspective. You would be making a decision that second phase of development could go in. Those two new greenhouses could go in. And the only thing you would be reviewing at the compliance hearing is whether or not they are in compliance with the conditions of approval on the existing square footage. So you wouldn't be reconsidering your decision.
Right,
You wouldn't be
right,
deciding,
right.
well, maybe it's not really screened
Right.
very well. I mean,
Understand.
It's really just,
So-
are they in compliance?
So it would be dependent upon the conditions, whatever additional conditions or how the conditions are written. That would be very important, and that they were in total in compliance with those. Like, Florence has suggested an additional condition of all ground disturbances and vegetation shall be prohibited in 50-foot setback. Okay, so they would need to meet that. They would need to meet that requirement.
Yes. All of the conditions plus the conditions in the new memo and any other direction for conditions that you would give us today
Okay.
is what you would be, essentially, you would be standing in the
Right.
shoes of staff and saying, you're in compliance,
Right.
you can go on with this next step.
Right at the moment, I am okay, but I need to see the language. I understand that, so if I'm swing vote, I'm swing vote, but I need to see the I need to see the language, because this is all on the fly, and sometimes it's,
I do too. I think you've got.
and I don't know where Commissioner Brooks is, but are you with?
I would say until I see the language also, you know, I'm probably heading toward where Commissioner Cooney is. I am concerned about the business, and I want to make sure that, and I would almost have to see that language too. I mean, if as long as if we're approving something or conceptually today or on Monday, you know, as far as if we take it in stages, where does the propane come in? Where does, you know, I mean, I'm looking at the business aspect and the fact that, you know, there is an issue there, but I don't even know where that comes in this two-stage process, and I'd have to have that clarified for me.
So, Mr. Chair, I can clarify that right now. If you approve the existing development as it is today, or you approve the existing development and ultimately those two new greenhouses, the heating would come in on those when the buildings are validated. So the heating for the existing buildings would come in with validation of those existing buildings.
So that might be some delay depending upon when the applicant gets all that done.
They have to comply with the conditions, and
so that's the landscaping, the detention basins. That's a lot of work.
Yes.
Well, I think, to be fair about this, I think they need heat now. It's well, but just for example, the detention basins and the landscaping they can bond for. They may not get those completed, but that's why you bond for them, to allow you to get the other approvals get set forth. Am I not correct about that? 'Cause that's not,
Mr. Chair, I don't think we would allow them to bond for the detention basins. For the landscaping, yes, not for the detention basins, if they're necessary for the structures as they exist today.
actually, the detention basins could be done in a couple of weeks. That's not a big issue, so I would agree with you.
But for the landscaping, yes, and that's how the
It would have to be
conditions
bonded,
are.
yeah, okay.
are
So
set.
I would say, yes, the detention basin would have to be done before they get
So,
in.
okay, so,
But more, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, I mean, there are other conditions. They have to get their final BAR approval, they
Right.
have to get their
There's a
landscape plan
lot-
approved, they have to go through and get a hazardous business plan. I mean, they have to comply
there's
with
a
all
lot
of the
of
conditions.
hoops they got to jump through.
Yes. So this will not be in 2 weeks. We'll, yeah.
And so, just for fun, is that going to work for the applicant? They're going to be able to get that stuff done by the time they need heat?
I would say it's the middle of October. When's it going to get cold? I mean, you know, it's
It's up
just
to them.
It's up to them.
Oh.
There's nothing we can do
I
about
see a
it.
nod, so that's good enough. If they said they can do it, now it's on their nickel. I'm satisfied with that.
Mr. Chair, with respect to that issue, regardless of which way we go on Monday, there is an indication here we're going to approve the existing operation. They can certainly start preparing for the land use permits and other items they need to comply with tomorrow.
Oh, I agree. I was just concerned that, I mean, I don't know what level of cold this is. Is it a November or December or January or February? I don't know what it is. I just wanted to make sure we didn't, you know.
Well, all I'm saying is, we're not doing anything today to slow them down.
Right.
We're basically saying, go forward with the necessary action to validate the existing operation and get heat to the existing greenhouses. There's no disagreement about that. So we're only disagreeing over what are we going to do about the new greenhouses, okay? So if I were in their shoes, I'd start filling out permits tonight.
Let's start by grading tomorrow.
Yeah.
Well,
No, they will not start their grading tomorrow. They need permits to start their grading. So, no.
you don't need permits for clear and grub. Joe?
Mr. Chair, do we need a conceptual motion, or are we just going to go based on the conversation that we've had?
Well,
I think it's fine the way it is.
I think the way it is.
Just
because
continue? Okay.
Because Commissioner Brown needs to see the conditions before she's going to
Commissioner
actually
Brooks is-
commit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And, we really didn't get a chance to talk about other conditions, but I do appreciate the condition on on number 48 and 51 that Florence had added. And, there may be some others that,
So it would be helpful if we had that discussion today.
okay.
So
All
if
right.
there are other conditions that commissioners
Okay.
care to see on Monday, if you don't tell us till Monday, we're going to be here again.
Okay.
So Commissioner Cooney did raise an issue that I've already discussed with staff about the closed
Water.
system for pesticides and water,
Is-
which we'll address.
I don't think there's any condition on water conservation, whatever that may be, and that may sort of tie in with something that Commissioner Cooney said. I'm not really sure, not being very conversant in that.
Well,
That
if I
might
could,
be-
if I could just comment on that, because when I heard, I'm not concerned about it at all for two reasons. One is, when we got clarification on the staff report, we learned that this operation is using 50% of the water that was historically used for the site when it was row crops or other kind of uses. The other reason I'm not too concerned is, I understand the cost of water and pumping and so forth. And if the applicant is telling me that they can reduce their water consumption by 75% by putting a drip system, I know it's going to happen. They'd be crazy not to.
Well-
Because the economics are there to do it, so I think that's going to happen. I'm also not quite too concerned about the runoff from the plants, because as I understand this operation, it gets very little water that goes through the plants onto the floor. It goes through a filtration, and then it goes into the ground. It doesn't go out to the retarding basin that's in front. All this is it's a roof that's got holes in it, so when it rains, it just drives the water down. The entire site is surrounded by kind of like a moat, and none of that water actually migrates out into the storm system. It just simply percolates into the ground. And obviously with the drip system, it'd be even less than that, because there's less overspray that goes in the ground. So all the retarding basin for is the water that's coming from the natural rainfall from the surrounding sites on whatever hardscape they might have on their property. So I didn't see it as a particular issue. And if I'm wrong about that, staff can tell us on Monday. But I don't think you have, The water conservation is built in just by the money.
Well,
dam-
but,
dams.
you know, you say that, but the applicant's been operating that way, the last way for 5 years with the current system. So obviously, so far, there's been little or no concern about that, and they've indicated they're going to do something, but I think it'd be nice for them to, we have it a condition to make sure they do it.
Well, I'm not sure that's appropriate for a farming operation, but I mean,
Well, maybe
they're
there's-
already doing 50% of what the historical use was, so.
Well, maybe it is, I don't know.
We'll look at it, because I think there was an expectation in the environmental document that wasn't carried through in the conditions.
Okay.
So we'll look at that.
Look at that, great. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes, and it just goes back, and I think we discussed as far as, tightening up on the monitoring. I'm just looking on page C4, monitoring, this is just for this zoning clearance permit, spot check in the field. There's spot check on page C7. Again, there's some of this very vague language that I don't know if there's one condition that we can put in there to, make a more of an interval, a defined
Yes.
interval on how these things can be monitored.
So, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Brooks, in the memo that Florence provided to you today, she included a condition that said it's condition 49, which we'll modify further. But it says, to ensure compliance with the approved project conditions, long-term monitoring of this structural development is required, and she's suggesting annual inspections. What I think we want to do, notwithstanding the permit conditions and the monitoring that's implied in those permit conditions, is monthly monitoring for the first year, maybe quarterly monitoring for the next year, and then annual monitoring for subsequent years, just to make sure that at a minimum, staff goes out at that frequency. When they're actively engaged in achieving compliance, I can guarantee you we'll be out there a lot. It's quite a large site, so we'll tighten that up.
Mr. Brown, do you have others?
No, I'm sorry, thank you.
Okay, I think those are the issues. I would also suggest that should any of the commissioners think of any other condition to modify, that they might email the staff with their concerns, then staff can respond to them and email the rest of us, so we're not in violation of the Brown Act, right? So if you think of other things between now and then, just email the staff and then...
Mr. Chair, what we'll do is, if commissioners come up with some additional issues they'd like us to address, then we will address that with the full commission on Monday. We won't email individual, or the commission as a whole, because then we'd be violating the Brown Act. But if we put material out in advance, we'll just put it out to all the commissioners. So I would recommend we continue this until Monday, the 26th, and I just want people to know, I think it would be better if this followed the Botanic Garden rather than was before the Botanic Garden, if that is okay with the commission.
That's fine.
Okay. Because I don't think there will be very many people showing up for this hearing, but I think we'll have a number on the Botanic Garden still.
Okay.
Okay.
So you want to make the motion?
Yes, I move that we continue this item until the meeting on Monday.
And I'll second it. Ms. Rodriguez, a roll call.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Cooney?
Aye.
Commissioner Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Brooks?
Aye.
Commissioner Valencia?
Aye.
Commissioner Blau?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
You're going to ruin it. You're going to ruin it Monday by going forward. I'll leave this here. You can have mine. I don't need it. Oh, I'm sorry. Meeting adjourned, sorry.